On the outside, she was just an ordinary-looking girl with no remarkable achievements, still running from company to company, submitting job applications. By chance, she saw a pitiful child struggling to cross the street. Out of sheer kindness, she barely even thought before rushing forward to save the child from the brink of death. But because of that, death chose her instead. When she opened her eyes again, she had become a character from the novel she had always loved, Elodie. Of course, Elodie was not the heroine, but the villainess. She lived a wretched life and was fated to die young, and that plunged her into complete despair. Her only comfort was that she had the chance to raise the male lead, Cabell, from childhood. Fortunately, young Cabell was very obedient and always listened to Elodie, which gave her some small comfort. In the original story, Elodie was an incredibly cruel person who tormented the male lead from the time he was very young. After he met the heroine, she even made life difficult for the heroine at every turn. In the end, she died after turning to stone. After learning of her miserable fate, Elodie resolved to live a meaningful life and leave as soon as the male lead met the heroine. But perhaps the story was not as simple as she imagined. The scene shifted to the vast mansion on the outskirts of the city. A little girl with pink hair and a flower-like face slowly woke from her sleep. Sunlight spilled into the room. As she stretched lazily, she seemed to remember something, then smiled and turned to the boy lying beside her. "Cabell, wake up. It's time for breakfast." At her call, he slowly opened his eyes, but before long he drifted right back to sleep. Elodie could only sigh helplessly. This child's name was Cabell Cernuya, the male lead of the novel. Elodie kept looking at him, and seeing him like this, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Cabell really was. The story slowly unfolded. 1 week earlier, she had transmigrated into the body of the villainess in this novel. At that time, a girl of about 25 was standing at a crosswalk waiting for the light to change. Thinking about her latest interview only made her feel more frustrated. When a light turned green, she slowly started walking. Another interview failed today. How many times had she failed by now? Suddenly, a cry rang out behind her as she turned in surprise. The little boy from earlier had fallen in the middle of the street. At the same time, a truck was barreling toward him from behind without slowing down at all, while the boy just covered his face and cried. Seeing how dangerous the situation was, she barely stopped to think and ran straight toward him, completely disregarding her own life. This is too dangerous. Just like that, the kind-hearted girl managed to save the boy in time. After pulling him to safety, she finally let out a breath of relief. But right after that, the poor girl suddenly realized something was wrong. She had completely failed to notice the truck behind her. With a loud crash, this time she really did meet her ancestors. Time passed little by little, and the unfortunate girl slowly opened her eyes. But when she looked around, the confusion on her face only deepened. Where's this? Everything before her was pitch black, mixed with all kinds of strange fragments, leaving her utterly bewildered. Am I dead? Is this the world after death? I don't want to die like this. Just as she remained immersed in despair and unwillingness, a system interface suddenly appeared before her. Faced with the sudden prompt, she was completely puzzled. What is this? Displayed clearly on the system interface was the following. You are dead. Option 1, enter judgment and proceed to hell or heaven. Option 2, enter a world. Because you saved a life, you have received an extra option and bonus item. Please note, the world will be selected at random, and the contents of the item will not be disclosed. 1 or 2, after seeing the prompt, she couldn't help but start calculating. It's already the age of automation. Has even the afterlife become mechanized? Just as she was still hesitating, the system suddenly popped up another prompt in front of her. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, the system will automatically choose option 1 for you. The countdown on the system interface kept ticking. Only 9 seconds remained. As time slipped away, the poor girl was at a complete loss, with no idea what to do. Wait, give me a little time to think. This time, she focused on the second option. Judgment, heaven, or hell? I'm not confident about either of those. That threw her into extreme indecision and hesitation. What do I do? What do I do? At that moment, only 6 seconds were left. Cold sweat slid down her face, but she still had no idea what to choose. After a brief moment of thought, the poor girl finally made her decision. Trembling, she reached out and pressed option 2 on the system interface. Please, let me be happier in my next life. Back in reality, the poor girl had already entered Elodie's identity. So this is how I ended up transmigrating into the world of this romance novel. Looking at Cabell, still sleeping soundly, she thought with some amusement, when I first opened my eyes, I thought I was just having an ordinary dream. But then worry crept in again. My luck is terrible. I got reincarnated, only to become a villainess who is doomed to die. Clearly, Elodie had no desire to accept any of this. She thought of Cabell's tiny figure. Is it because I saw that Cabell's miserable fate was so much like mine? In this novel, I could even feel the emotions Cabell had when he was a child. Cabell was an incredibly pitiful child, the illegitimate son of the Duke of Cernuia's family. From the time he was little, his parents neglected him terribly. Cabell was abandoned at an orphanage while he was still a baby. Even there, he was always a child rejected by everyone. No one cared about him, and Cabell even suffered severe abuse at the hands of adults. By chance, Cabell met a wealthy and elegant man. Later, the truth that Cabell was the heir to Cernuia was discovered, and he was brought back to the ducal household. At last, he entered a life where he could sleep under a warm blanket on a soft bed. But after arriving at the ducal house, his real misfortune only truly began. Because he had lived in an orphanage, Cabell was deeply afraid of adults. And that was exactly why Elodie appeared. In order to help Cabell, the butler brought Elodie McClare to become his wife. No one had expected Elodie to be an extremely dangerous person, and the butler's choice became the source of every problem. On the surface, she had a holy appearance, but deep inside, Elodie's soul was terrifying. Elodie began tormenting Cabell and committing all kinds of cruel acts against him. After that, everything slowly unfolded. Thinking back over the entire plot, Elodie, who now held the true power of the ducal house, felt a little exhausted. Just remembering it all made her feel suffocated. Fortunately, the heroine appeared around that time as well. Elsewhere, another story was quietly beginning. Later, Cabell received an order from the emperor. The two met soon after and fell in love. The princess from the Kingdom of Daylight was his fated beloved. Just thinking about that made Elodie feel a little bored. Since I was going to be transmigrated anyway, why couldn't I just become a heroine? What a shame. And then, just like that, Cabell's revenge began after he grew up. After winning glorious military achievements, Cabell returned with the heroine and asked Elodie for a divorce. But that terrible woman could only stand there alone, staring at the loving couple before her. She was furious to the extreme, and even the divorce papers in her hand trembled nonstop. Elodie, right in front of the two of them, Elodie tore the divorce papers to pieces on the spot, leaving them both stunned for a moment. She refused to divorce him. Of course, she was also the root of every problem. More than that, the heroine was oppressed and tormented by Elodie within that mansion. At that time, the heroine suffered so terribly that living was worse than death. But for the sake of the man she loved, she could only endure it. Thinking of that heart-wrenching story left Elodie feeling quite helpless. And it was far from over. A bottle of poison quickly surfaced in her mind. In the end, in order to kill the heroine, Elodie created a horrifying poison that could turn a person's entire body to stone. Thinking of that, Elodie sat there hesitating, judging by everything the original Elodie had done, no matter how you looked at it. But the plot went in another direction. At that time, Cabell stood before Elodie with a long sword in hand. Fortunately, Cabell discovered everything in time and stopped her before she could carry out her plan. She was driven out of the ducal mansion, and after that, she truly reaped what she had sown. In the end, Elodie had to bear all the consequences. As people often say, what goes around comes around. Elodie contracted a terminal illness, and its symptoms were exactly the same as the poison she had created with her own hands. And so Elodie's ending was an unnatural death. In the end, she died all alone in the slums, the perfect stereotypical fate of a villainess. That was where the story ended. Thinking of that plot, Elodie let out a sigh. Of all people, I had to be the one reincarnated as the villainess. What kind of luck is this? This is unbelievably bad luck. Thinking of that, she immediately turned and called out to Cabell, "Cabell, wake up." Obviously, he had no intention of getting up. She did not forget to add with a smile, "If you eat breakfast, I'll read you a comic afterward." Hearing that, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at Elodie. A comic? Though very reluctant, Cabell still obediently sat up. Cabell's awake now. Elodie gently patted his head. Good boy. She couldn't help recalling how wary Cabell had still been of her just last week. Last week, Cabell was still very guarded, but thankfully I managed to open his heart in time. Since we sleep in the same bed every day, it feels like we've grown close. Thinking that, she quietly let out a breath of relief. Maybe what he longed for most was warmth and human kindness. Elodie gently patted Cabell's head, and she could not help thinking, how could they neglect such a cute child? While he was still comfortably enjoying it all, a firm thought had already formed in her mind. In this life, I'm going to live peacefully and walk a different path from the novel. I'll raise Cabell properly, and I'll also develop a way to cure the terminal illness that will strike me in the future. After getting out of bed, Elodie firmly took Cabell's hand. Come on. She quickly got down from the bed and urged him with a smile. Let's go eat, Cabell. At that moment, Elodie already had her own plan in mind. I'll raise the male lead well, then hand him over to the heroine. Time quickly passed until late at night, and the mansion was utterly quiet. Elodie's thoughts surfaced again. While Cabell was already asleep, she quickly made her way down the long corridor. Time to make plans for the future. I spent the whole day with Cabell, and now I finally have time. So Elodie soon sat down at the table and began writing her goals on paper one after another. For now, this is all I can think of. Several lines were clearly written on the page. Elodie's future plan: raise Cabell well until he goes to war, protect the territory, and prepare for Cabell's return, research a cure for the terminal illness. Looking at those goals, Elodie sank into thought again. Honestly, I don't want to send Cabell away, but obeying the Emperor's orders is the duty of the Duke of Cernia's house. I have no other choice, and I have no power to stop a war. She felt deep sympathy for Cabell, the boy who always had to bear whatever others arranged for him. Cabell went to the battlefield while he was still a youth, and later, when he grew older, he became a tall and strong young man. That gave Elodie at least some comfort. After all, Cabell did grow into an outstanding man. Thinking of that, she wiped away her tears in emotion. Even so, I still ended up crying. No matter what, in the end, I still have to send him away. Elodie continued thinking, and images of another place came to mind. A garden filled with sunlight in her second plan. She looked thoughtful. As for the second plan, the ducal territory was vast and the land was fertile, but because it had been neglected for so long, the number of residents had dwindled, causing production capacity to fall sharply. On top of that, in the original story, Elodie had researched magic potions and created all kinds of harmful substances. At the thought of that, Elodie could not help hesitating again. She had even thrown those things into lakes and forests, causing serious consequences. So in the end, Elodie circled the goal: research a cure for the terminal illness. For her, that was also one giant question mark: how to research and cure a terminal illness. She involuntarily recalled the illness Elodie suffered from in the original story. Since Elodie would eventually develop a terminal disease that gradually turned her whole body to stone, the thought of having to leave again was completely unacceptable to her. If she thought in the direction of that ending. As the villainess, what Elodie cared about most now was surviving, and surviving in very good health. Soon, morning came. The butler delivered a document to Elodie. "This is the financial report you requested." She quickly took it from him. "Thank you." Her expression was extremely serious as she focused on her work, which made the butler look a little surprised. He was Norman, the butler of the Duke of Cernia's household. Seeing Elodie work with such concentration, Norman could not help thinking that Count McClare, her biological father, was a foolish and greedy man. When I first brought Madame into the ducal mansion, I was always worried that she might turn out just like her father. Norman could not help recalling the first time Elodie had appeared here. In truth, at the time I had no other choice except Madame. Though no one could see the thoughts in Norman's mind, he could not ignore them. After all, who would willingly marry off their treasured daughter to the heir of a poor ducal family, especially one born illegitimate? The previous duke and duchess lived extravagantly, were addicted to alcohol, and even held banquets night after night. On top of that, their constant drunkenness ruined the entire territory. Later, that couple also died together after one night of heavy drinking. In the end, both of them died of heart failure brought on by excessive drinking. Thinking back on the whole affair, Norman tightly closed his eyes and sank into thought. If I hadn't moved in time to protect the young master. The image of a man with an extremely sinister smile surfaced in his mind. I absolutely could not bear to see a cruel man like Count Belgar destroy the Duke of Cernia's house, the family I have devoted my entire life to. He thought of the pitiful child, Cabell, After bringing him back from the orphanage, it was only because I had no other options that I found the child born to the former duke and a maid, and he happened to be in that orphanage. But when he was brought back, his whole body trembled with fear. As for how the young master had been treated in the orphanage, even hearing about it was enough to frighten grown adults. So Norman could more or less imagine the pain he had endured. He simply could not adapt to an entirely new environment. Thinking of that, Norman sighed and remembered the plan he had once made. That was why I thought it might be better if the young master could have a virtuous wife like my own sister. After the royal family officially recognized him as the heir to this territory, a considerable sum of money was finally released as well. I put in tremendous effort to prepare a generous betrothal gift. Everyone knew the situation of the ducal house, so finding a good wife was extremely difficult. With no other way out, someone finally appeared. Only Count McClare was willing to sell his daughter. That shocked Norman deeply, because the man had even personally written a contract severing ties with his daughter. Returning to the present, he looked at Elodie with great emotion. Her father acting like that must have caused Madame terrible pain. But how could she be so mature? Meanwhile, Elodie still seemed to be nothing more than seriously reviewing the documents, paying no attention at all to the look on his face. Norman was willing to support Madame for the rest of his life. Sometime later, after reading through the clearly recorded information, Elodie seemed to understand more. Sure enough, what lay before her was the portrait of the ducal house itself. In other words, Cabell's family, a ducal house that had once wielded enormous power. Someone in this family had quietly built that foundation over a very long period of time. The first Duke of Cernuia was a war hero who had personally conquered vast lands. After reading these materials, Elodie seemed to understand even more. But Cabell's father, the previous duke, neglected the territory for years, which is why I now have to struggle with this troublesome financial situation. Without realizing it, she thought of the money in the treasure chest. The first duke had hidden jewels and gold somewhere in this castle. After thinking for a moment, Elodie immediately called out Norman. Expectation instantly appeared on Norman's face. "Yes, madam." She continued, giving instructions. "Please find Cabell a proper swordsmanship teacher from among the knights. If he is to command the knight order in the future, he must begin learning from a young age." Hearing that, Norman immediately nodded in understanding. "Yes, I understand. I will do as you instructed." With that, Norman turned and left to carry out Elodie's orders. As he stepped out of the room, his expression turned thoughtful, and he stood there unmoving for quite a while. One look into his eyes was enough to understand how deeply moved he was by her actions. At last, I can hold my head high before the young master's grandfather, the first duke. Time passed quickly, and before long it was noon. Cabell was still enjoying the snack in his hand. Sitting beside him, Elodie hurriedly reminded him, "Cabell, don't eat any more sweets." Hearing that, he obediently put the snack back in the box, but his face darkened at once, leaving Elodie with no idea what to do for a moment. Oh, she was really torn. She wanted him to eat, but she also did not want him to eat too many sweets. Honestly, she wanted to let him eat as much as he liked, but too many snacks were bad for his health. What a headache. Elodie smiled and said to him, "Let's go outside and play. Let's play hide and seek." He immediately nodded obediently. She had her own plan in mind. Children were supposed to run and play a lot, after all. Before long, the two of them hurried out into the yard together. Elodie immediately said, "I'll run, and Cabell, you catch me, all right?" Cabell obediently nodded again. Understood, Elodie. The moment she heard that, she could not take it anymore and quickly corrected him. "You have to call me madam." Cabell looked completely puzzled. "Madam." She nodded firmly and even placed a hand on her chest as she introduced herself. "That's right. Until the princess arrives, I am still Cabell's madam." Hearing that only made him more curious. "Princess," but she did not explain further and only said briefly, "Anyway, that's how it is. I'm Cabell's madam, so Cabell has to call me madam, understand?" He understood and obediently nodded. "Madam." Just like that, the two of them quickly began playing throughout the spacious mansion. "All right, now Cabell counts to 10 and then comes to catch me." As soon as she said that, Elodie turned and ran off, leaving Cabell standing there to start counting. 10. He watched her closely, wanting to see just how fast she could run. 9. Elodie was sprinting forward with all her might, trying hard to get away. 8. At that moment, a dangerous look appeared on Cabell's face. 7. Suddenly, he called out, "Madam." Hearing someone call her, Elodie turned around in surprise and confusion. In the very next instant, he lunged at her and wrapped her tightly in his arms. Caught you. She froze completely and did not know what to say for a moment. Hey, that's cheating. He only laughed happily. Seeing how obedient he was, Elodie truly did not know what to say, so she could only reach out and gently pat his head. That made Cabell very happy. I like Madam. I want Madam to stay with me and not go anywhere. From that moment on, a thought took root in his mind. He absolutely could not lose a madam this gentle and kind. Soon it was afternoon, and Elodie immediately took Cabell to meet his swordsmanship instructor. She quickly instructed, from today on, this hour is for teaching only His Grace the Duke. Sir Bertos nodded in agreement. He was Cabell's current swordsmanship instructor. But when he saw Cabell still standing behind Elodie and not daring to step forward, he could not help but feel surprised. He had accepted this request, of course, but was the young Duke really such a timid child? Seeing the look on Bertos's face, Elodie felt irritated. So that really is what you're thinking. I knew it. I need to make this clear first. With that in mind, she immediately said to Bertos, Cabell was abused at the orphanage, so he is very afraid of adults. And Cabell is still young now, but when he grows up, he will command the entire Night Order. Please teach His Grace the Duke well. Yes, madam. Bertos smiled in surprise after hearing that. I understand. He could not help thinking that although she was young, she was far more mature than he had expected. But Elodie still felt that was not enough, so she quickly took Cabell's hand and told him, Cabell, this gentleman is a good person, just like Grandpa Butler, all right? He still said nothing. I'll stay by your side the whole time, so don't worry. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, by my side? Elodie immediately pointed to the row of chairs in the distance and said, yes, right over there. Can you see them? After thinking for a moment, Cabell finally nodded. Even Bertos, watching from his side, looked a little surprised. It was his first time seeing anything like this. A good person. Just like that, Cabell's first swordsmanship lesson began. Elodie sat leisurely nearby with a book in hand, but as she read, she drifted deeper and deeper into her own thoughts. Making magic potions was even more difficult than she had imagined. Rather than being naturally brilliant and able to understand every structure with ease, the more she read the contents of the book, the more tired she felt, until her head even began to ache. A genius mind for creating magic potions, along with earth and wind magic as well. That character setup was far too overpowered. It was such a waste to use all that only for a villainess. No matter what, these were useful abilities. They would benefit me. Images of all kinds of rare herbs quickly surfaced in her mind. The method of making the potion itself was not the real problem. The issue was the ingredients. To make medicine, I need a lot of herbs and fruits. At that thought, Elodie hesitated, unsure what would be the most reasonable way to proceed. If only there were a greenhouse. There actually was one at the ducal mansion, but the whole greenhouse had long since fallen into ruin and had been abandoned for ages. Repairing and reinforcing it would cost a great deal of money, right? And it would be even better if it could be expanded a little too. At that thought, Elodie immediately looked in another direction, her heart filled with determination. I need to dig up that safe as soon as possible. That is Cabell's money, after all, but I plan to make medicine and sell it, so I can just pay it all back later. Elodie continued watching Bertos, who was still earnestly practicing swordsmanship with Cabell, and reassured herself. I'm doing this for the good of the territory too. He'll understand, right? But in the next instant, it seemed something important happened. Slightly startled, she looked at the two of them, still training. No, I was too absorbed in my book just now, so this time, the sword in Cabell's hand was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. After a string of drills, Cabell was exhausted and sat down on the spot, unwilling to stand again. Bertos's voice rang out. Your Grace, get up. He said it loudly, though he was still being patient. You need to grip the wooden sword more tightly. Even though Elodie had her own thoughts about it, giving him sword training on the very first lesson. Wasn't that too difficult? Bertos continued pressing him. Come on, one more time. At those words, Cabell finally seemed to be reaching his limit. Elodie quickly walked over and called out, Sir Bertos. He immediately noticed her calling him. Before he could even react, her voice rang out again. Didn't I tell you before? Cabell is very afraid of adults. The more she thought about what he had just done, the angrier she became. I told you Cabell is afraid of adults, and yet you pointed a wooden sword at him like that and threatened him. With a body that small, how is he supposed to know what to do? Do you know how scared he must have been? That barrage of words made Bertos panic, and he hurriedly explained, I didn't hit him, but yet Elodie still would not let it go. Threatening him with a sword is the same as hitting him. Cabell is not used to this yet. You need to treat him gently. This is his first time learning swordsmanship. In the end, Birdos could only nod. I understand. But when she saw Cabell's hands, she grew even angrier. Good heavens, the palms of his hands were completely injured. After thinking for a moment, Elodie picked Cabell up in her arms and turned around. Sir Birdos, thank you for your hard work. We'll stop here for today. Seeing that, he could only comply. Yes, madam. Just like that, she strode off with Cabell in her arms, leaving Birdos standing there at a total loss. He let out a sigh, because this was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. How could anyone possibly teach swordsmanship gently? He could not help sinking into thought. Looking back on the training just now, a difficult guardian like that was really troublesome. But before he knew it, Birdos recalled the frightening look in Cabell's eyes during practice. The coming lessons suddenly seemed like they might be worth looking forward to. Soon it was deep into the night and inside the spacious mansion. After a day of exhausting training, Elodie handed Cabell a set of clothes and urged, Cabell, put on your pajamas. He obediently did as he was told. Seeing that he still seemed a little clumsy while dressing himself, she paid closer attention this time. What entered Elodie's sight were the wounds and long scars on his back. The first time she had bathed Cabell and seen those scars, she had already been deeply shocked. She carefully helped him put his clothes on. While she tidied his clothes with practiced hands, her eyes drifted again to his palms. After the swordsmanship lesson that afternoon, the injuries on his hands looked worse and worse. Cabell, do your palms hurt a lot? At that question, he slowly began to cry and nodded sadly. Seeing him like that, Elodie did not know what to do for a moment. Thinking carefully, he was not crying loudly at all. Instead, he was desperately trying to keep himself from sobbing, and that effort to endure only made him look even more pitiful. Her gaze remained fixed on Cabell without her realizing it. Then, sensing something was wrong, she quickly asked, back at the orphanage, did the adults get angry if Cabell cried? Hearing that, he nodded to confirm it without saying anything more. That only shocked her even more. How stupid. Elodie silently looked at Cabell, who was still wiping away his tears. And I did not even realize it. I was even standing there a moment ago, thinking he looked cute. Wanting to cry is the most normal thing in the world. At that thought, she gently took his swollen palms into her hands. Cabell, from now on, whenever you want to cry, don't hold it in anymore, all right? She comforted him softly in her own way. If you want to cry, then cry as much as you need to. Because here, no one will get angry just because Cabell cries. He looked a little surprised. Really? Elodie immediately raised her hand and promised him. I promise. If you want to cry, then cry. She also added a little more so Cabell could understand more easily. If you keep holding him like that, you'll get sick. If you cry your heart out, Cabell will feel much better inside. After hearing that firm assurance, a warm smile finally appeared on his face, and he quickly raised his hand to make a promise to Elodie as well. I'll listen to madam. Realizing it was getting late, she quickly handed him a few pills and instructed, good. Now, take your medicine. Elodie placed the medicine in Cabell's hand and said with a smile, Cabell should know that those adults who used to bully Cabell were truly nothing at all. Her voice kept sounding in his ears. Really, they were nowhere near worthy of being compared to Cabell. Hearing that, he only remained silent, with an indescribable sadness in his eyes. But I'm still afraid. She lightly placed a hand on her chest and explained, Cabell doesn't need to be afraid. I'll scold every last one of them for you. After saying that, Elodie pulled out a blank sheet of paper. Did Cabell still remember what those people looked like? Smiling, she suggested, just tell me whatever comes to mind. Hearing that, he thought for a moment. So there in the room, he kept describing the person's appearance to Elodie. The nose was big like this, and the lips were really thick too. Just like that, two ugly portraits that would make even a ghost turn away in disgust were soon lying on the table, and Elodie and Cabell gradually drifted off to sleep. A maid entered and carefully covered them both with blankets. She seemed a little surprised when she saw the drawings. All those messy lines struck her as strangely amusing. What is this? Were the two of them drawing together? How adorable. In her dream, Elodie seemed to be dreaming of something pleasant. Just wait until I catch all of you. Very soon, it was the next morning. Norman looked at the pile of gleaming gold in front of him and was too shocked to speak. And Madam, what in the world is this? In front of him sat a safe that had been hidden for a very long time, filled to the brim with gold coins. With a faintly amused look, Elodie said, I was surprised about this treasure chest too. I never imagined a safe like this really existed. She was a little helpless inside as well, because the novel had not clearly written down the exact location, and I went through a lot of trouble to find it. Who would have guessed that the safe was actually right underneath the desk in the previous Duke study? At the same time, she took out an extra letter and handed it to the butler, instructing him, Here, this seems to be grandfather's inheritance to father. When Norman saw what was written in the letter, he was so moved that tears filled his eyes. I can hardly believe it. Seeing him so emotional, Elodie stared at the chest of gold while thinking to herself, how should I use this money so that everyone praises me for spending it well? After thinking for a moment, Elodie asked the butler, Norman, I can use this property, can I? He nodded to confirm it, not forgetting to wipe away his tears of emotion. Of course, all the property of the ducal house belongs to you, madam, and to his grace the Duke. Hearing that, she immediately put her hands on her hips and declared, Then let's use part of the gold first to strengthen the Knight Order. Elodie already had plans for what came next. In the future, they would go to war alongside Cabell, so the Knight Order had to be strong enough. Only then could both the entire Order and Cabell remain safe. At that moment, Elodie could already picture a powerful Knight Order that would always protect the mansion and Cabell. And the Knight Order had to grow strong in order to protect the territory as well. Because the ducal domain was currently ruled by a young duke, there would inevitably be people who looked down on this place and even sought to seize the chance to plunder it. Norman, after hearing her opinion, nodded in wholehearted approval. Understand, madam. His attitude even surprised Elodie a little. He did not ask for a reason at all and simply accepted it right away. It was precisely because of that Elodie was able to win the support of the entire duchy. As for the future ahead, she had already drawn up a plan. In any case, I have to strengthen the Knight Order as soon as possible, and the best person to do that is. Immediately after that, Elodie went to see Bertos. After hearing her plan, he was completely stunned. You mean you want me to serve as the acting commander? Elodie nodded firmly and added, That's right. Until Cabell grows up and takes over the position of commander, the post is vacant for now. Hearing that, he looked utterly confused. Just teaching His Grace the Duke is already hard enough for me. Then Bertos put on a smug expression and declared, I'm even busier than Madam thinks. That took Elodie a little by surprise. With an innocent look on her face, she continued asking, You don't even have a wife or children, so why are you pretending to be busy? The words struck him like an arrow straight through the heart. He could only endure the pain of that blow in silence, feeling utterly helpless. But neither do you. Bertos felt even more at a loss, with no idea how to deal with this young lady. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, she did not forget to add seriously, So, for Cabell's sake, please strengthen the Knight Order. Money is not a problem. Although Bertos was extremely unwilling, he could only nod. I understand. Time passed quickly, and in a large room inside the mansion, Cabell was sitting leisurely to one side, eating snacks and drinking ginger tea. Holding up a book of fairy tales, Elodie continued reading. And so, the princess and the prince lived happily ever after in the gingerbread house. After hearing the story, Cabell's eyes immediately lit up. A gingerbread house sounds wonderful. Madam, can we live in a gingerbread house too? But she did not seem pleased with the idea at all. No, not a gingerbread house. Elodie's expression suddenly turned terrifying, startling him. It would be crawling with ants everywhere. Her attitude made Cabell stiffen at once. His mood seemed to sink straight to the bottom. Seeing how disappointed he was, Elodie felt a little sorry. Sorry for ruining your innocent fantasy, but I really hate ants. She let out a soft sigh and looked thoughtfully at the quiet child sitting there. Could it be because he was never allowed to eat his fill at the orphanage, so that is why he likes sweets so much? Even though I have been controlling how much I feed him, so he can grow properly. Once Elodie noticed something strange, her expression became a little odd. This time, she quickly made a suggestion. Cabell, could you stand up for a moment? Cabell looked confused when he heard that, but he still did as she said right away. When she saw how tall he was now, she looked a little surprised. It feels like he has grown a bit. Elodie could not help marveling. Children really do grow fast in the blink of an eye. After thinking briefly, Elodie immediately took Cabell by the hand. Cabell, come here. She quickly marked his current height on the wall. Elodie even turned around and marked her own height beside it. From now on, let's leave our heights here every year. As she gestured between herself and his current height, she explained, once Cabell grows up, he'll be taller than me. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, really? Elodie smiled and nodded firmly. She remembered the novel she had read in her previous life. In the original story, it said that Cabell, as an adult, would have a tall figure and dazzling looks, an exceptionally handsome man of remarkable height. At that thought, Elodie found it amusing and laughed. I'm already proud of him. That made Cabell curious. Madam, what is it? She smiled and shook her head. It's just because Cabell is so beautiful. But perhaps he was still too young to fully understand what that meant. Am I beautiful? She nodded and gently patted his head. Of course, Cabell is the most beautiful person in the world. Those gentle, comforting words made Cabell blush with embarrassment. He immediately hugged Elodie tightly and said, when I grow taller, I'll hug Madam tightly too. Hearing that, Elodie merely patted his head softly. Then you should grow up quickly, my child, because she had her own thoughts. Perhaps when Cabell was grown, the person he would hold in his arms would be the princess. But for the sake of all the care she had given him, he would probably hug her once too. She smiled softly and looked toward the two lines marked on the wall. They clearly recorded the two of their heights at this moment. Once Cabell goes to war, sadly, I will not be able to keep leaving behind these traces of his growth over the next 10 years. At that thought, Elodie's expression dimmed a little, and that expression was quickly noticed by Cabell. But she remained lost in her own thoughts. Whenever she thought of Cabell, and of all those years when she had been unable to see him, sadness washed over her. She wanted to follow every step of his growth. Even though she did not mean to, all kinds of thoughts kept surfacing in Elodie's mind. I want to see Cabell fall in love. I wonder how adorable he'll be. Before that day comes, I need to record everything carefully. I want to make more beautiful memories with Cabell, even if they're only tiny, insignificant things. After handling official business for a while, Elodie turned around in surprise and asked, a birthday? Norman smiled and nodded. Yes, madam. When he said that, Elodie continued looking at her book, and he fell silent for a moment, looking somewhat puzzled, unsure what to say to her. Since both your Grace the Duke's birthday and yours are approaching, I came to ask whether we might prepare them together. Or, do birthdays bring back unpleasant memories for you, madam? Just the thought of that made Norman deeply uneasy, and he did not know what to do next. Madam, I don't know if I've overstepped. Before he could finish, Elodie gave an approving nod. That's a good idea. He still did not understand what she meant. Pardon. Closing her book, she smiled and declared, let's hold a birthday party. That only made him more nervous. Okay, may we prepare together? Elodie nodded happily. Let's do that. Only after hearing Elodie's firm answer did Norman finally relax. Understood, madam. After he left, Elodie quietly sank into thought. A birthday party. She lifted her head and thought seriously, her expression grave. Although the memories that remained were already blurred, Elodie had no particularly happy recollections of birthdays. To be precise, none of the other children in the family had ever been cherished either. Count McLaren, who had both legitimate and illegitimate children, never cared about any child's birthday. Back then, Elodie had been a pitiful child, abandoned and close to none of her siblings. And her birth mother, the lawful countess, had also been a cold and heartless mother. She had simply tossed Elodie to her father to deal with, though there were a few memories that were not entirely terrible. Even so, a few of her siblings had given her birthday presents. Happy birthday, Elodie. Thinking of that, Elodie fell into contemplation. It seemed that once, long ago, her own older brother had wished her a happy birthday too, but that memory was no longer clear. And as for me, in my previous life, I did not have a single happy memory either. The image of her past life rose in her mind. Back then, she had been nothing more than an ordinary girl, and an orphan at that. I didn't even know my own birthday. So how could I possibly have had a birthday party? Coming back to herself, Elodie flushed faintly, unable to quite believe it. So this is my first birthday party? While she was still thinking about it, Cabell unexpectedly asked from beside her, "What is a birthday?" Hearing that, she turned to explain. "A birthday." She smiled and explained it in the simplest way possible. A birthday is the day Cabell came into this world. He could not hide the curiosity on his face. "Is that a good thing?" Elodie smiled and declared, "Of course it is. On that day, Cabell can eat lots of delicious food and receive birthday presents too." His eyes lit up at once. "Then can I eat candy too?" She nodded with a laugh. On that day, Cabell can eat whatever he likes. Just hearing that made him immensely happy. Really, seeing how interested he was, Elodie suddenly remembered something important. Cabell had never properly celebrated a birthday either. He had grown up under abuse in the orphanage. She hurriedly studied his expression. What should I give him? He's still so young, so a toy really would be best. Without realizing it, Elodie noticed that the hand with which Cabell held his pen and wrote had grown more and more skillful. He learned ancient script even faster than ordinary writing. Since Elodie herself was well versed in ancient script, she had taught him from the start out of simple curiosity. Watching him study so earnestly filled her with increasing pride. And according to the story, he would become an architect in the future, so perhaps it was only natural that he learned this quickly. Of course, she also remembered that in the original story, Cabell had been an extraordinarily powerful architect. Sword masters used their own magic power to condense sword aura, and they also absorbed ancient script more easily, which meant they had a higher affinity with mana. So perhaps Cabell was that kind of person as well. Seeing how quickly Cabell learned, Elodie would often pat him on the head. "If I teach Cabell ancient script properly, it should be useful someday." After that, the two of them buried themselves in study again. "Cabell, this part is wrong." She kept teaching him patiently. "Cabell, this part is wrong." And he simply listened in silence. Soon, a huge birthday cake was set on the table, accompanied by Norman's congratulatory voice. "Your Grace, madam." The butler and all the servants gathered around the banquet table to celebrate the birthdays of the two of them. All the maids seemed extremely excited by the scene. "Happy birthday." One maid smiled and quickly asked Elodie, "Madam, do you like a birthday gift?" She nodded happily and replied with great enthusiasm, "I love it very much." Looking at the beautiful party dress she was wearing, satisfaction was written all over her face. "This dress is truly lovely. Thank you, everyone." Hearing Elodie praise the dress, the red-haired maid brightened at once. "I knew it would suit Milady." Another maid immediately spoke up. "All right, now it's time for you two to exchange gifts." At those words, Elodie immediately had a servant bring out the gift in front of her. Holding it in her arms, she walked over to Cabell and said with a faint blush, "This is the gift I prepared for Cabell." Even so, she was still a little worried. "I made it myself, so it's not especially beautiful. I wonder if he'll like it." As soon as Cabell opened it, he saw a carefully sewn little teddy bear. He happily hugged the bear tightly to his chest. "I love it very much." Butler Norman immediately stepped forward and said to him, "Come now, Your Grace. It's time to give Madam what you prepared." Hearing that, he nodded in understanding. At that, Elodie thought in surprise, "Cabell prepared a gift for me too?" She accepted the present from his hands. "Thank you, Cabell." Full of anticipation, she slowly opened the gift box to see what was inside. But the moment she saw it, Elodie's expression turned rather complicated. Inside the box were candies, along with a neat, painstakingly written letter. "Thank you, madam. I like madam." In the blink of an eye, time flew past like a wild dog in full sprint. Time passed swiftly until a year later. In the spacious room, a voice soon called out, "Madam." By this time, Elodie had grown much more mature than before. She was still reading intently. "I'm 14 now, and Cabell is 8. Butler Norman quickly reminded her, "In any case, it is time to select a few more maids for the castle." Hearing that, she smiled and nodded. "I understand, Norman. I'll leave the choice of candidates to you." He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, madam." Of course, it could not be denied that Burdos had also made great contributions over the past year. Sir Burdos had led the Knight Order well, and because of that, apprentice knights had poured into the order. As a result, many knights had gathered at the castle. That was also why the maids, despite working so hard, were still exhausted. They were busy preparing meals for the knights, and all the servants in the mansion had been worn out. So I decided to recruit more people. A few days earlier, on that day, Elodie and Cabell had stood before all the knights for the first time. Cabell had appeared before them as their lord. Seeing so many people swear loyalty to him, he had seemed somewhat at a loss. It was the ceremony for formally accepting the apprentice knights. Elodie, standing beside him, had also felt uneasy, so I took his hand. Thus, their two small hands clasped tightly together. Although he was worried, he still carried himself with remarkable composure during the knighting ceremony. That made Elodie smile in relief, and she let out a quiet breath. Just thinking of all these good things happening one after another made Elodie happy. As if remembering something, Norman quickly reported the next important matter. "Madam, according to the schedule, the repair workers will arrive tomorrow." Hearing that, she asked curiously, "How long will the work take?" After quickly calculating the time, he reported, "There is almost nothing that requires repair, so it should not take very long." Hearing that, Elodie nodded in agreement. She thought of the greenhouse that had been abandoned for so long. I decided to use the remaining gold to repair the greenhouse. Everything was proceeding according to her plan, and I'm also planning to build a laboratory beside it. At that moment, Elodie held the document in her hand and said with a smile, "By the way, I plan to go to the market with Cabell today." Norman nodded in understanding. "Yes, madam. I have heard that Sir Bertos and Mary will be accompanying you as well." She nodded, then smiled lightly at Cabell, who was sitting nearby looking bored. I had originally planned to leave Cabell at home, but his grace insisted on coming along, so there was nothing I could do. He nodded as well, with a trace of concern. This will be Madam's first time leaving the castle town, so his grace is worried. Seeing the thoughtful look on Cabell's face beside her, Elodie could not help finding it amusing. Maybe because we've spent all our time together lately, he hates being separated from me this much. It's practically separation anxiety. At the thought, a strained smile appeared on her face. If this keeps up, is he going to drag me to the battlefield too? What headache? While she was still thinking, Cabell unexpectedly asked, "Does Madam really have to go in person?" She smiled and nodded. "I do, because I need to buy some medicinal herbs from the traveling merchants." All kinds of rare herbs had already come to Elodie's mind, useful for making important medicines. Although I've gathered quite a lot of herbs over this past period, the kinds I could collect from the fields and the mountain behind the castle are still far from enough. If I want other varieties of plants, I can only rely on the goods those traveling merchants bring with them. This time, Elodie seriously considered what kinds of herbs the merchants might be selling. While the two of them were still talking, Mary hurried over and reported, Madam, the carriage is ready. We should set out now." Elodie nodded. "I know. I'll be right there." She walked over to Cabell, gently took his hand, and led him outside. "Let's go, Cabell." Outside, the blazing sun poured down relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Elodie had arrived at the market. Looking at the lively scene before her, she thought with interest, "It's more bustling than I imagined. It may still be small now, but later it's bound to grow much larger." Bertos reminded them worriedly, "There are quite a lot of people here. Please be careful, Your Grace, madam." Elodie nodded in reply. "Thank you, Bertos." Seeing Bertos repeatedly glance toward Mary, she finally sensed that something was odd. Those two. At that moment, Mary suddenly noticed something. "Oh my, look over there." Elodie turned in the direction she indicated. Seeing the crowded and lively scene before her, she could not help but stare in surprise. "How impressive!" Mary beside her also exclaimed, "Exactly." At that moment, Elodie quickly noticed that the people who had come from elsewhere did not look very friendly. Still, their expressions were somewhat awkward, probably because they were disappointed by the small scale of the place. Mary suddenly remembered something. "Is that the Rindia Merchant Company? I heard they travel all across the continent." She looked utterly admiring. "I heard their aromatic oils are very famous." Hearing that, Elodie thought there really was a scene involving fragrant oil in the original story, wasn't there? While she was still thinking, Mary blushed and said awkwardly, "Madam, there's no need for you to know about that kind of thing yet." Elodie was briefly speechless, meaning I hadn't even said anything. Then the plot slowly unfolded in her mind. When Cabell and the heroine visited the market, they discovered the Rindia Merchant Company. If I remember correctly, They later headed to the eastern part of the continent. At that time, the careless heroine got herself into trouble through a moment of negligence. She mistakenly used a fragrant oil she had bought from the merchant company, one that attracted the opposite sex, as if it were ordinary oil. A crowd of men had gathered around her, leaving her flustered and trapped in a deeply embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Cabell stepped in just in time to save her. The male lead, Cabell, made a dashing appearance and rescued her. Thinking of that, Elodie could not help smiling as she looked at Cabell. And then comes the first kiss scene. He's still so little now. Seeing her strange expression, Cabell looked puzzled. "Madam, what is it?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Maybe I should try researching that kind of fragrant oil too. It should make quite a bit of money. A plan had already taken shape in her mind. It would be best to buy a bottle as a sample. After thinking it over, she immediately urged Mary, "Mary, if you're going to buy that oil, get one for me too." Mary was startled. "Madam," Elodie nodded. "I want to try studying fragrant oils as well. Don't buy the special kind. An ordinary one will do." That only left Mary more confused. How does Madam know about the Rindia Merchant Company? People kept streaming past them, and Elodie was struggling to keep up. "There are even more people than I expected." Elodie quickly ordered, "There are too many people here, birdos. Make sure you keep a close eye on Cabell." The noisy chatter still rang in her ears. "It's really cheap." The merchants kept shouting out about their wares. "I brought all sorts of interesting things. Come look at this talking cat doll." Just like that, the noisy, jostling crowd quickly separated Elodie and Cabell. Panic spread across her face as she desperately tried to push through the crowd and get closer to them. Cabell, too, struggled to push forward, moving toward her step by step. They were only inches away from touching each other. But sadly, the crush of the crowd forced them apart. Cabell immediately grew flustered and uneasy. Elodie sensed at once that something was wrong and shouted, "Cabell!" And so, the three of them began searching separately for one another across the broad city. Cabell, after searching for a while, birdos quickly ran over. "Madam, what about Cabell?" He shook his head helplessly. "I haven't seen him either." That made her instantly anxious. Where on earth did he go? She could only run off in another direction. "I'll check over there again." Mary was frightened as well and hurriedly tried to stop her. "And madam, if you go that way alone." Meanwhile, on the other side, Cabell was still walking alone down a small road. Cabell, while he was still trying hard to find the other three, someone blocked his path. "What's this?" The tall young man had clearly set his sights on Cabell. They immediately demanded, "Why, you're Cabell, aren't you?" Their faces seemed vaguely familiar, and Cabell froze in fright. With his frail little body, there was obviously no way he could stand against them. They kept pressing closer, questioning him. "Looks like your adoptive family is doing well. One of us is still scraping by as a pickpocket, while the other eats well and dresses well." Thinking of everything he had once suffered, the blond boy grew furious and grabbed Cabell by the collar. "Hand over everything you've got on you. The clothes you're wearing, too." The scene before him terrified Cabell so much that he squeezed his eyes shut, unable to face it. "Madam!" Just then, a voice rang out. "Hey!" All three of them turned to look back. The moment Cabell saw Elodie appear, his face lit with hope. "Madam!" Elodie strode over and stood in front of Cabell, shielding him. She looked at the two youths, her face full of anger. That left them looking confused. "What did he just say?" "Madam, he's only 7. "No, he's 8 now." The one beside him chimed in with equal confusion. "He must be playing house." Elodie ignored them completely and simply held out her hand toward Cabell. "Cabell." She fixed the two standing before her with a cold, stern stare. "Come here." To Cabell, Elodie was like a beam of light that had descended into his dark life. The sight left him stunned for a moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight to her. This time, Cabell clung tightly to Elodie and did not dare leave her side again. Only after confirming that Cabell was completely safe did she slowly turn her gaze to the two thugs before her. "Who are you? And how do you know my Cabell?" The man with the messy hair smirked and immediately answered. "We used to be in the same orphanage as him." The one with the bowl cut nodded in agreement. "That coward only knows how to hide behind his madam's skirts. Scare him any more, and he'll probably piss himself." Suddenly, a voice full of pressure rang out. "Hey!" The two men instantly stiffened. Elodie's expression had turned terrifying, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Shut up. Her words only made the two of them more furious. Why, you little brat, how dare you be so rude? Meanwhile, Mary finally came running over as well and shouted anxiously, Birdos, I found Madam and His Grace. He was immediately alarmed. Madam, are you all right? Screams rose all around them. This time, Elodie grabbed the messy-haired young man standing in front of her by the hair. Instantly furious, she kept yanking at it with both hands. How can you just go around putting your hands on people? Did you hear me? The messy-haired young man looked utterly helpless and hurriedly shouted for her to let go. Even Birdos could only stare at the sight of the two of them bickering in speechless disbelief. He could hardly believe his own eyes. What are you doing? The moment she saw Birdos appear, Elodie immediately turned to him. Sir Birdos, you came at the perfect time. At the sight of the large, imposing Birdos, the two boys instantly turned and ran. Damn it, let's go. Birdos blankly watched them flee. Should I go catch them? Elodie let out a sigh and shook her head. Forget it. The two of them looked after the terrified backs of the two thieving boys as they ran off and began talking. But weren't those two from the same orphanage as Cabell? Why are there so many children like that in our territory? It looks like they've already become pickpockets. That left Birdos deeply puzzled as well. There are people like that everywhere, but their numbers really have increased lately. Is it because there's not enough food? Hearing that, Elodie fell into thought as well. Once the greenhouse is repaired, I need to make an inspection tour of the territory. Just then, she suddenly noticed something. What caught Elodie's eye was a brooch lying on the ground. It piqued her curiosity. What's this? After taking a careful look at it, Birdos quickly guessed an old brooch. Elodie nodded in agreement. Right? She stared at it thoughtfully. It looked like an antique because a glittering gemstone was set into the brooch. She quickly lowered her gaze to the brooch in her hand. Was it really an antique? She had a very clear idea of what an antique was. Antiques were single-use magic items imbued with special magic. In the past, many different kinds had appeared, and nearly all of them were relics carrying ancient magic. By now, they had almost completely vanished. This had to be something made by mages in more recent times. Finding something like this made Elodie a little happy. Of course, no matter who made it or what era it came from, antiques were expensive items that only great nobles could possess. That also made her exclaim in surprise. So what that child stole just now was an ordinary brooch. Still, it looks very expensive. We have to find its owner and return it. After stepping out onto the main road, a voice suddenly called out to Elodie. Hey! A dark-skinned foreign man hurried over and asked anxiously, have any of you seen two children about this tall? Those two stole my brooch. When he saw the brooch in Elodie's hand, he froze for a moment, then quickly realized, that's the brooch I lost. Elodie immediately placed the brooch in his hand. Here, this is yours. After taking it back, the man was so moved he could hardly stand it. Thank you, heavens. When he burst into tears, all four of them were stunned. He was such a big man, yet he cried like a child. He kept complaining through his tears. When it got pickpocket, I thought I'd never get it back. Elodie immediately explained, those children picked up what you dropped and ran off with it. He cradled the brooch in his hands as if it were precious beyond measure, tears of gratitude shining in his eyes. Truly, thank you all so much. This brooch is my mother's keepsake. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Elodie. Then you are all my benefactors. She nodded in understanding. Yes. Realizing he had been a little rude, he quickly introduced himself. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Silka, head of the Rindia Merchant Company. As soon as he finished introducing himself, everyone immediately turned to stare at him, hardly believing their ears. Elodie asked in confusion, You're the head of the Rindia Merchant Company? He smiled and nodded firmly. That's right. That made her think in surprise. Elodie's mind raced as if she had suddenly remembered something. And then she asked, Silka, you said just now with your own mouth that I am your benefactor, right? He broke into a delighted smile. Of course. You found my mother's precious keepsake. Whatever you want, I'm willing to give. Before he could finish, Elodie shook her head and refused. This time, I don't need a gift. She quickly got to the point. As repayment, could you stop by Castle Cernia on your way? Those words caught Silka off guard. Why? She smiled and pointed at Cabell as she introduced him. The child standing beside me is the master of Castle Cernia. She did not forget to continue. Before you leave the territory, please make sure to visit the castle once. She had already formed a plan in her mind. I'm planning to make magic potions to sell, but the biggest problem is distribution. I never expected it to be solved this way. Silka was left standing there in a daze by what she had said. Before long, it was deep into the night. At the Sonia ducal mansion, a torrential rain suddenly poured down from the sky, with lightning flashing and striking without cease. Everything sank into silence, save for the continuing sound of rain outside. In his sleep, Cabell suddenly began having a nightmare. A voice rang through his mind. You brat. No matter how hard Cabell tried to forget his past, he still remembered that terrifying man. You've done something wrong again today. Knowing he was about to be beaten filled him with even greater fear, and he hurriedly pleaded, and no, I was wrong. I was wrong. Despair was written clearly in his eyes. When he saw the man about to raise his hand, all he could do was beg, please forgive me. Thus Cabell's childhood had always been accompanied by painful beatings and curses. You worthless thing. You useless trash. Those words kept echoing in Cabell's ears. That's why they abandoned you. And at the moment of his deepest despair, Elodie stepped forward too. Cabell, hearing her voice, he slowly lifted his head, only for her to say something terrible. You will be abandoned. Those words made Cabell's heart seem to stop on the spot, because he simply could not believe them. Elodie smiled smugly and repeated, because you deserve to end up like this. The dream terrified Cabell completely. He shot awake with wide eyes and looked beside him, but Elodie was nowhere to be seen. That left him bewildered. He hurriedly sat up and looked around the room. Madam, just the thought that Elodie had disappeared made tears stream down his face uncontrollably. Madam, so fragile and helpless. Cabell could only keep crying. Then a voice called out, Cabell. Elodie hurried over and asked with a smile, You're awake? Seeing him sitting there quietly, still crying, she gently walked up to comfort him. The thunder was so loud, so I went to check. Did you have another nightmare? Cabell said nothing and did not answer. Hearing her words, he seemed to be thinking about something. Looking at Elodie's gentle face and smile, he suddenly realized something. Today, I let go of her hand like that. All sorts of thoughts flooded his mind. She came to find me today, but maybe next time she won't. Maybe I'll be abandoned. No, absolutely not. Cabell's small fingers slowly reached forward. I can't let myself be abandoned like this. He gently wrapped his arms around Elodie. She looked somewhat surprised. Cabell, his hands still held tightly to her, unwilling to part from her even once again. It was as if Elodie were the only person left in Cabell's world. Madam can hit me, torment me, do anything to me. In a low voice, he called to her. Madam. His trembling voice kept sounding out. From now on, I'll listen to everything Madam says. I won't be naughty anymore. Those words made Elodie pause slightly. The young woman looked at the little boy before her, still shedding tears of despair. For a moment, she felt helpless and didn't know what to do. Please, Madam, don't abandon me. Seeing him so pitiful, Elodie could only comfort him gently. Maybe what happened that afternoon had frightened him. What exactly did he dream about? She softly patted his head to soothe him. Cabell, if you want to cry, then cry. You'll feel better after you do. Though she had her own thoughts as well. If she told him to go back to sleep now, he probably wouldn't be able to. This time, she smiled and suggested, Cabell, let's play shadow puppets on the wall. He looked surprised. It was his first time hearing of such a game. What's that? She smiled and explained, wait a second. After a short while, a lit candle was quickly brought over. Now the two of them sat before the candle. Elodie said with a smile, Cabell, watch closely. Then she made the shadow of a little dog right before his eyes, even imitating its bark. Woof woof. Cabell was instantly fascinated. In surprise, he recognized the animal. It's a dog. Next, Elodie made all sorts of different shapes for Cabell to see, and he guessed them all correctly. That's a fox. That's a bird. After that, she made many more different animals. Look at this. Cabell quickly understood. That's a horse. When the little performance was over, Elodie turned to look at him. Well, it's fun, right? He nodded happily, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Seeing him cheer up, she finally let out a breath of relief. It's great that he's feeling so much better. In the dark room, Elodie wondered what other animal shapes she had yet to make. What else is there? Since they were both so sleepy, the two of them eventually crawled back under the covers to sleep. Cabell looked at her, and the more he thought about it, the more curious he became. Why is Madam so kind to me? He felt there was nothing about him worth her affection. I'm a useless child. He remembered how, the first time he got lost and came to the mansion, Elodie had walked over to him. Even their very first meeting had been like that. To ease the awkwardness, Elodie had quickly greeted him first. Hello. That surprised him, and he lifted his head. What met his eyes was Elodie's bright smile and gentle face. You're Cabell, right? Before he could even understand what was happening, she had lightly sat down beside him. Madam has always been gentle with me, too. Returning to the present, Cabell immediately moved a little closer to Elodie's face. Like that, he shut his eyes tightly and fell fast asleep. I don't want to be separated from Madam. Soon, it was the next morning. Elodie let out a weary sigh. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Mary looked puzzled. Madam, why you seem so upset? Elodie shook her head helplessly, not knowing how to explain. It's nothing. That only made everyone feel she was hard to read. Elodie often went to chat with the maids, while Cabell followed her everywhere without leaving her side. That made her extremely awkward, and she had no idea what to do next. I still haven't made any progress at all, and I don't even know what kind of medicine to make. While she was still depressed, she unconsciously thought of Silka. That old man should be arriving soon, but I still can't think of anything. Noticing the uneasy look on the maid across from her face, Mary seemed surprised. Tessie, is something wrong with you too? You don't look well. The maid hurriedly shook her head and explained, it's nothing serious. My stomach hurts because it's that time of the month. The woman beside her asked in surprise, should I go gather some herbs for you? But Tessie did not look very pleased. I don't really like that one. It's unbearably bitter. Hearing that, the maid beside her looked confused. Really? I think it's pretty normal. Is it because I drank it all the time when I was little? Elodie suddenly seemed to realize something. She raised her head and asked the maid wearing glasses, what is spirit grass? Is it some kind of medicinal herb? After thinking for a moment, the maid explained more clearly. It's a kind of herb that looks exactly like creeping grass, but where I used to live, people often used it for pain relief. After saying that, she smilingly added a few more words. Still, the effect isn't very strong, and it's so bitter that it never became widely used. Very few people around here even know about it. Mary immediately shook her head in agreement. That's right, it's really terribly bitter. After a brief moment of thought, Elodie's expression turned contemplative. Then, her whole demeanor suddenly changed, as if she had come up with a completely new idea. Elodie immediately set her plan in motion. This is it. Before long, it was the sweltering heat of noon, but Elodie did not care in the least. She took Cabell and the bespectacled maid with her and hurried off to look for spirit grass. Holding a type of grass in her hand, Mary turned and asked in surprise, Anna, is this spirit grass? After examining it carefully, Anna shook her head. No, madam, that's just a weed. Elodie was left speechless. No wonder spirit grass had never been used. After searching for spirit grass for quite some time, she was already exhausted. It looked exactly like an ordinary weed, so of course it was hard to tell apart. While she was still thinking, Anna quickly stuffed a blade of grass into her mouth and began chewing. I mix them up all the time, too. In our village, actually, only my grandfather could really recognize this herb. After confirming the herb's bitterness, Anna's expression instantly turned awful, and she immediately informed Elodie, this is the one, madam. That made Elodie think in surprise. If you can tell by the taste, then couldn't you just chew it to find out? Thinking that, Elodie opened her mouth and stuffed the grass into it, making Anna worried. Madam, you ate far too much. The moment the bitterness spread through her mouth, Elodie's expression turned ghastly. In the very next second, she spat out every bit of the grass in her mouth. A long while later, after tasting spirit grass, Elodie's face was pale and she kept dry heaving. Beside her, Cabell called out worriedly, madam, are you all right? Realizing that this herb was not as simple as she had imagined, she felt somewhat disappointed too. It was certainly a medicinal herb, but this was too much. On the other hand, it was easy enough to find. Anna nodded in agreement. Yes, it took me a long time to get used to this herb too. Everyone says that instead of using this, it's better to go find a doctor. Of course, the medicine doctors prescribe is very expensive as well. At that, Anna did not forget to add with a smile, and most people don't even know about this herb. Elodie nodded and put a little more into her mouth to test the flavor again. This is my first time hearing of it. It was just as bitter here too. Still, one thing puzzled her. Why is it called spirit grass? Anna thought for a moment, then softly explained, actually, that's not its official name. It's just what my grandfather called it. She continued with a smile. In the end, it's a painkiller that poor people like us can get from nature. So people say it's a gift bestowed by the spirits. As Elodie savored the aftertaste, she thought in astonishment, I think demon grass would be a much more fitting name. As if remembering something, Anna's face showed a hint of surprise. But madam, are you really going to make a magic potion? Elodie nodded with complete certainty. That utterly changed the way Anna looked at her. Ah, as I thought, my lady really is a mage. Seeing that curious expression on Anna's face, Elodie smiled faintly as well. It was obvious the girl found it wondrous, because mages were incredibly rare. Elodie knew a great deal about the magic of this world. Magic in this world was a legacy left behind from the days when people worshipped nature. Legend said that in the distant past, there had been a mage born from nature itself, who once ruled over all spirits and taught magic to humankind. In those days, mages were highly valued by many people. His disciples recorded his magic in ancient script and left it for future generations, with even the symbols and old writings preserved in great detail. But the temple, which believed only in divine arts, brought the mages under its control. That, too, became a shackle binding the mages. The temple monopolized all books written in ancient script and designated them as forbidden texts. Because of that, mages were unable to develop their own power and instead could only produce many different kinds of potions. Since mages were so few in number, only the wealthy could enjoy magic and magic potions, which were equally necessary to commoners. Only by mixing many kinds of herbs together could a new medicine be made. The best commoners could usually do was get herbs from the local doctor and brew them in a tea to drink. A vast mansion rose before their eyes. When they became gravely ill or badly injured, they would still go seek out clergy, no matter how difficult their situation. But there were no clergy in the Cernuya territory. Thinking of that, Elodie grew thoughtful. If I could make a painkiller from easy-to-find materials like spirit grass, it would help everyone immensely. She already had her own calculations in mind, and once I succeed in making this medicine, it will be useful later when Cabell goes to war. With that thought, she gripped the herb tightly in her hand. The greenhouse had already been repaired, and a laboratory had already been built. Her face was full of anticipation for the invention to come. In this venture, I will see success with my own hands. The scene quickly shifted to the laboratory inside the greenhouse. Elodie sat there, wholly absorbed in her research and brimming with excitement. After a long period of experimentation, heavy dark circles hung under her eyes, yet she paid them no mind and merely let out a cheerful little laugh. It's finally complete, the magic potion. It was the result she had obtained after personally refining various herbs. Whether potion making succeeded or failed depended on when mana was infused, how it was infused, and how much was infused. It could be said that the entire process was a continuous chain of choices. Although she had gone through plenty of failures, the moment she thought about the result, Elodie brightened up again. Even so, with someone as talented as me, success was only a matter of time. Looking at the newly made medicine in her hand, Elodie grew quite proud. Its pain-relieving effect was far better than before, and although it was still a little hard to swallow because of the bitterness, it had now truly become a perfect painkiller. Thanks to the steady infusion of mana, the bitterness had lessened quite a bit. Her eyes soon fell on the pills inside the jar. I made it in pill form, so it's easier to take and easier to carry and distribute too. Most medicines on the market are liquids, so people will definitely find my pills more convenient. Thinking of the results to come, Elodie smiled softly and looked at her own hand. I injured myself and tried taking the medicine, and it didn't hurt at all. The small wound on her hand was gradually healing as well, which made her even happier. I want other people to try it as soon as possible. Filled with hope for a bright future, Elodie took the medicine jar and hurried off to find the maids. "Come try it, all right?" She immediately asked the maids in the mansion, "Is anyone here in pain or hurt?" The question instantly caught Mary's and Tessie's attention. Holding the medicine jar, Elodie walked toward Tessie and suddenly remembered something. Didn't Tessie say before that she was in pain? That made Tessie look a little surprised, but she quickly shook her head. "I'm all right now, madam," Mary added from beside her. I don't have any pain either. Elodie felt terribly awkward. Then who am I supposed to test this painkiller on? After a brief moment of thought, Mary quickly offered an idea. Madam, since it's a painkiller, why not have someone from the night order try it? Hearing that, Elodie immediately understood. That's a great idea. And so, Elodie went to find the knights, who were still training. When the members of the night order saw Elodie approaching with Cabell, they noticed her at once. It's Madam. Seeing that cheerful yet slightly strange expression on her face, they were all very surprised. I thought Madam wouldn't be coming today. At that moment, they all remembered how difficult Elodie had been in the past. It's too dirty. Clean all this up at once. This training ground is expensive. She would even nitpick the other knights. Doesn't this man maintain his sword every single day? The knights had all found it exhausting. She's going to start nagging again. As those memories flashed through their minds, the knights began to worry about what Madam had come to complain about today. With an eager look on her face, Elodie asked, "Everyone, is anyone injured?" That made them all sigh in relief. At least she hadn't come to nag this time. A hand immediately shot high into the air, drawing Elodie's attention. Over here. She turned at once, and her expression changed completely. Seeing the bright smile on that person's face, Elodie looked surprised. "Sir Sarah." She immediately waved in greeting. "My little madam, you look beautiful today." That left her rather speechless. She always treats me like a younger sister. Elodie hurried over and asked, "Sarah, were you hurt?" Smiling, Sarah shook her head and glanced behind her. Not me. Standing before Elodie was Rain, looking utterly bewildered and very uncomfortable. Sarah stepped closer to him and explained with a grin, "Lately, whenever we train, Rain gets beaten up badly every time." He sighed and nodded. "That's right. I'm the only one who keeps getting beaten up by my lover." Elodie let out a small laugh, then immediately held out one of the pills to him and announced, "Want to try this medicine? It's a magic potion I made myself." Rain looked very surprised when he saw the pill. "Is it a healing medicine?" Elodie shook her head and explained with a smile, "No, it relieves pain." But that only made him more suspicious. "This isn't poison, is it?" Elodie was so annoyed she wanted to hit him. "Why would I ever give someone something like that?" Sarah laughed and patted Rain on the shoulder reassuringly. "Madam is giving it to you, so you have to take it." Hearing that, he froze, not knowing what to do, but it was obvious from his eyes that he absolutely did not want to eat the pill. Rain quickly tried to make another excuse. "Actually, it doesn't hurt that much, so..." Before he could finish, Elodie coldly gave an order. "Sir Sarah." Sarah obediently nodded at once to show she understood. "Yes, madam." Then Sarah moved behind Rain, wrapped both arms tightly around him, and said, "Stop struggling and take the medicine already. His Grace is right here." The sight of it made Rain blush furiously, too embarrassed to even face anyone. Watching from the side, Cabell looked rather speechless himself and didn't know what to say. While Rain was still struggling and shouting, "Let me go," the pill was shoved into his mouth. Just like that, he accidentally swallowed it. Sarah burst out laughing, and Elodie watched him with eager anticipation. Well, after tasting the pill, Rain gave a calm evaluation. "It's a little bitter." Elodie followed up at once. "But still bearable, right?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I can manage this much." Then he sighed and touched the injuries on his body. "What about the pain-relieving effect?" Rain's eyes trembled as he realized something was wrong. This time, when he looked at his injuries, he was utterly shocked. "What's going on?" "I can't feel any pain at all." Elodie was very satisfied, but she quickly warned him, "Don't go poking at yourself like that. This is only a painkiller. The effect should last about 24 hours. Realizing that the medicine jar in her hands truly worked, Elodie felt delighted. Sarah immediately looked at her with complete admiration. "My lady, you really are a genius. I want to hug you and kiss you." Beside them, Rain looked helpless, dumb enough to get injured. Elodie gazed at the medicine jar in her hand with pure joy. "In any case, I'm just happy it works." At that moment, Birdos also stepped forward in surprise and praised her. "Madam, you've been researching magic potions every day, and you've finally succeeded?" Hearing that, Elodie became even more smug. "It fully justifies all the effort I've put in." She turned to Cabell and asked with a smile, "You're happy too, aren't you, Cabell?" Hearing that, he smiled shyly with a faint blush and obediently nodded. "I'm happy." Time passed before their eyes, and soon it was several days later, inside Cabell's spacious mansion. Silka walked in cheerfully with a cup of hot tea in hand, then looked around in surprise. "I came here to repay a debt, yet I've been treated so warmly. Thank you all. The cook skill is truly excellent." Elodie nodded with a smile. "Don't say that, uncle. I received a wonderful gift from you as well." After saying that, she gently set her teacup on the table, remembering something important. Then Elodie looked at Silka with expectant eyes. You said you wanted to repay me, right? Hearing that, he also recalled it. That's right. This time, I have to repay you. Seizing the opportunity, Elodie asked, will you hear my request? Placing a hand over his chest, Silka nodded and agreed. Of course, madam. Please go ahead. She went straight to the point without hesitation. I want to distribute something I made myself through the Rindia Merchant Company. That left Silka momentarily stunned, his face full of surprise. What? He still could not believe what he had just heard. Something? What is it? Elodie turned and signaled to a maid, and Mary immediately handed over a jar of medicine. Clearly, Silka had not expected much. Something made by a child probably isn't anything special. Elodie gently placed the jar of magic medicine on the table. This is it. After taking a quick look at the medicine's appearance, Silka unexpectedly guessed candy. Though he said that, he still asked, what is this? Elodie calmly introduced the medicine she had just created. This is a magically made painkiller. I'm very confident in its effect. Would you like to see for yourself? Silka froze, as if he could hardly believe his ears. Medicine? A magic potion? Looking confused, he asked again, as though trying to make sure he had understood. Madam is a mage? This. You made this with your own hands? The shock on Silka's face was plain to see. He could barely believe the thing in front of him. Seeing that reaction only made Elodie more pleased with herself. Of course people would be surprised. It was both a magic potion and in pill form. After examining it for a while, Silka immediately asked, may I test its effect now? Elodie smiled with confidence. Of course. That changed his initial opinion of her. She had actually made a magic potion with her own hands. Seeing him lost in thought, Elodie quietly rejoiced to herself. I'd heard that if the head of a merchant company personally verifies it, then the medicine's effect will be beyond doubt. As expected of an outstanding merchant. To verify the medicine's effectiveness, Silka immediately made a small cut on his own hand. After confirming the wound, Elodie quickly urged him, please try taking it, even though she felt a little regretful inside. It was only a tiny wound. At her words, he promptly placed one pill into his mouth and tried it. In the very next second, Silka's expression changed completely, as if he had clearly felt something. His eyes lit up at once, shining with a rare intensity. This time, Silka eagerly pointed at the medicine jar on the table and said, Madam, you are incredible. Your skill is astonishing. Elodie let out a light laugh and glanced at him. So, do you want to help me distribute it? She tried hard to keep herself looking calm. Am I acting too stern? Meanwhile, Cabell had already moved closer and changed seats. Silka looked extremely excited as he immediately voiced his thoughts. Of course I do, because this medicine is extraordinarily valuable. But Elodie stated her own position as well. I don't want the price to be too high. That surprised him greatly. Why? She smiled and explained, because this is medicine ordinary people need, especially those who can barely get a doctor's medicine at all. Hearing that, Silka grew even more curious. But considering its speed and effect, it surpasses even ordinary high-grade magic potions. It seemed Elodie was still firmly committed to her original plan. At the very least, I want to set the price low enough that common people can afford it. Silka looked puzzled by her words and did not quite understand. Even so, once the supply grows scarce, the price will naturally rise. It seemed Elodie had already thought all of this through carefully. You don't need to worry about that. She already had a plan in mind, because now the medicine could be produced continuously. What surfaced in her mind was the manufacturing process she had completed with her own hands. Not just the medicine, I even developed automated equipment. Many jars of medicine were quickly produced. This was the first time I made a magic tool myself, but it worked quite well. The only problem was that the machine was incredibly noisy, and Elodie found the sound almost unbearable. After a moment of silence, Elodie slowly declared, I plan to make the medicine for distribution in a smaller form. At the same time, both of them immediately pictured a jar filled with tiny pills. Elodie inwardly nodded. That's right. Since the medicine is in solid form, it will be very convenient to distribute. After thinking for a moment, Silka suggested with a smile, once I finish handling matters in the capital, may I come again? Suddenly, Elodie raised a hand to express her opinion. Before that, she went straight to the point and asked Silka how much is your deposit? He froze on the spot. A deposit? Why? Elodie chuckled, as if nothing were unusual. Because the only merchant group visiting this territory isn't just the Rindia Merchant Company. Then she did not forget to tell Silka something important. I will decide based on the deposit. After a brief moment of thought, Silka's expression turned serious. Ever since I was born, my instincts have told me that I would become the heir to a great merchant company. This time, he spoke with complete solemnity. Madam may ask for however much she wants, and I will give it. He had his own thoughts as well. If I let this product slip away, then I'd be a fool. Hearing that, Elodie's expression grew serious too. Though she was briefly at a loss, she quickly took out the contract she had prepared in advance and placed it before Silka. Then I will take a deposit, along with advance payment for the first shipment. After reading the contract, Silka fell into thought. The deposit is higher than I expected, but since the original price is low, this is still a deal that won't result in a loss. While he was still focused on reading, Elodie announced, if the distribution price differs from what is stipulated in the contract. Elodie dropped her smile and said in an extremely serious tone, then I will not supply a second shipment. After thinking for a moment, Elodie quickly held out her hand to Silka, signaling a partnership. That gesture completely changed Silka's first impression of her. She was clearly still so young, yet so meticulous in the way she handled things. Seeing the smile on her face, he stared in astonishment. Looking down on her before was truly rude of me. The two shook hands, sealing the agreement. Deal. Remembering something important, Silka added a reminder. If this transaction goes well, I hope Madam will let us develop other kinds of medicine for you in the future as well. Elodie nodded happily in agreement. I will. That made her curious, so she asked, will you personally test the medicine then too? He seemed a little hesitant, but after thinking it over, Silka said with a smile, next time I'll send my younger brother, since he helps me manage the merchant company as well. Elodie nodded happily. All right. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop holding hands. Cabell seemed rather uncomfortable with what the two of them were doing. That made Silka quickly pull his hand back. Elodie turned to explain, Cabell, it was only a handshake, but he simply stayed silent and said nothing. Still, when he looked at Silka, his attitude was clearly very awkward. Sensing that the situation was turning bad, Silka hurriedly stepped back. Then I'll take my leave first. Before departing, he did not forget to say goodbye. Thank you for the hospitality today. Cabell had wanted to keep him a little longer, but it was probably already too late. Seeing him leave so quickly, Elodie was somewhat surprised. He really just left immediately like that. But when she thought about everything that had happened today, she felt extremely happy again. I'm so happy. She had her own thoughts too. The deposit I asked for wasn't small at all, yet he agreed right away. Just thinking about the huge sum she had received made Elodie overjoyed, and she immediately hugged Cabell. Cabell, don't worry too much. I'll make you a millionaire. Hearing those warm words, Elodie's face also showed a smile of firm conviction. Soon, the scene shifted to the training yard. Sarah exclaimed in admiration, Madam, you have real talent. Elodie, who was learning to ride, looked at her in surprise. Really? Sarah clapped nonstop as she praised her. With riding skills like yours, you could enter a horse race. Even Rain had no choice but to applaud and praise. That made Elodie feel embarrassed. Sir Sarah, don't praise me so extravagantly. While she was happily chatting, she noticed that Cabell was still standing, right beside her. At that moment, Elodie smiled and held out her hand to him. Cabell, do you want to ride with me? He looked hesitant, unsure of what to do next. But in the very next moment, Cabell refused Elodie's invitation. Seeing that, Elodie could only withdraw her hand and comfort herself. One day he'll have to go to war, but if he's afraid of riding a horse now, what are we going to do? Thinking that, she clenched her fist with determination. I'll learn properly, and then I'll teach him again myself. Just as Elodie was about to continue her riding lesson, a report suddenly came from behind her. Madam, that made everyone turn around in surprise. Butler Norman came running over with a deeply anxious expression and reported, this is bad. His voice gradually turned hesitant. Co-count. This made Cabell look puzzled, but Norman was trembling with nerves as he shakily announced, Count Belagny has arrived. Hearing that somewhat familiar name, Elodie searched her memory. Count Belagny. That's the uncle who hates Cabell, right? What surfaced in her mind was a fat man with a sinister smile, a man named Count Belagny. He was known as the worst philanderer around here, a scoundrel even more vile than the former duke. Count Belagny was so wicked that no one wanted to go near him. He had been steeped in vice since childhood, drugs, gambling, and the reason his wealth had piled up so high was because he had plundered it from all over. The next image that appeared was of a dying man, with the butler standing by his side instead of his beloved son. Before his death, the former duke had given this command: the Duchy of Cernia must never fall into Count Belagny's hands. At the time, Cabell, the second son, had still been very young, yet he had no choice but to govern this vast land. That was why I decisively went to find his grace. Returning to the present, Norman looked deeply worried and clearly wanted nothing to do with Count Belagny. I'm afraid of that evil man. After Elodie naturally made it look as though she was leaving with Cabell, he would threaten the young lord and his wife. The scene quickly shifted to the mansion's main hall. Count Belagny was waiting there in silence. As the two of them failed to appear for a long time, he grew increasingly uneasy. Seeing the room in complete disorder only made Count Belagny even more furious. The management was a mess. How had such a splendid castle been allowed to become so unsightly? Just how is that brat running this place? Unable to endure it any longer, he cursed in anger. What is he supposed to be, daring to call himself my nephew? Does the child of a maid deserve to be the heir? It was unbelievable. The more Count Belagny thought about it, the angrier and more miserable he became. When his older brother died, he had thought the Cernuia estate would become his, but young Cabell had ruined his plans. If I could claim that vast, fertile land, I could become a true, great noble. Then he could live in such a spacious mansion, and no one would dare look down on him again. The more he imagined it, the more hatred welled up in him. Those bastards actually stole everything that should have been mine. While Count Belagny was still consumed by helplessness and rage, the door slowly opened. Elodie strode in, with Cabell at her side. The moment she saw that hateful face seated there, Elodie immediately bowed. "It is a pleasure to see you, Count Belagny." He treated the greeting with utter contempt, hardly believing things had come to this. His gaze locked onto Cabell as if he were inspecting the estate and the castle themselves. They had all once been mine, and now these little whelps were shamelessly playing house. At that moment, Cabell quickly stammered out a greeting as well. "It is a pleasure to see you." Seeing him like that left Count Belagny so enraged he could barely speak. A filthy bastard, like a rat from the sewers. Soon, all three of them sat down, and the butler Norman promptly poured tea for everyone. Holding her teacup, Elodie smiled and asked amicably, "Count Belagny, what brings you to Belagny Castle?" Hearing that, he immediately replied with false dignity, "Do I need a reason to come here? This is my place." His tone instantly turned furious, but Elodie merely sipped her tea in calm leisure. That made Count Belagny tremble with rage. Those insolent creatures, unable to restrain himself any longer, he shot to his feet, slammed the table, and roared at them. "Do you have any idea what kind of castle this is? How dare you pretend to be its masters?" But Elodie calmly declared, "His Grace has already received formal recognition from the royal family." Clearly, he regarded all that with complete scorn. Lord? Ridiculous. A lord not even acknowledged by his own vassals. At that, a smug look appeared on Count Belagny's face. "Starting next year, send part of the taxes to the county of Belagny. I'll contact the vassals and have them assist you." Elodie, however, was openly disdainful. She let out a sigh. So that was his goal after all. Hardly surprising. Her attitude changed at once, and she stared straight at him. "Why should we do that?" Cabell immediately echoed her. "Why should we do that?" As if casually, she set her teacup back down on the table. "Count Belagny." A mocking smile quickly spread across Elodie's face. "Could you stop throwing a childish tantrum and saying such baseless things?" Those words instantly set him ablaze with anger. "What?" she continued. "If you insist on this, we will formally submit a complaint to the royal family." The moment he heard the words royal family, Count Belagny turned pale with fright. Until now, all he had known how to do was curse that little brat, because he had his own schemes in mind. Even apart from this matter, the emperor and the other nobles are already displeased with me. His opposition to the heir had already put him in a difficult position. That was why he had been hurrying to the capital. If that complaint were truly submitted, there would be no repairing the noble's opinion of him. While he was still lost in thought, Elodie continued mockingly, "I heard you only stopped here on your way to the capital. Since you are heading to the capital anyway, please take this complaint with you as well." Her words completely infuriated Count Belagny. He immediately raised a hand and pointed at her face, thinking, "You insolent wretch." Beside her, Cabell could no longer remain seated. "Do not bully my wife." After that outburst, his expression turned extremely ugly. Seeing Cabell's face only made Count Belagny even angrier. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he strode toward Cabell and raised his hand as if to strike him. "You filthy bat-like creature, where did you crawl out from Adair?" Before he could do anything, Elodie swiftly reached out and stopped him. "Stop!" With anger written all over her face, she glared at the man and gave a sharp command. "As the Duchess of Cernuia, and as the acting lord, I formally expel you." At those words, Count Belagny burst into laughter. "What? Expel me? You dare expel me?" This time, she immediately turned to the butler Norman and ordered, "Because you threatened his grace, I have no other choice." Norman stood ready and answered, "Yes, madam." She continued in a calm voice, "Given the urgency of the situation, Count Belagny must leave at once." "See him out." Norman obediently replied, "Yes, yes, madam." Looking directly at him, Elodie said, "Count Belagny, will you leave of your own accord, or shall I have the knights drag you out?" Her voice rang through the hall, and though he was furious, he was helpless. Count Belagny's hand was already clenched into a fist. "You ignorant little brats." He stormed out, shoving the butler Norman aside as he went. "Out of my way." Seeing him act like that, Norman did not dare respond. Once outside, Count Belagny's pace grew faster and faster. The more he replayed what had just happened, the more he hated this place. "I should have turned around and left the moment I saw her face." The mere thought of what Elodie had done only deepened his resentment. "She actually dared treat me that way." He began plotting silently to himself. "You will pay for that insolence." A few days later, a carriage swiftly rolled out. Inside the carriage sat Elodie. Constant work over a long period had left her deeply fatigued. She sighed. "I should have toured the estate sooner, but I was too busy before. I need to inspect several places today." As she looked out the window, her expression grew thoughtful. "It was only after hearing Count Belagny's words that I suddenly remembered." Different locations on the map surfaced in Elodie's mind. The vast borderlands of the Duchy of Cernuia were each partially governed by its vassals. And so the story slowly unfolded. Since Cabell had received formal recognition, it seemed someone was moving things behind the scenes as well. Thinking about everything that had happened after the war, Elodie grew contemplative. And yet, even now, I have not met a single one of them. A bastard suddenly appeared and became the heir. Of course, they would refuse to accept it. But that did not make Elodie abandon her original position. "Even if I have compromised as much as possible, the least they could do is come in person and observe the most basic courtesy. Forget greetings. They have not even sent a letter." Just thinking about Cabell having to endure this made Elodie even angrier. Those rude people. Scenes from the novel of Cabell, after growing up, rose in her mind. Only then did they come running to greet him and curry favor with him, which only angered her more. After Cabell returned with achievements to his name, she once again found herself recalling the scenes in which the novel's heroine repeatedly put those people in their place, including the part where the princess publicly humiliated those vassals. It seemed the original Elodie had also been involved in that affair. The Elodie of the original story had plotted together with those vassals. At the thought, Elodie let out a weary sigh. Honestly, the way I'm living now is completely different from the original story. But while she was still absorbed in her own thoughts, Cabell was staring at her with a puzzled expression. At that moment, she quickly looked outside. "I suddenly feel a little guilty." The scenery outside eased Elodie's mind a little. Bright sunlight soon streamed down, scattering all the thoughts in her head. Looking at the view before her, Elodie exclaimed in admiration, "How beautiful." She pointed outside and said to Cabell, "Isn't it, Cabell?" He only gave a slight nod in agreement. Her face immediately filled with anticipation as she wondered what would happen next. Soon, the scene shifted to a broad expanse of land. A subordinate quickly reported, "From here on, madam, this is the farming district." Hearing that, Elodie looked down at Cabell and said, "Cabell, let's ride around and take a look. If riding becomes too difficult for you, tell me right away, understand?" He gently nodded to show that he understood. And so, with Cabell seated in front and Elodie behind him protectively, they rode out together. Looking over the vast land ahead, Elodie wore a bright and delighted expression. Cabell watched carefully as well. Before them stretched golden, ripened fields and rows of houses in all different shapes. She smiled and said, "This is Cabell's land." Hearing that, he remained silent. He could not answer. Seeing him stay quiet like that, Elodie felt a little awkward. Maybe Cabell still does not fully understand what I mean. Through Elodie's explanation, the story gradually unfolded. Long ago, the first Duke, Cabell's ancestor, famed for his military achievements, personally conquered and claimed this land. And that was why the people here worked so diligently in the fields. So this was the land Cabell must govern, and the people living on it were the people Cabell must protect. The sight of women laughing and chatting as they worked made Elodie thoughtful. Ensuring that the people live well is Cabell's responsibility. Hearing her words, he nodded. Seeing how obedient he was, a gentle smile finally touched her lips. Before she knew it, she reached forward and lightly patted Cabell on the head, like an older sister. Cabell seemed to accept it quite naturally. After making a full round and observing all the farmers, a puzzled look appeared on Elodie's face. But why are they seeing this? She paused, unsure how to react. Norman, how are they farming all at once like this? This is the marker for the first section. The golden, ripened field was called the second section, and the final plot was the third section. Norman explained in greater detail. We divide the land into 3 sections for growing wheat and barley. That made her very curious. Then is the remaining section left fallow? He smiled and nodded. Yes, exactly. After hearing all that, Elodie looked deep in thought. After considering it a little longer, she turned to the butler again. The reason you leave land fallow is because of soil fertility, correct? He nodded once more. Yes, exactly so. Is there a problem? At those words, Elodie remembered the various herbs she had cultivated before and immediately grew curious. Why are they not planting rotational crops? The thought made her even more contemplative. Is it because they have not yet developed those farming methods? Or do they simply have no interest in investing effort into studying cultivation? She looked again at the people standing behind and overseeing everything, because the nobles simply do not care about how the common people live. After witnessing all this, Elodie immediately said to Cabell, "Cabell will become a good lord, different from the other nobles." That took him by surprise. Looking at Elodie's face, he seemed to grow a little interested. He certainly will. Elodie continued watching the farmers diligently working in the fields. Several months had passed since those measures had been put into place. In that time, money had gradually begun flowing in like water, which naturally meant tax revenue would also rise, and more people were returning to the estate. Time passed quickly, and several seasons slipped by. Before long, the cold winter blanketed the whole land in heavy snow. Only 1 year remained. Then spring came, as flowers bloomed and new leaves budded, and before that, the emperor's decree would be delivered into Cabell's hands. Inside a spacious room, a cheerful voice rang out. Anna came running in happily, holding a kind of weed in her hand, and reported, "Madam, more weeds have grown." Hearing that, a look of anticipation appeared on Elodie's face. By now, she had blossomed into a true beauty, her features more defined than before. She immediately fixed her attention on the weed in Anna's hand. Really? It sprouted again. Anna quickly held the weed out in front of her so she could inspect it closely. Yes, look at it. Isn't it strange? Hearing that, Elodie curiously examined the clover-like plant. That is right. What kind of plant is this? What met her eyes was a very oddly shaped herb. It made her think in surprise that many strange fruits had been growing in the greenhouse lately, and even Anna, who knew plants well, did not recognize them. Elodie was deeply curious about the herb in her hand. How fascinating. This is a plant I saw in my previous life, and yet she was completely at a loss and had no idea what it actually was. I do not know either. Hearing that, Anna smiled and quickly suggested, "Then shall we pull them all out? I'll only cut a few first." It seemed this plan had become Elodie's new problem to solve. "I'll examine them later. I need a rest first." Anna nodded in understanding and added, "Yes, then I'll be on my way." After working for such a long time, Elodie's results were nearly ready to be introduced to the outside world. Aside from the painkiller she had first made for Cabell's battlefield preparations, this time, Elodie had also researched many different kinds of medicine. "I have studied all sorts of things, such as hemostatic medicine and ointments." That made her very happy. Those medicines already exist on the market, but the ones I make work much faster and their effects are better as well. Remembering something important, she gracefully asked Anna, "Is Cabell still practicing?" Anna smiled and nodded. Hearing that, Elodie softly instructed, "I see. Prepare a meal, and when he comes back, I can eat with him." And so Elodie was left alone in the room. She sighed and thought, "To be honest, I really want to go watch Cabell practice. But what must come will come." Ever since that day, I have no longer been allowed to go. She felt a little regretful. Time went back 3 years. During one practice session, Cabell held his sword and quickly said to Elodie, "Wife, from now on I'll practice alone with Brian." Those words left Elodie stunned on the spot, unable to believe it. Cabell then said very seriously, "From now on, wife does not need to come anymore." Hearing that, Elodie's face filled with disappointment, but she could only nod and agree. Then today will be the last day I watch. Even though she truly wanted to see all the training, why did it have to be like this? She remembered those times when she used to watch Cabell train. Could it be that my being there distracts him? All of it had become fleeting memories, leaving Elodie rather helpless. All right, I should reflect on myself a little. Thinking that, Elodie quickly rose to her feet and walked outside. Come to think of it, I was really surprised the first time Cabell spoke to me so politely. She found herself recalling the days when he was still a child. "Wife, let's eat cake together." It had seemed so amusing to her. He was truly adorable back then. She kept thinking about what was written in the book on the table. When exactly did he grow up so much? Now he was no longer afraid of Brian. Time passed so quickly that Elodie unconsciously lifted her head. Looking out the window, she seemed slightly surprised, but she still accepted it with a happy smile. Is this what it feels like to send a child off to school for the first time? Elodie sat quietly in her chair, thoughtful, looking at the document before her. She knew that what was coming would come eventually. At last, the temple had also decided to involve itself in this war. The paper before her clearly recorded the information Elodie needed to read. This was the Hercules Empire, a peaceful and beautiful land, and the greatest empire on the western side of the Freya continent. Another location on the map caught Elodie's attention, and the war would break out in the kingdom of Archer on the eastern continent. War erupted, sending the people fleeing in all directions. They slaughtered humans at will, and many innocent lives were lost. In the face of all this, everything in that place seemed to descend into utter chaos. Objects lay scattered across the ground, and bloodstains were everywhere. They rejected the Tezer faith, which was shared by most nations across the Freya continent, and then did what no one had anticipated. They began invading neighboring small kingdoms one after another, proclaiming that their king was a god. Back then, they would casually set up anyone as king, then use the excuse of gathering magic power as an offering to the king of Erda to send countless innocent people to their deaths in war, while also slaughtering clergymen and mages they branded as heretics. Cabell, too, will be sent to the battlefield to fight in that war. The image of a young Cabell in armor, heading off to war, rose before Elodie's eyes. As she stared at the desolate kingdom, lost in thought, Mary's voice called out. Hearing that, Elodie jolted and came back to herself. Mary looked worried. That left her feeling helpless. Elodie knew one important thing very clearly. If the Empire and the Grand Temple had joined forces properly, a child like Cabell would never have been sent to war. The image of the two sides confronting each other soon formed before her eyes. On the surface, the Empire and the Grand Temple that had enraged the Emperor at the time. The Emperor wanted to wage war against the kingdom of Acre, which had been eyeing them aggressively, but the Grand Temple immediately shook its head and refused, strongly opposing the war. After a period of discussion, the two sides soon began cooperating. Even so, looking at the number of mages and clergymen available, they still rushed into battle in a hasty alliance. But once the war broke out on a large scale, things went wrong again immediately. After a political struggle, the royal palace and the Grand Temple erupted into internal conflict, leaving everyone with a massive headache. In the midst of that tangled alliance, Cabell finally appeared with a sword in hand. His appearance changed everyone's view. Cabell turned the tide and brought victory to the Empire. Thinking of that, Elodie let out a quiet sigh and set the document down on the table. While she was still lost in thought, Cabell's voice rang out. She smiled, shook her head, and quickly got to her feet. Cabell. A long time later, Elodie's expression grew increasingly grim. My legs. Suddenly, Elodie's hand stopped on a certain page. What caught her? I was information recorded there in unmistakable detail. The first Duke had used a certain special power to draw upon antiques, objects imbued with ancient power. That information surprised Elodie. She quickly recalled the brooch in the painting. At that thought, her expression deepened as she guessed, so she continued toward another part of the library. As she searched intently, Elodie soon noticed a small wooden table sitting quietly off to one side. That made her both curious and thoughtful. After thinking for a moment, Elodie immediately bent down to inspect the underside of the table. Staring at the object hidden inside a strange rug, she could not hide her curiosity. And just like that, Elodie found a small wooden box. The moment she opened it and saw the antique inside, her face lit up with joy. Found it. It's an antique. Confused, Elodie recalled what she had read in the book. It had said the object was a gemstone that emitted a red glow. Thinking of that, she let out a tired sigh. A line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. She recognized the system notification. This time, her expression turned deeply confused. Elodie had no idea what to do next. As time continued to pass, Elodie grew more anxious. Just like last time, the countdown had begun again. Realizing the time was slipping away for nothing, she panicked. At that moment, only 7 seconds remained. Thoughts kept surfacing in her head. With every second that passed, Elodie grew so tense her heart nearly stopped and she barely dared to breathe. Her trembling hand slowly reached toward the screen. She quickly selected Yes on the system screen. In the next instant, a white light flared up before her eyes and a system notification appeared. The white light rapidly spread and Elodie involuntarily squeezed her eyes shut. Soon, everything returned to normal and she slowly opened her eyes again in confusion. The moment she saw what was before her, she was utterly astonished. After all that searching and trying, Elodie was finally holding the antique in her hands. Her face full of joy, she looked eagerly at the antique in her hand. Just imagining what would happen next made her even more excited, and she smiled until her cheeks flushed red. He looked restless and pensive, as if something occupied his thoughts, and his hands unconsciously clenched tight. When Cabell was little, adults had seemed like terrifying beings to him. But Elodie had entered his life like a ray of sunlight and brought him warmth. Whenever she gently patted his head, his heart would tremble. Lately, it had been the same. At those times, Elodie would always smile gently and teach him certain things to say. When the two of them had gone to inspect the farm, Elodie had seriously told him. Elodie's voice continued echoing in his ears. That made him uneasy, and he couldn't help asking himself, "I'm so scared." He silently prayed in his heart. At his call, Elodie turned around in surprise. The letter contained a great deal of information. The Duke of Cernia was to personally lead the Knight Order and soldiers into the war involving the Heracles Empire and the Temple of Tibicris. His expression turned dazed, as if he could barely believe the letter before him. Seeing that he seemed lost in thought, Elodie felt worried too. Sure enough, he immediately turned and declared. Seeing him act so unusually, Elodie fell silent, not knowing what to say. She bent down gently and pulled him tightly into her arms. This time, she smiled gently and said, watching the two of them so emotional, Norman, who stood nearby, felt miserable as well, but there was nothing he could do. Time passed mercilessly, and before long, the day of departure arrived. Inside the vast palace, everyone had gathered and stood there together. Cabell lowered his head, looking resigned and unwilling to face what was coming. As if she understood his feelings, Elodie smiled faintly to herself. Thinking that, she gently walked up to Cabell and called his name. Looking at the badge, Cabell seemed surprised. She continued explaining. Seeing that he understood her feelings, she was able to relax a little for the moment. Elodie did not forget to add. Before he left, Elodie quickly handed Cabell a letter. He bowed his head slightly and pressed a kiss to the letter. Remembering that there was still something else she had to do, Elodie turned to look at Birdos. He also made sure to add a few more words to ease her anxious heart. Just thinking about that place made her uneasy. And besides, the Northern Kingdom was by no means an ordinary opponent. So Elodie stood there, watching the two of them leave. She gazed after Cabell's retreating figure as he rode off toward the battlefield. Looking at his small figure made her worry all the more. Through this war, Cabell would grow and become a duke respected by all. That only strengthened Elodie's resolve in the plan she had made for him. The princess of his life. All kinds of plans were used in experiments by Elodie and and Anna. It was as though Madame was forcing herself to stay busy to drive away her thoughts. It wasn't just me. Everyone in the mansion felt sorry for her, but there was nothing we could do except stay by her side. After being busy for such a long time, Elodie was utterly exhausted. She let out a thoughtful sigh to herself and sank into contemplation. Thinking of that, Elodie felt relieved. Even if Cabell was injured, he would still receive healing magic. She also remembered that she had found many kinds of medicinal ingredients. Elodie had also developed a new medicine. Thinking of those things, her expression grew extremely serious. She accepted the document and examined it carefully. However, there are still beggars lying in the streets. In some places, conditions have not improved. After hearing that, Elodie sighed. Suddenly, she noticed something in surprise. What caught her was a single line written in the report. That made Elodie realize something. She asked in surprise. At that time, Cabell, deep asleep, kept having nightmares. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." His trembling words echoed over and over again. "I'm sorry." Hearing that, Elodie, who was lying beside him, fell in a troubled thought. She gently soothed Cabell in her own way. Every night, Cabell dreamed of that orphanage. Baron Bendois was the guardian deity of the ducal house, and that made her realize something important. She had heard that Baron Bendois had followed Cabell to the battlefield, so he was not here now. The calculating smile on her face only made her seem all the more mysterious. "Madam, what is it?" She suddenly rose to her feet, smiling excitedly, and signaled to Norman. "Make preparations. I'm going out." A new plan had already formed in her mind. The time had finally come. A carriage soon stopped below the mansion. Elodie strode toward it. They had tormented Cabell that badly, and yet they still dared remain in this territory. Just thinking about what they had done filled her face with fury. "I'll let it slide out of respect for Baron Bendois." But today, just then, while she was still thinking, a voice called out, "Madam." A tall young man hurriedly held out a bouquet to Elodie. "Please accept this." Seeing his flushed face, Elodie was both surprised and puzzled. Then she quickly accepted the bouquet and said with a smile, "Thank you." Her gaze suddenly fell on the flowers in her hands. The bouquet was filled with different colors, and before she knew it, it reminded her of someone. A bouquet. A voice sounded in her mind. "Madam." Cabell's call echoed back to her. "Madam, madam, look at this." Hearing someone call her name, Elodie turned around. Cabell came running over with a flower in his hand and offered it to her. "I thought you'd like it, so I brought it back." His innocent, radiant smile shone into Elodie's heart like sunlight. Holding that flower in her hand, she smiled and wondered what Cabell was doing now. Remembering that she still had things to take care of, she continued into the carriage. This time, her objective was very clear. She had to uncover everything. The scene shifted to the orphanage. At a glance, the building looked so run down that an outsider might think it had been abandoned long ago. Elodie was deeply shocked. It was obvious the place had been severely neglected. Everything inside was in ruins, which made her heart ache even more. How could children possibly live in a place like this? As Elodie and Norman looked around, someone hurried over. "You lot," the burly man, reeking of alcohol, immediately asked, "Are you here to adopt a child?" Elodie quickly nodded and replied, "That's right. I'd like to see the children first." That left the manager somewhat confused. A woman who looked like a noble lady had come to adopt from a slum like this. He sighed to himself. Still, that wasn't any of my business. After that, he quickly led the three of them forward. "This way, please." The instant they looked inside the orphanage, all three of them turned pale. Elodie could hardly believe her eyes. What on earth is this? The pitiful children were all huddled in one corner, with not the slightest hint of joy for life on their faces. Even Norman was bewildered. "This is even worse than when I came to bring his grace home." She kept taking in the scene before her, as if everything here had already been completely destroyed. Why are all the children so thin and weak? While the three of them were still confused, the manager stepped forward and said, "Madam, this is the slums." Then, in a deeply mocking tone, he added, "Wouldn't it be stranger if the children were fat?" That made her freeze on the spot. She could no longer sit still. "Call the headmistress here at once." The man looked thoroughly displeased. "One impatient lady. Please wait a moment." A short while later, a woman's voice rang out. "Thank you for visiting our orphanage." Elodie turned at once. An elegantly dressed woman stepped forward to greet them. "I'm the headmistress here." Looking at the clothes she wore only made Elodie feel even more uncomfortable. The children were skinny and frail, yet the headmistress was dressed in a luxurious gown. She walked straight toward the woman. "What kind of child are you looking for? A boy or a girl?" This time, Elodie went right to the point. "About 6 years ago," she began, "there was a very small boy here with black hair and pink eyes. Do you remember him?" The headmistress fell into thought. Then she smiled as if nothing had happened. "We have many children like that here." That only made Elodie more uncomfortable. Did the headmistress mean there had been more than 1 or 2 children locked in dark rooms and abused here? Hearing that, the woman hurried to explain. "Oh, madam, I don't know where you heard such things, but perhaps you've confused us with another orphanage." Seeing that she was still denying it, Elodie immediately said, "There is no mistake. I have proof." Norman quickly handed over the documents he was carrying. That made the headmistress even more confused. "What is that?" Elodie immediately pulled out the childhood drawings of the 2 people and demanded loudly, "Here, take a look at this. Let's see if you still dare speak so brazenly." The moment she saw the picture, she could no longer deny anything. Staring at the messy sketch of herself, both the headmistress and the manager fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. She let out a startled laugh and asked, "Madam, are you joking with me?" Elodie's face remained calm as she pressed on. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Then she turned and pointed at the manager nearby. "And that one there, that's you." Hearing that, he stiffened in shock, his face full of confusion. "And me?" When he saw the sharp tip of a sword pointed straight at him, he staggered backward in fear. Tryan pointed his sword at him, making him tremble all over. Elodie continued coldly, "It was you, wasn't it? The one who abused Cabell the worst." He hurriedly defended himself. "Not me. I don't know who that is." At that, she immediately declared for everyone to hear, "The person you abused is the lord of this territory." The headmistress stood frozen in shock. "What?" At that moment, Mary came running from behind to report, "Madam, they've arrived." At the same time, the night order from the mansion swiftly appeared. They immediately subdued the headmistress and the manager, making the woman scream in rage. "What is the meaning of this? How dare you treat me like this?" Elodie gave a cold laugh, standing there with her hands on her hips, and shot back. "You're asking me that?" Smiling as though nothing were wrong, she said to the 2 of them, "I am the Lord's representative. Take them away." The pair were quickly dragged off under restraint, while the headmistress still could not believe it. Impossible, that person. Soon, all the children from the orphanage were gathered outside in the yard. Looking at them, Mary asked curiously, "Madam, what about the children?" Elodie fell silent in thought. A smile unconsciously curved at the corner of her lips, as though she had already made up her mind. She immediately announced, "I will build a new orphanage and send every child there." As if remembering something important, she quickly turned to Tryan. "Sir Tryan, thank you for coming here with me." He smiled, placed a hand over his chest, and answered as if pledging his loyalty. "It was nothing, madam. It was my duty." Remembering another important matter, Elodie turned and reminded Norman. "Norman!" She smiled and slowly stepped forward as she declared, "From now on, there will be no more slums in our territory." Her voice continued to ring out. "Until Cabell returns, I will be responsible for developing this territory." Needless to say, those words moved Norman to tears. "Madam." At that moment, he admired Elodie even more, but that only made her feel a little awkward. "Of course I'm doing all this for Cabell, but I also need to make this territory safe for my future after the divorce." It looks like Norman misunderstood. "I feel a little guilty." Knowing that she had achieved a great deal that day, Elodie smiled as she looked toward the sunlight ahead. "I still have many things left to do." With those lingering feelings in her heart, she thought, "Cabell, you'd be happy too, wouldn't you?" The scene shifted to another place at night. The swaying campfire cast a warm, yellow glow. Cabell sat on a large rock, holding the handwritten letter and reading every line Elodie had written over and over again. It was filled with painstakingly careful reminders. "Don't get hurt. Don't get hurt. Don't forget that I'm always here. I will write again. From your beloved Elodie." He treasured it beyond measure. "Madam." He hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face. "No matter how afraid I am, no matter how much I miss Madam, I can't let anyone see me looking this weak." Even so, tears kept slipping down his face on their own. Cabell clenched his hand firmly. "I have to become strong, just as Madam said." The scene shifted to a dark forest. Everything there was heavy and silent. All the soldiers were on full alert, watching closely for anything strange or abnormal. Above the tree trunks, a goblin was secretly observing everything. Once it judged the time was right, it and its companions leaped down from the trees, startling all the soldiers into shouting in alarm. Goblins! The Night Order immediately began cutting down the monsters. As the situation gradually slipped out of control, Cabell, standing nearby, was left somewhat stunned. Realizing that he too had a fight made him start trembling uncontrollably, not knowing what to do. The situation had him sweating nonstop. Right now, all he wanted was to run away. Since I was born, this is the first time I've ever seen monster. Cabell's hand shook continuously around the sword. How can something be this terrifying? Brian, who was fighting nearby, noticed at once that something was wrong. He turned and shouted urgently, "Your Grace!" But while Cabell still stood there frozen, a goblin wielding a club lunged straight at him. That sudden danger made him freeze for an instant, unable to react. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time, his feet driving him sharply forward. With a single decisive slash, Cabell cleanly cut the goblin in half at the waist. After dealing with the creature that had dared try to hurt him, his expression turned eerily calm. Cabell's eyes were completely different from before, as if all that remained in them now was killing intent. Seeing this from nearby, Brian was bewildered for a moment. He quickly snapped out of it and called out, "Your Grace!" Even after witnessing what had just happened, Brian still could hardly believe his eyes. "Are you all right?" Cabell shook his head lightly to indicate, "I'm fine." His face remained calm as he looked over the situation before immediately giving an order. "Reform the ranks at once and leave this forest." Brian immediately nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Your Grace." Soon, morning came. At the camp, inside a small tent, Cabell was carefully wiping down his sword with cloth, but his hand hurt a little, making him uncomfortable. The place where he had just been injured. Brian hurried in from outside and asked with concern, "Your Grace, are you all right?" Cabell nodded. "I'm fine." But Brian knew him too well. He gently set a bottle of medicine on the table and reminded him, "This is the painkiller Madam prepared for you." After saying that, he added worriedly, "If it hurts too much, I'll go call a priest." Cabell turned stubborn again. "This medicine is enough." He quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, and as he did, Elodie rose unbidden in his thoughts. "Madam." He gripped the medicine bottle tightly in his hand. "Actually, I'm not fine at all. Since leaving the orphanage, this is the first time I've seen blood. But after a brief pause, Cabell quickly said to Brian, "I want to practice tactics." That left Brian both surprised and confused, and he hurriedly replied, "Why, yes, Your Grace." At that, Cabell nodded with absolute certainty. "Yes." Right now, Brian immediately panicked a little. "Wait, Your Grace." And just like that, Cabell began training nonstop outside the camp. His expression was severe as he stared straight ahead in concentration. The Emperor has gone too far. Scornful voices around him drew his attention, making a childlike that the commander of the entire night force. Doesn't that amount to sending everyone to their deaths? At that moment, those whispers kept slipping into Cabell's ears. In the end, this land will belong to Count Balagny anyway, won't it? The sinister voices kept stirring things up. "I heard the Emperor made a private deal with Count Balagny." That only hardened Cabell's resolve. "I'm too weak. I want to become stronger." He whispered it to himself in his heart, "Strong enough to protect everything with my own hands." Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind. "Cap!" The sound startled Cabell. What was that just now? He quickly tightened his grip on the sword and even told himself, "I want to return to Madam's side right away." "Cabell, you must never bow your head." Without meaning to, he recalled the scene from their wedding ceremony when he was little and stood beside Elodie. Her face was clear and gentle. That made his resolve even stronger. Cabell is the proud master of this land. While he was still practicing tirelessly, Brian stepped forward to stop him. "Stop and rest." He frowned, worried about Cabell's current condition. "If you keep going, you won't be able to endure it." But Cabell remained stubborn and continued swinging his sword without pause. Seeing that, Brian could only sigh helplessly. Realizing he still could not persuade him, Brian softened his voice and said, "Don't be too impatient. His Grace is still young. In a few more years, you will surely become a powerful knight." Those words made Cabell sink into thought. Is that really true? I'm too weak right now. I want to grow stronger. So, Cabell's desire to become strong only intensified, strong enough to protect everything with his own hands. Then that voice sounded again. "Cabell Cernuya." That startled him, and he immediately came back to himself. Sensing that something was wrong, he quickly turned to look at Brian behind him. Was it you calling me just now? Brian immediately shook his head. What? No, it wasn't. That only confused Cabell more. What's wrong with you? Hearing that, he reassured himself. I must have heard wrong. He quickly shook his head. It's nothing. Time passed once again until late at night. In the camp, Cabell lay quietly, still unable to fall asleep. Time returned to that morning. A voice had sounded beside Cabell's ear, making him turn in surprise. Your Grace, did you know? They had said with a laugh. They say the battlefield is haunted. Brian had sighed at that and gestured to them. Don't tease His Grace. That only delighted them more. I am sorry. Remembering all that made Cabell terribly frightened again. But what if the rumor was true? Then the voice I heard during the day. Unable to face that thought, he hurriedly turned over, trying to force himself to sleep. No, it's just nonsense. He clenched his fist and reassured himself. I'm going to become a strong knight, a knight who isn't afraid of ghosts or strange voices. Just as he was trying to fall asleep, that voice sounded again. Cabell Cernuya, do you desire power? This time, he could no longer bear it. His eyes flew open. Cabell sat up at once, unable to believe what he had heard. He discovered that the voice was coming from the badge pinned to his clothes. He quickly reached toward the pin on his chest. The voice really was coming from there. While Cabell still had no idea what was happening, it continued. Oh, descendant of Cernuya, if you can hear my voice, answer me. He listened in silence, staring at the pin in his hand. Hearing such bizarre words, he fell into thought. I will grant you the power to fear no one. Still, something about it felt wrong to him. Who are you? This time, the pin suddenly replied. So you can finally hear my voice. Where's the pink-haired girl who gave me life? At those words, Cabell immediately thought of Elodie. Pink hair? You mean my wife? That left the pin utterly shocked. Your wife? You're that young and already have a wife. Anyway, on the day I was about to disappear, she saved me. That left it deeply confused. But why is this pin in your hands? Cabell calmly told it. My wife gave it to me. That only made it angrier. Do you have any idea who I am, that you would casually give me away to someone else? It continued examining Cabell and drawing its own conclusion. Even so, you do appear to be the legitimate heir. Cabell could not understand a word of this. What on earth are you talking about? A massive beast appeared before him in an image. Through the pin's words, it began recounting the past. Long ago, I chose the first Cernuya. Then it continued. In my mercy, I shared my power with him. You, as the descendant of one who made a contract with me, will you enter into a contract with me as well? Don't you want power? Hearing this, Cabell's eyes turned even firmer. Edo. It instantly brightened. Then at once, before it could finish, Cabell continued, but Madam told me I must not listen to strangers. I'm going to sleep now, so be quiet. His words left it completely stunned. What? In the blink of an eye, morning came the next day. In the dense forest, the voice inside the pin was still going on. I can give you that kind of power. Are you truly not going to make a contract with me? But Cabell's attitude was firm, and he refused outright. I won't. That only makes me even more confused. Why do you want to become stronger so badly? Are you really not going to make a contract? Really not? It rapidly repeated its own words. I won't. Those words clearly made the pin furious. You have no idea how gifted I am, how extraordinary I am. You understand nothing and only spout nonsense. Those words directly infuriated Cabell. Too noisy. Day after day, time passed. From that day on, the pin kept making suggestions. Cabell Cernuya, make a contract with me. If you do, you will gradually grow stronger. Why won't you do it? Those words only irritated him more. The knights around him were all very surprised and gradually began to keep their distance. Why is His Grace so irritable? I don't know either. Then one day, while it kept tempting him to make a contract, Cabell finally let out a helpless sigh and asked, what would happen if I did? The moment it heard that, it immediately brightened with delight. This time it laughed excitedly and declared, the Cernuya bloodline grants people the power to wield natural magic. Its voice rang on as it explained in greater detail. If you train that power and give it to me. Before it even finished speaking, it was already painting a picture of Cabell's powerful future. If you become a swordsman, then the spirit beast within the pin will gradually grow stronger as well. I will gain the power to break the seal, recover my true form, and use all of my power. The pin sounded extremely confident in its current plan. I will become your powerful ally. Well, isn't that appealing? Aren't you curious about what I am? Aren't you curious about my name? After saying that, it urged him again. Hurry and make a contract with me. But contrary to what it expected, Cabell only turned even colder. No, not curious at all. That left it utterly confused, sinking into its own thoughts. We've already come this far. By all logic, he should have been persuaded by now. Could it be I've been rejected all this time because of something his wife said? Then suddenly, at that very moment, it realized there was a way to convince Cabell. Seeing that he still stubbornly refused, it hurriedly called out, "Hey." Cabell turned his attention to it. Its voice rang out quickly. "Do you want to return to your wife's side as soon as possible?" Hearing that, Cabell was instantly startled. Without thinking much at all, Cabell immediately nodded. "I do," because he had always held that thought in his heart. "I want to be by my wife's side as soon as possible." Hearing that, the pin continued persuading him. "Then making a contract with me is even better, because once I break the seal, I can quickly end this war." That made Cabell hesitate, unsure of what to do next. But it seemed he was gradually being persuaded. "Is what you're saying true?" It immediately nodded with great certainty. "True. If you don't make a contract with me, I'll gradually die here. So why would I lie to you?" As it spoke, its form as a spirit beast quickly emerged. "Besides, my growth will depend entirely on you." After introducing itself, the pin became extremely eager. "So, are you willing to make a contract now?" Cabell hesitated, then asked in confusion, as if he wanted to confirm it one more time. "Can you put in writing?" It was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. "Where did you even learn that?" He let out a sigh and said, "Of course my wife taught me that." Then Cabell wrote up a contract and set on the table. He turned to the pin and said, "It's done." That made it breathe a sigh of relief. "At last, I can finally make the contract right away." It shone with a dazzling light and quickly introduced itself. "I am Ifrit, the Fire Spirit King. Call my name, Cabell Cernia." Following its words, Cabell immediately called out, "Ifrit." Its voice rang out, "I will make a contract with you." At the same time, a strange white light spread from inside the pin. The light was so bright it forced him to squint. When Cabell opened his eyes again, a pair of enormous wings came into view. At the same time, a spirit beast with huge ears had appeared inside Cabell's tent, radiating brilliant light. Looking at the creature he had just contracted with, he couldn't help but feel curious. "That's the Fire Spirit King?" Cabell stared at the sight before him in disbelief. What had appeared before him was a tiny spirit that looked like a fox. Seeing him still frozen, it smiled and quickly raised a hand in greeting. "I'm Ifrit, the Fire Spirit King." Because the reality was so shocking, Cabell immediately sat down and pulled it into his arms. "Why do I feel like I've been scammed?" Hearing that, it hurriedly explained, because I'm still weak right now, so this is what I look like." But then Ifrit proudly announced, "Once I absorb your magic power, I'll grow bigger and turn into something incredibly handsome." Hearing that, all he could do was sigh. "Can I really trust this? Wife, I miss you so much." In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. In the wide garden, peals of laughter rang out. Elodie was happily playing with the children from the orphanage. Realizing it was getting late, Mary quickly stepped forward and said, "Madam, we should be going." That left Elodie somewhat regretful. "Is it time already?" She smiled brightly and turned to leave. Before going, she did not forget to tell Mary, "You go on ahead to the carriage. I'll be out in a moment." Suddenly, a small hand quickly grabbed the hem of Elodie's dress. Before she understood what was happening, a little girl hurriedly held out a flower to her. "Madam, please take this." Elodie treasured it deeply. She gently crouched down and patted the little girl's head. "It's a beautiful flower. Thank you." Those words made the girl very happy. Before leaving, Elodie added, "Next time I come, you must be doing well too, Daisy." The little girl nodded obediently. "Yes." Elodie happily walked away, excitedly holding the flower in her hand. But the moment she sensed something was wrong, her expression immediately turned confused. The flower she had been holding fell heavily to the ground. Looking at her still, trembling hand, Elodie was suddenly overcome with fear. Why so soon? Before she knew it, she remembered how Elodie had been in the original story, and the image of the illness that turned the body to stone resurfaced. She also remembered the original Elodie becoming extremely vicious and forcing the heroine to drink medicine. In the original story, Elodie had once tried to poison the princess and turn her body to stone. And then, what was destined to come finally arrived. The price of cause and effect had at last descended, and Elodie was forced to pay for it. She had contracted an incurable disease with symptoms exactly like the poison she had created. Just the thought that she might have to leave made her tremble with fear. Why? How could this happen? She hurriedly clasped her shaking hand tightly with both hands. Elodie closed her eyes tightly, not knowing what she should do. What if I die before Cabell comes back? After that, Elodie began devoting herself to the study of medicinal herbs. From that day on, I began researching a medicine that could cure this incurable illness. Thanks to Silka, I bought every herb available in this world. I gathered and read every book related to herbs, and I kept researching them. Elodie returned to the laboratory and poured all her energy into the work. I kept telling myself that I would definitely find a cure for this disease. But even as she tried to comfort herself that way, tears kept falling onto the pages. As the research went on, Elodie gradually fell into despair, not knowing what she was supposed to do. She wiped away her tears and desperately tried to stay optimistic. I will definitely find a cure. She imagined the day she would be able to reunite with Cabell, the day she would greet his return with a radiant smile. Time flew by once more, and on a beautiful morning, birds sang merrily in the spacious garden. The greenhouse Elodie used for her research was gradually being perfected. She kept searching for new herbs and studying them, wanting to test them one by one. Grown-up Elodie had become even more beautiful. As always, she gently tended the plants. Just then, Anna, who had sensed something was off, walked over with concern. "Madam, your complexion doesn't look very good. Are you all right?" Hearing that, Elodie shook her head and answered with a smile, "I'm fine. Thank you for worrying about me." But after answering, Elodie's expression grew unbearably heavy. The illness is worsening faster than before. She looked at her palm, which was gradually turning to stone. "I've been sick for 2 years now, and I still haven't found a cure." That made her even more despairing. In the end, am I still going to die, just like the Elodie in the original story? While walking through the garden, Elodie and Anna checked, as usual, whether anything new had changed. Suddenly, one herb caught Elodie's eye and stirred her curiosity. Before her was a vivid red plant with 3 leaves of different shapes. She immediately asked Anna, "What's that?" Anna quickly explained, "That's the herb you said you wanted to research later, madam." Looking at the herb growing before her, Anna continued, "Since it kept growing steadily, I picked it first and set it here." Elodie immediately crouched down and carefully inspected it. "I think I saw this when I was studying red ginseng. Now that I think about it, I've never actually researched this herb before." After a brief moment of thought, she immediately gestured to Anna. "Anna, harvest them and bring them to me." Though she already had an idea in mind, this was a herb that had never been mentioned in any book. After a long period of study, Elodie soon sank into thought. If I research it properly, maybe I can find a cure. She poured various herbal infusions into the teacup in front of her. Holding the warm cup in her hands, she still didn't know what to do next. Should I first try drinking a green tea extracted from a stem? After careful thought, Elodie looked at her reflection in the teacup. "I hope it works." Then she drank the cup of herbal tea she had just brewed. After drinking it, Elodie immediately waited for the effects to appear. A minute passed, and nothing seemed especially different. Seeing that her hands still looked the same, she couldn't help feeling helpless. As expected, nothing. I let myself hope for a moment there. Just as she was about to give up, suddenly, her petrified finger twitched. Elodie could hardly believe it and hurriedly raised her hand to check again. It moved. My finger moved. A rare, bright smile immediately spread across her face. "It's still numb, but it's much better than before. I found a cure. I can't believe it was this close all along." That made her look even more excitedly at the teacup in front of her. "In that case, if I drink a red tea with a stronger concentration than the stem, maybe the effect will be even better than this." But when Elodie looked at the vivid red color in the teacup, she still felt a little worried. "The leaves are too red. I'm a little scared." But in order to go on living safely, Elodie had no choice but to lift the teacup and try it. She took a small sip of the tea in her hands. Even as she tasted it, she still hoped she could cure the disease. "As long as I confirm the medicinal effect, I won't have to worry anymore." Suddenly, the teacup slipped from Elodie's hand and fell before her. Immediately after, she collapsed to the floor and began coughing violently. "I can't breathe." She could do nothing but cough helplessly. Then Elodie's eyes gradually filled with despair. At some point, blood had already stained her trembling hand from her coughing. Her face turned pale as she stared at the fact before her in disbelief. Blood? Why? She continued staring at her hand, which was gradually returning to normal. The toxicity test didn't reveal anything abnormal. Could there be another poison that hasn't been discovered yet? Looking at her fingers, which she could now move completely, Elodie grew thoughtful. I can feel sensation in my fingers again. That made her realize something important. Just the stem of this herb greatly relieved the numbness, and after consuming the leaves, sensation in my fingers returned completely. She recalled the leaves she had carefully prepared for the tea. It's true that coughing up blood worries me, but this is the first time I've seen such an obvious effect, and I don't feel any pain. I'll keep observing for now. Elodie quickly came to her senses and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. But if I cough up blood every time I drink these leaves, everyone will be terrified. Before thinking of anything else, she first imagined Norman and the maids crying in distress over her. I have to keep this hidden for now. After thinking briefly, Elodie quickly placed the blood-stained handkerchief in a drawer. At least now I can finally sleep in peace. If I leave it here, no one will know. She quickly shut the drawer and went outside. Simply managing to create a medicine that could cure an incurable disease was enough to make Elodie hum softly with happiness. She soon gestured to the maids around her. "Anna, bring me those plants from earlier." Anna happily nodded at once. "Yes, madam." Seeing Elodie constantly trying to encourage herself, Mary said with a smile from the side, "Madam seems cheerful again." That made Anna sigh in relief as well. "Yes, thank goodness." Seeing Elodie in a better mood, Mary also felt relieved. For a long time, Madam had always looked so down that I was terribly worried. So many times standing outside the door, I kept hearing Elodie crying, and it made me feel awful too. Thank goodness Madam has finally regained her spirits. Gradually, evening approached. Elodie looked at the maids with a smile. "Anna, let's tidy up together today." Anna smiled and nodded obediently. "Yes, madam." Then Elodie left, and Anna quickly began cleaning the laboratory. Suddenly, a corner of cloth sticking out from the drawer caught her attention. Thinking Elodie had forgotten to take her handkerchief, Anna smiled and reached to pull it out. "Really, madam, it looks like she forgot her handkerchief." But the instant she opened the drawer, Anna's expression changed at once. What stained on it? Then she abruptly realized. See, could this be? Trembling all over, she collapsed to the floor in disbelief. Madam's blood. Soon, it was deep into the night. At the camp where Cabell was focused on carrying out his mission, nearly everyone had already fallen asleep. But Cabell still had not gone to bed. He was intently reviewing the information marked on the map. If we let our guard down even slightly, our forces will. Hearing this, he fell into thought and hesitation, unsure what to do. There was no more time to delay. A long time had passed, and Cabell had grown from the once youthful boy into a tall, handsome man. He soon announced to everyone, "Tomorrow night, we attack the kingdom of Erda." With a trace of anger in his eyes, he stared straight ahead. I must end this tiresome war. That greatly shocked the knights around him. How could someone so cold and terrifying suddenly become like this? Panicked, Ifrit hurriedly pleaded, "Your Grace, this is too sudden. Please reconsider." Another knight nearby immediately spoke as well. "Your Grace, could it be?" As everyone looked toward the white-haired woman in the back, their expressions darkened. "Do you believe what that woman said?" Cabell slowly turned his head toward the woman with calm composure, a trace of contemplation in his eyes as he gradually recalled everything. Time returned to a little earlier. At that time, before this battle, Cabell had been sunk in thought. The war has dragged on even longer than I expected. In that moment, the image of a palace swallowed by flames appeared before his eyes. Then came the vision of a kingdom occupied and destroyed. At that time, both sides were moving in secret, and the allied emperor was trying to use a coordinate to defeat the kingdom of Erda. That left Cabell in a difficult position, unsure of what he should do. Only the Holy Land can pierce through that shield of iron. A massive obstacle stood before them, forcing the war into a long stalemate. Thinking of all that, Cabell felt utterly exhausted. While he was simmering with frustration, Ifrit calmly tried to reassure him. "Just wait a little longer." It quickly appeared in the form of a spirit beast and said, "I'm almost done." That made Cabell feel a flicker of anticipation. In the war? But in the next instant, Cabell angrily demanded, "Do you know how many times you've already said that? Exactly how much longer am I supposed to wait?" Frightened, Ifrit stopped and hurried to explain. A few times. It kept trying to tell him, "Really, it'll be ready soon. Maybe." Then Cabell once again fed it magic power for it to absorb. While it devoured his magic, he did not forget to urge it on. "Then eat more and grow faster." Those words only made Ifrit angrier, and it barked in outrage like a little puppy. Hey, forcing magic into me won't make me grow. Stop it already. You've waited for years already, so can't you wait a few more days? Why are you so restless today? Hearing that, Cabell fell into thought at once, unable to say a single word. What's wrong? His mind was filled with tangled thoughts, and all he could do was helplessly clench his fists. Whispers kept ringing in his ears, the gossip of another night speaking behind his back. Hey, did you hear the news? He's really unlucky. His wife left him. What? He may be arrogant, but I still feel a little sorry for him. Whispers kept rising from all around him. I heard that while some men were waiting, their wives died. Those of us without wives have it easier instead. At least their wives are near the capital, so they can still hear news. But in the Cernuia territory, no news gets through at all. Alright, though I suppose nothing special is happening over there anyway. Just listening to all that gossip made Cabell even more uneasy. My wife said she would send me letters. He felt utterly helpless, with no idea what he should do. What if she forgets me? I still haven't seen a single letter from her. The thought of Elodie happily linking arms with another man only made him angrier. What am I supposed to do if she marries someone else? Hearing him think like that, Ifrit was speechless for a moment. Is that what you're afraid of? Cabell lowered his head weakly. Or, what if she's dead? Seeing him spiral into such wild thoughts, even Ifrit did not know what to say. You could write an entire novel at this rate. When it kept rambling beside him, Cabell turned his head coldly and ordered, "Get out. Stop talking." At once, Ifrit shrank back into the pen. It used to be so adorable when it was little. The mere memory of those old, pleasant days filled Cabell with longing. "Madam!" Suddenly, a scream rang out by his ear. "The princess has escaped. Catch her." Those words shocked Cabell as well. So the woman who had fallen from the sky was the heroine. Her face was full of helplessness as she burst into tears. Standing outside, Cabell suddenly witnessed the scene. The princess looked utterly lost, as if she had no idea what to do next. Cabell himself was momentarily stunned by the sudden situation. Once he came to his senses, the princess's voice quickly rang out from inside the tent. "I really am the princess of the kingdom of DF. Tomorrow, the king of Erda will come to DF Castle." That is true as well. Her expression turned sorrowful as she continued explaining. "The king of Erda said he would come personally to take me away, because I said I was willing to offer myself to him." At those words, the knights quickly exchanged looks, each deep in thought. Brian, standing nearby, immediately asked again, "But how did your highness open the gate?" She slowly raised her hand, showing them the bracelet on her wrist. "Thanks to this bracelet, it is a keepsake my mother left me." The princess clasped her hands sadly, unsure how to explain it to the knights. "The people of Erda do not know about this ability, so they will keep searching for me there." As she finished speaking, tears of longing for her mother slid helplessly down her face. Mother! Her actions moved many of the knights, but Cabell remained silent from start to finish, without the slightest reaction. Then he called out at once, "Brian." Brian hurried forward. "Yes, your grace." It was obvious that Cabell did not care in the least about what the princess had said. He turned and started to leave. "Stay here tomorrow and keep watch on that woman. If the king of Erda truly comes as she said, we will need to adjust our plans before we withdraw." He did not forget to rebuke Brian either. "You actually believed all of that. I am disappointed." Brian could only lower his head and apologize. "I am sorry." As Cabell passed by the princess, he radiated killing intent at her coldly. "If there is no news by tomorrow night, kill her. We move out according to the original plan." Time quickly shifted to the next morning. By then, a vast mansion had already been reduced to utter chaos. At the same time, a flash of sword light cut through the air and blood sprayed everywhere. With sword in hand, Cabell kept clearing out the survivors within. Looking at the scene before him, he fell into thought. The king of Erda actually came this early in the morning. That made him inwardly acknowledge that the woman had indeed been telling the truth. Suddenly, from outside, the moment the man saw Cabell appear, he shouted in rage. The man froze for a second, too slow to react, while Elodie tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. "You're one of the king of Erda's dogs, aren't you? You came too late." Cabell's sudden appearance infuriated the man, who pointed at him and cursed angrily. "Who the hell are you?" Cabell did not waste a single word. He swung his sword and ended the man's life on the spot, blood splashing across his own face. Yet Cabell remained as cold as ever. He raised a hand and wiped the blood from his face before giving a calm order. "Burn it." Ifrit immediately appeared and set everything there ablaze. And so, that enormous palace was ultimately swallowed by a sea of flames. Crimson fire devoured the royal palace and every enemy within it. Cabell led the Night Squad into Erda, and another resounding victory was already assured. Everywhere he passed, scorching flames followed. That inextinguishable fire not only burned away the enemies blocking his path, but also incinerated the fleeing enemy soldiers. Throughout the entire campaign, Cabell fought side by side with Ifrit. After receiving word, the Imperial Army and the Holy Knight Order also belatedly joined Cabell's forces. Among them, the Holy Knight Order stared in shock at the sight of Cabell and the Firewolf tearing through the enemy ranks. Then what was meant to come finally came. Because Cabell and the Firewolf were the living gods of Tabikras, the very god they served. That made everyone worship Cabell all the more. The Emperor and the High Priest were also delighted by the victory that belonged to him. The people of the Empire and the priests all cheered in celebration. Naturally, all of this was written in the reports, and the news spread everywhere at astonishing speed. After reading it, Elodie looked utterly confused. What? When the world happened, everything had progressed far faster than she had expected, leaving her unable to keep up. The war was already over. They were practically back at the Cernuya ducal mansion. Sitting there, Elodie thought to herself, putting everything else aside, I clearly remember this war lasting 10 years, so why did it turn out like this? At that thought, her expression dimmed. No matter what, Cabell would be returning with Princess Larissa, the heroine. The two of them would be as close as a real married couple. And the one who was supposed to be here was Elodie. She suddenly realized something. It's my turn to leave the stage. Time quickly moved to evening. One Knight asked in confusion, "We're not passing through the capital?" He seemed very surprised. "What?" Cabell remained perfectly calm as he replied, "Then let me ask you this. What exactly would we be going to the capital for?" After thinking briefly, Hyzen answered, "Wouldn't it be a good chance to make an appearance before the royal family or the temple? And besides, Captain even rescued the red-haired princess of DF." Cabell could not have cared less about such reasons. If those are the reasons, then I have even less need to go. After saying that, Cabell ordered, "Leave." Hyzen looked disappointed. Understood. Even so, he had other thoughts in mind. I was hoping to look around the capital a little. Once Hyzen had gone out, Cabell thought calmly to himself, why should I curry favor with those people? Because of the changes in himself, he had become aware that baseless rumors about him were already spreading. Lately, those stories had started several weeks earlier. Cabell recalled it thoughtfully. Ever since I executed Erda's general, Hondar, and pursued Prince Zendika as he fled toward the northern sea of La Francia, the image of a mysterious man quickly rose before his eyes. Ifrit's behavior had also irritated Cabell greatly, and he kept blaming it. All you ever do is use your tracking spell to find people whose faces I remember. That only made him angrier. That's why I failed. But the king is already dead, and I. In this way, more and more people began revering Cabell as a god. I only want everything to end here. But the temple believed that Tabikras' child of God had bestowed power upon me that made them regard me as incredibly important. After that, everything became troublesome. They started calling me by that name. There was even another rumor that drove him mad. After learning that the princess's bracelet had once been a holy relic of the temple, the princess decided to donate it to the temple. At the time, Larissa held the bracelet in her hand and announced with a smile, I trust the temple, and I feel at ease in trusting my mother's keepsake to it. I hope the temple will safeguard it well. That led them to endlessly imagine happy scenes of Cabell and Larissa together in the temple, praising her all the while. Not only that, they paired her with me and spread rumors that the child of God and the prophesied princess had brought victory to the war. Those rumors made Cabell let out a weary sigh. Ridiculous. She only donated a bracelet. What is so remarkable about that? Even if the princess is the emperor's granddaughter, they are still making a tremendous fuss over nothing, as if they are putting on a performance. At that thought, he immediately opened a drawer and took out a mirror. Luckily, I'm already back in my territory, so I won't have to see those people again. He looked at his own reflection in the mirror. More importantly, when my wife sees me, will she like me? At least I wasn't injured. What has my wife become like? As Cabell continued thinking, Ifrit, trying to help, recreated Elodie's appearance. She probably looks the same as always, doesn't she? That made him snap at it angrily. Can't you be quiet for a while? Simply staying in that cramped, dark space was already uncomfortable enough for Ifrit. How many times have I told you? When I'm in here and you're wearing this, I can read all your thoughts. With that, Ifrit quickly manifested. You're too noisy. How am I supposed to sleep? Cabell spoke as though nothing had happened. And what is that appearance of yours supposed to be? Ifrit pretended to be casual as it declared, I've grown stronger now, so I can adjust my appearance. Then it put on an adorable, pitiful look and appeared in front of Cabell. Well, cute, right? Cabell was openly disdainful. Not cute at all. Ifrit swallowed its anger. What would you know? Then, remembering something important, it asked again, but why are you looking in a mirror at this hour all of a sudden? That's not like you at all. So you're still bothered by what I said just now about praising you. Cabell froze slightly at that. Ifrit continued its judgment. That's right, you've changed a lot, so the chances of being disliked are pretty high. Its voice kept going. But even if you look in a mirror, your face isn't going to change. Before it could finish, Cabell coldly ordered, shut up and go to sleep. Rejected so bluntly, Ifrit immediately became displeased too. It slipped back into the pen and nodded as it said, You'd better look carefully. After it fell asleep, a trace of sorrow appeared on Cabell's face. Madam, even if I become ugly, please don't hate me. Elsewhere, seeing that everyone was still training with such enthusiasm, Elodie smiled in surprise. It's good to see everyone so full of energy. Standing beside her, Tryon smiled and spoke up. Looks like Madam is the one giving them strength. Remembering something, she turned to him in surprise and asked, Everyone should be back very soon, right? You want to see Mr. Tryon as soon as possible, don't you? He scratched his head with a smile, acknowledging it. Yes, it's a pity I couldn't go to war with everyone back then. Even so, Elodie praised him. Still, you managed the night squad very well. He looked somewhat surprised. Do you really think so? Elodie's voice continued. Of course, the knights never stop praising you. Those compliments made Tryon blush all the way to his ears. Then, remembering something, he stammered and asked again, Has his grace grown up by now as well? Elodie instantly fell silent. She quickly looked outside and nodded thoughtfully. Probably. Seeing that Elodie did not seem well, Tryon immediately called out, Madam. She turned and walked ahead, not forgetting to say goodbye. I'll be going now. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tryon. Hearing that, he immediately offered, Then I'll escort you back. But she refused him coldly. That won't be necessary. He could only watch her thoughtful. Madam. And so, after returning to her room, Elodie threw herself onto the bed in boredom, burying herself in the blankets with a mind full of chaos. All kinds of thoughts kept surfacing in her head. The princess is the emperor's granddaughter. Cabell is a child of God, and there's also the fire spirit. These are all details I'm hearing for the first time. Did I focus so much on the war itself that I forgot everything else? Elodie let out a thoughtful sigh. It's already been 7 years. She soon remembered Cabell's innocent appearance as a child. Does Cabell still remember me? At that thought, Elodie spoke to herself in dejection. Children are always quick to forget their childhood memories. Maybe that's why he never replied to any of my letters. Little by little, she accepted reality more and more. Children really do forget childhood memories easily, so that's probably why he never answered my letters. If that's the case, the divorce will probably happen soon. In Elodie's mind, she imagined Cabell greeting everyone with Larissa by his side. I'll disappear from this place as if I never existed. All those thoughts kept rising one after another, leaving her somewhat exhausted. I really wish I could live somewhere at the edge of the territory. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Back at the mansion, Norman was still supervising the maids while continuing to manage the estate. The maids carefully combed and arranged Elodie's hair. Mary announced happily, Madam, it's done. Looking at herself in the mirror, Elodie was doubtful. No, isn't this a bit too much? Mary quickly explained with a smile. What are you saying? Madam hasn't seen his grace in so long. Of course it has to be like this. While they were still discussing it among themselves, Norman stepped forward briskly and said, Madam, it is time to go. She nodded after hearing that. I'll come out at once. The scene shifted outside the mansion gates, where golden sunlight poured down. Dressed in beautiful clothes, Elodie stood there in a daze, worried as well. It feels so strange wearing something like this for the first time. Thoughts kept running through her mind. If Cabell hesitates, then I'll be the first to suggest divorce. Cabell, you don't need to worry. I'm already prepared for divorce. She was still lost in her own thoughts when someone called out, Madam, look over there. Elodie immediately lifted her head and looked ahead. Seeing the night squad returning, she narrowed her eyes and looked into the distance with eager anticipation. But the moment Cabell's figure came into view, Elodie froze completely, hardly able to believe what she was seeing. He landed lightly on the ground and walked toward Elodie. Looking at the tall young man before her, Elodie could scarcely believe it. Cabell. The instant he saw her, his face lit up with overwhelming joy. She only stood there blankly, never having expected things to turn out like this, not even knowing what she should call him now. Cabell gently embraced his wife. This was completely different from the original story. Smiling, he said, "I missed you so much." Elodie was so stunned that she could not react at all. What's going on? Didn't he grow up way too much? He's so tall now. Realizing that the knights behind him were all watching, she hurriedly called out, "Cabell." That left Hyzen beside them in utter astonishment. It's my first time seeing the captain make that kind of expression. The others were just as shocked, all whispering among themselves. The captain can actually look like that? He's completely different from how he is on the battlefield. Hyzen stared in surprise. So that's the Duchess? Looks like she and the captain are very close. Nearby, Brian grinned proudly and said, "Of course, you could practically say Madame raised the captain herself." But that only made Hyzen curious. But didn't he never send even one letter? At that, Brian fell silent at once. Unable to sit still any longer, he loudly reminded Hyzen, "I warned you before, do not do anything disrespectful to the Duchess." Hyzen merely snorted after hearing that. I know. Even so, he had his own thoughts. He turned down the reward personally granted by the Emperor and rushed back to his territory in such a hurry. I thought there was something extraordinary here, but it's only a shameless woman like this. That made his contempt deepen further. All he could think about was the image of Cabell holding Larissa's hand. The princess is the Emperor's granddaughter. She suits the captain far better. The Emperor also wants the princess and the captain to be together. The more Hyzen thought about it, the more convinced he became. Thinking back on those two, it seemed the princess had feelings for the captain as well. No matter how you look at it, the princess is better. Then he remembered Cabell's lonely figure on the battlefield. The captain is the hero who saved the Empire and the benefactor of our mercenary corps. So I want the captain to obtain true happiness. The only person who could melt that inhuman iceberg of his is, after all, the princess. He looked again at Elodie's face as she still stood there in a daze. It could never be that woman who does nothing but spend money on her own. At that thought, Hyzen's contempt only deepened. She's nothing but bad luck in human form. Meanwhile, Butler Norman and the maids were so moved by the sight that the three of them covered their faces and sobbed together. These two have finally reunited. Our poor madam. Time quickly shifted back to late at night a few days earlier. In a room inside the mansion, Butler Norman and the servants were gathered there this time. As she wiped away tears, Anna asked the other maid around her, "But where did Madame go?" Another maid spoke up as well. She cried herself to sleep. At that moment, the room was filled with the sound of the maids weeping. Madame has an incurable illness. It seems she has suffered terribly from it these past few days. "Madam, what should we do?" Her body still hasn't fully recovered. Seeing how emotional everyone was, Norman coughed a few times and then instructed them, "Everyone calm down. Crying won't solve anything. Don't be so upset anymore." Hearing that, everyone looked up at the butler. Since Madame chose to keep this a secret, she must have had her own reasons. Norman also reminded them not to let Madame notice that they already knew. Everyone immediately nodded and answered, "Yes, butler." Back in the present, Elodie kept urging Cabell in front of everyone, "Cabell, let go of me." Hearing that, he slowly loosened his hold on her and looked straight into her eyes. Feeling a little embarrassed, Elodie smiled and praised him. "You've worked hard these past few days." But his expression remained serious the whole time. "Madam," seeing this, Norman hurried forward and wiped away his tears. "Even if I died right now, I would have no regrets." As if remembering something important, Elodie quickly turned her head and smilingly instructed Norman, "Take the knights and arrange their quarters. Also tell them the banquet will definitely be held within the next few days." Hearing that, he happily nodded and replied, "Understood, madam." Remembering something, Elodie turned to Cabell with a smile. "Are you tired?" Cabell must be exhausted. "Let's go inside quickly." Looking at the hand she slowly held out, he froze for a moment. Standing there, driven by intense curiosity, Cabell quickly and carefully examined Elodie's slender little hand. Even its size surprised him. Madame's hand is so small. Elodie was speechless for a moment. "No, your hand is just too big." He bent down gently and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. So small, though he had his own thoughts. When he was little, those hands had once been so steady. He had never imagined that one day she would hold him with such tiny hands. The scene left her stunned on the spot, not knowing how to react. Too embarrassed, she quickly pulled her hand back. That made Cabell freeze for a moment as well. Elodie kept urging, "Let's go inside quickly. Cabell needs to rest." That tiny gesture left him standing stiffly in place. "So Madam isn't happy to be reunited with me." The moment she walked into the mansion, Elodie looked utterly lost, not knowing what to say. "This won't do. If this keeps up, I'm going to cry." With a complicated expression, she hurried farther inside. In a daze, Elodie remembered the sight of Cabell holding her hand with those scar-covered hands of his. Hands full of wounds. "You must have suffered so much these past few days." That made her heart ache a little. Honestly, I really wanted to hug him and tell him he'd worked hard. But a strange feeling kept surging up in her chest, making her uncomfortable. Why is my heart beating so fast? It must just be because I was too startled. Don't get the wrong idea. Just like that, Elodie kept telling herself to calm down and not forget her position. Soon, the scene shifted to the large room. Looking at the room before him, Cabell was very surprised. The room was still the same as before. Elodie smiled and explained, "I deliberately didn't renovate this room too much." She did not forget to add, "because I wanted to preserve it the way it was in Cabell's memories." That moved him a little. The castle has already been renovated, and it looks beautiful. After looking around the room, an extremely happy expression appeared on Cabell's face. "So while I was away, Madam must have worked very hard." Hearing those words, she still chose silence, but inside she felt secretly pleased. "I wanted you to see that all my efforts were to protect what belongs to you." Cabell will probably be surprised. Remembering something important, Elodie was about to turn and leave, but she still reminded him, "Look around first. I'll go prepare some hot water right away. Take a bath and get some rest. You'll feel better." Suddenly, Cabell immediately asked back, "Will Madam bathe me?" Those words made Elodie freeze instantly. Smiling, he quickly moved closer and whispered, "Aren't married couples supposed to bathe together?" As he said it, he leaned in close to her face and reminded her, "You're the one who said that." Hearing this, Elodie forced a very awkward smile on her face. "Ah, is that so?" But inwardly, she was already in complete turmoil, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. "Of course that's because when you were little, I really did say that before, but how am I supposed to explain it?" She gradually started stammering, not knowing how to say it properly. Seeing her reaction, Cabell found a little strange and gave a surprised laugh before quickly explaining, "I was just joking. The more flustered you look, the more embarrassed I feel instead." Those words made Elodie's face turn red like a tomato. Too shy to look at him, she hurriedly turned and left, not forgetting to throw out, "I am going to prepare the bathwater." After watching her leave, Cabell finally let out a breath and quickly swept his gaze around the room. Everything here was still in its original place, which surprised him greatly. How strange. He continued examining every single thing in the room. The wallpaper, the fireplace, none of it had changed. Cabell thought of Elodie's retreating figure, but it seemed that only Madam had changed. That made Cabell even more uneasy. Is Madam unhappy to see me? What a strange feeling. Just like that, dinner was soon served, and Elodie and Cabell sat silently at the dining table. While eating, Elodie worriedly thought, when I was giving orders to the servants earlier, why did those words come out so smoothly, as if I'd prepared them in advance? She secretly glanced at Cabell. Now that it's just the two of us, I don't know how to start talking. The atmosphere really has changed a lot. Cabell still simply sat there quietly eating, and soon his gaze landed directly on Elodie. This time, their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Seeing that, both of them quickly looked away, trying to ease the embarrassment. Elodie stuffed a piece of meat in her mouth and helplessly asked herself, "What is wrong with me?" Seeing her deep in thought made Cabell even more worried. As he ate the food on his plate, he thought in confusion, "While I was gone, could Madam possibly have found someone else outside?" Thinking of Elodie's beautiful face made him even more uneasy. Before I left, she was already beautiful. Now she's even more radiant, so dazzling no one could possibly look away. Under Cabell's gaze, Elodie still silently ate the food on the table. He remained immersed in his own thoughts, remembering how warmly she interacted with everyone. Since Madam is kind to everyone, there must be many people who like her. that made Cabell a little angry, and he tightened his grip on the small knife in his hand. But he lifted his head and looked at Elodie, who was still focused on eating. We are clearly husband and wife. So it was late at night. In a long corridor, Elodie said as she walked, I heard Cabell fought very fiercely on the battlefield. Cabell nodded in reply. Yes. That made her a little shy. She smiled and praised him. I'm very proud of Cabell. After saying that, she did not forget to point to the room next door and say, All right then, Cabell, good night. I'll be in the room next door. That awkward attitude of hers made Cabell pause for a moment. This time, he became extremely serious. What? This sudden change in attitude startled Elodie. What? He repeated the question. Why are we sleeping separately? That put her in a difficult position, and she didn't know how to explain it. Because we're about to get divorced, and you still have the princess. As if realizing something was off, Elodie's expression immediately turned puzzled. Now that I think about it, she quickly remembered the heroine of this novel, Princess Larissa. Seeing that Princess Larissa had not appeared here, Elodie became even more confused. Did he forget to bring the princess back? Thinking that, she grew even more curious. In the original story, he definitely came back with the princess. Could I be remembering it wrong? Seeing Elodie remain silent for so long, Cabell also fell into thought for a moment, not knowing what to say. He immediately voiced his own thoughts. Married couples are supposed to sleep together, aren't they? That made things even more difficult for her. You see, Elodie was just about to explain further when Cabell continued. That's what Madam taught me too, isn't it? For a moment, she didn't even know where to begin. Listening to her stammering voice, Cabell felt a little helpless. Madam, he had already come to his own conclusion. As expected, you really don't want to be with me. His expression immediately darkened. Now that I'm back, are you unhappy? Hearing him say such nonsense, Elodie looked utterly confused. What are you talking about? She continued explaining. How could I not be happy? But clearly, he did not believe a word of it. You're not happy at all. As he turned to leave, Elodie hurriedly explained, Cabell, you misunderstood. But he clearly did not want to hear any more. She quickly followed him into the room. I really was looking forward to seeing Cabell the whole time. Suddenly, Cabell stopped, and his low voice sounded out. Madam hates me, doesn't she? She hurriedly shook her head and explained, It's not like that. Elodie slowly reached out toward Cabell, wanting to stop him, but after noticing her own change, even she froze in confusion and did not dare react further. Why am I so stiff? Elodie looked troubled, not knowing what was wrong with her. Cabell still stood there, silently and aggrievedly looking at her. In the large room, Elodie kept explaining, No, what happened just now was... But before she could finish, Cabell interrupted her. Is it because I'm not as cute as before? That left her completely baffled. Did I hear that wrong? What? Cabell felt terribly wronged. Is it because I've grown too tall, so you're unhappy? His words left Elodie speechless on the spot. Seeing that he had misunderstood, she hurriedly waved her hands, shook her head, and explained in a panic. And no, that's not it. It's just that we haven't seen each other for so long, so that's why it's like this. She tried hard to remember her past self and the child Cabell used to be. When you left me, Cabell was still so small. Now that Cabell has come back, you've already grown into such an outstanding adult, so I'm just a little unused to it. After saying that, she did not forget to comfort him a little more. That's all it is. I absolutely don't hate Cabell. Cabell is... Hearing that, Cabell's attitude changed immediately. A younger brother? Seeing his reaction, Elodie quickly turned her head and thought for a moment, then stammered, Someone very important to me. I can't hear you. Seeing that, Elodie could only smile and say to Cabell, as someone very important to me. So don't think like that anymore, all right. Looking into Elodie's eyes, however, Cabell felt a little helpless. I had hoped Madam would look at me the way she did when I was little, that the two of us could happily hug each other again. Madam would happily hold me, and among the only two people left in this world, she would praise me for being good, praise me for being pretty, and pat my head. That was the reunion scene I had imagined in my mind. But back in reality, the cruel truth was clearly hard for Cabell to accept. In a large room, Cabell's somewhat helpless voice rang out. Please don't avoid me. That surprised Elodie greatly as well. How could I avoid Cabell? She looked helpless, not knowing how to explain it. I just need a little time to adjust. After saying that, she lowered her head gently, looking a little sad. I've always liked Cabell very much. Standing in front of her, Cabell still simply listened quietly. Cabell has no idea how much I missed you. Hearing those words, the corner of his mouth finally curved into a faint smile. He gently wiped the tears from Elodie's face. "Madam, don't cry." Only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that he was still safe and sound, "I really miss Cabell so much." Those warm words moved him deeply. It's such a relief that Cabell came back safely. Seeing how worried she was about him, the tension at the corners of his lips finally eased. The two looked at each other. Without needing to say anything more, they understood each other's feelings well enough. After a while, in the room, Elodie said with a smile, "There's something I want to show Cabell." That made him curious. "What is it?" She smiled and pointed at the wall. "Look over there. It's been a long time since you've seen it, hasn't it?" Those memories made Cabell sink into thought. Before he knew it, he raised his hand to the mark showing Elodie's height at age 20. That made him feel a little sentimental. "Madam's height after I left." He laughed in surprise, finding it a little amusing. "So you even measured your height?" She smiled and quickly explained, "I only measured it because I was bored." That made Cabell think back to Elodie's figure at the time. "So back then Madam's height was here. When I was little, Madam always seemed so tall in my eyes. Like a real adult." He quickly raised his hand and gestured in the air. "About here. That's where I was back then." As if remembering something, Elodie turned to the other side. "Wait for me a moment." She quickly used a pen to mark Elodie's height at age 16. At 16, it was here. She looked at him expectantly. "What about after that?" Cabell scratched his head a little awkwardly and explained, "I don't remember." Hearing that, she immediately decided, "Then let's measure it now. Come here." So Cabell and Elodie quickly started measuring height again, just like when they were children. Only now Cabell had grown too tall, and even if she stood on tiptoe, she still could not reach high enough to mark it. A little higher, seeing that she seemed to be struggling, he smiled, reached out, and took the pen. "Let me do it." She smiled and handed him the pen. "Really?" Cabell quickly marked his current height. That surprised Elodie a little. "I didn't expect the difference to be this big." Looking at the gap in their heights now, she could not help feeling a little embarrassed. Cabell really has grown very tall. Just as she was still immersed in her thoughts, he suddenly turned and asked, "Is Madam really happy that I came back?" She smiled and nodded in confirmation. Of course, but he still wanted to hear it one more time. "Really?" By now, Elodie no longer felt awkward at all, and she said with a smile, "Really, I'm very happy." Only after hearing that did he finally relax. And just like that, the long night passed. Elodie and Cabell slept in the same bed again, just like when they were little. Feeling a little conflicted, Elodie did not even know how to describe it. How did this end up happening? Time went back to just a moment earlier. Cabell had quickly said to her, "Then invite me to sleep with you like when I was little, all right?" That left her looking confused, not understanding what exactly he meant. Worried that both of them would feel awkward, Elodie immediately explained, "Cabell, I plan to sleep in the room next door." But he looked at her with eyes full of anticipation. Just for tonight. Clearly, he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. "Please, madam." Looking at his sparkling eyes, Elodie had no idea how to refuse. That was how the two of them ended up lying in the same bed like this now. She let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Elodie turned her head and glanced at Cabell, who had already fallen asleep. "Forget it. We'll sleep together tonight." A very gentle smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "After so long apart, now that we've finally met again, I actually have so many things I want to ask you. How have you been? How much hardship did you really endure?" She gently tucked the blanket around Cabell. "You've worked hard, Cabell. Sleep well tonight." Soon it was the next morning. Bright sunlight streamed into the room. Cabell was already awake, but his face was red like a tomato. Elodie was still asleep, completely unaware of anything. The two of them were holding each other tightly, and it made his whole body tremble. What should I do? I want to hold her like this forever, but the moment he thought she might get angry, he fearfully withdrew his hand. If I hug her on my own, Madam will definitely hate me. After a long internal struggle, Cabell could only sit up and sigh. Endure it, endure it. Elodie still slept soundly. He gently tucked the blanket around her. How can she look this cute when she's asleep? Cabell quickly went to the washroom and turned on the tap. Since he had just woken up, he needed to wash his face to clear his head a little. Cabell even carefully tidied up his current appearance. He was extremely nervous, afraid Elodie would see him looking like this. After that, he quickly returned to the room. I can't let Madam see me looking this disheveled and messy. But just as he came back, Ifrit was sitting off to the side, waving a hand in greeting. Good morning. Where are you off to? Seeing it suddenly appear there, Cabell was instantly displeased. Why haven't you gotten out yet? It sighed. not knowing what to say for a moment. Honestly, I wasn't here to see you in the first place. It continued, looking at the still sleeping Elodie, and said, I came to see what my lifesaver looks like. That attitude gradually made Cabell lose his patience. I said, get out. At that, even Ifrit could not hold back anymore. What? I'm not even allowed to look at my lifesaver's face. Afraid Elodie would wake up, he did not forget to lower his voice as he ordered it. Get out now. Left with no choice, it could only fly out. I'm not leaving because I'm scared of you. I was planning to go anyway. With that, Ifrit left, leaving Elodie and Cabell alone in the room. Cabell lay back down where he had been before, right beside Elodie. Drowsiness suddenly washed over him, and he immediately closed his eyes and fell fast asleep. Elodie, meanwhile, was still having a lovely dream and had no desire to wake up at all. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and looked ahead. The moment she saw Cabell's face, she jumped in shock, her whole face flushing with embarrassment. Since she still wasn't used to having someone lying beside her for so long, Elodie let out a startled scream that echoed through the entire mansion. A little later, the maids hurried in to dress her up. Elodie quickly protested, saying she didn't need this, and that her hair and clothes didn't need. But Mary insisted and swiftly caught her hand, signaling that this was absolutely necessary. This was the most important part. After a long round of preparations, Elodie's face looked even more flawless, with new touches that highlighted her beauty, leaving the maids full of admiration. Madam, you are so beautiful. Looking at the splendid dress she was wearing, Elodie thought it was far too difficult to move around in. Seeing how beautiful she looked, Mary became even more excited and cheered. His Grace has returned, so of course you have to look your very best. But that only left Elodie confused. What did that have to do with anything? She glanced again at Cabell, who was still asleep in bed. Come to think of it, Cabell had looked just as pale and perfectly put together this morning too. Was it because he was the male lead? She quickly remembered what had happened earlier when Cabell had gone outside. I was so nervous then, I thought we'd have to get dressed together. Thank goodness Cabell was considerate enough to step out first. Thinking of that, Elodie let out a weary sigh. She suddenly felt a little guilty. When we were children, we did everything together. Now it's become something sinful. She soon sank into her thoughts. Today, I have to tell him to sleep in another room. Noticing that Mary seemed a little off, Elodie immediately picked up on it and asked curiously, Mary, did something happen? At those words, Mary was startled. Yes, it seemed Elodie had already guessed there was a reason. Mary's expression looked a little sad. You seem a little different than usual. Did you and Bertos have a fight? That startled Mary. Was it really that obvious? She couldn't help recalling how those two had always been inseparable from the past until now. Whenever they had the chance, they stuck together, and if they were separated, they would cry the whole day. Even yesterday, the two of them had embraced each other in deep emotion. When they reunited yesterday, both of them had been overwhelmed, and Mary herself had been so moved that she shed tears. Mr. Bertos. The two had quickly thrown their arms around each other. Mr. Bertos, remembering all that only made Elodie more confused. Did you two really have a fight? For a moment, Mary didn't know what to say. About that, she hurriedly tried to explain again in a fluster. No, we didn't fight, madam, even though she was actually thinking something entirely different. How should I put this? I absolutely cannot tell madam that the two of them fought because of her. She hurriedly tried to explain again in a fluster. No, we didn't fight, madam, even though she was actually thinking something entirely different. How should I put this? I absolutely cannot tell madam that the two of them fought because of her. After thinking for a moment, Mary smiled and explained, Really, it's nothing, madam. You don't need to worry. With that, she quickly guided Elodie to the chair below. You must be hungry, right? I've already had everyone prepare some food. Mary immediately warned herself in her heart that she absolutely must not let anything slip in the future. I have to be more careful. Seeing her like that, Elodie grew suspicious too. Did I guess wrong? She realized in confusion that Mary's attitude just now had seemed like she was hiding something she couldn't say. The scene shifted to the garden, where Bertos and Mary sat quietly together. Then he spoke to Mary at once. What worries me is that his Grace is too cold by nature. He wasn't like that when he was young. That surprised Mary greatly. Really? He continued, yes. At the age when a man should be deeply in love, his Grace has instead become even more childish. Hearing that, Mary smiled and was about to say something more. If that's true, then our madam. Just then, Bertos suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, By the way, have you heard of Princess Larissa of the Kingdom of DF? That immediately made Mary think of the woman with the beautiful face. You mean the princess who is the emperor's granddaughter, right? He nodded with a smile. That's right. Then Birdo sighed and shared his thoughts. If only that princess could win his grace's heart. At those words, Mary fell silent at once. With a grave expression, Birdos explained, I think she truly cares about his grace. It seems His Majesty the Emperor wants to bring the two of them together as well. I hope they end up together. Hearing that, Mary could no longer hold back. What? Seeing her suddenly fly into a rage, Birdos was confused. What's wrong with you? That only made Mary angrier. His Grace is a married man. What on earth are you talking about? Hearing that, Birdos was a little surprised, thinking that divorce existed in this kingdom in the first place. So he quickly stated what he thought. Don't those two seem no different from brother and sister? And Madam seems to have another man as well. Even in Birdos' own heart, he had thought a great deal about this matter. Since this was a marriage arranged when they were children and knew nothing, I thought they would naturally divorce and then live like siblings. But those words made Mary tremble with rage. What did you say? That made him a little frightened as well. Isn't that how it is? Her voice caught. Mr. Birdos, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Those words left him stunned for a moment. What? Thinking of all the things Elodie had done, helpless tears ran down Mary's face. Madam, she. Seeing her cry so hard, Birdos was at a loss and hurried to comfort her. I was wrong. Please don't cry. But while he was still desperately apologizing, Mary's hand suddenly swung out. Without a second of hesitation, she slapped Birdos hard across the face, leaving him in utter disbelief. The moment he fell to the ground, he sat there looking dazed and quickly shouted, Mary, but she still stood there, shaking all over with anger. This time, her expression was firmer than ever as she kept rebuking him. I truly misjudged you. I don't understand why I waited for someone like you. Seeing that, Birdos immediately dropped to his knees and apologized. It really is my fault. I spoke carelessly. But clearly, Mary could not forgive him so easily. Enough. How could you think of my madam that way? We're done. Her voice echoed over and over. Because to me, Madam is more important than you. Back in the present, Mary walked along like someone who had lost her soul, thinking to herself, I really am a poor judge of character. How could he think like that? In her eyes, Elodie and Cabell were the most perfect couple. My madam has borne almost everything since childhood and practically raised his grace. Because she worried for his grace on the battlefield, she constantly sent letters and supplies. Even Mary herself had witnessed countless times that, late into the night, Elodie was still working without rest. Mr. Birdos had also received a great deal of help from Madam. Even while suffering from a terminal illness, Madam still worked hard to develop the territory this splendidly. And yet he dared to speak of her so carelessly. The more Mary thought about it, the angrier she became, clenching her hands tightly. I will never forgive him. Time soon shifted to another place. On a lively street, Cabell walked along, glancing around and unexpectedly admiring the scenery. Seeing his slightly dazed expression, Elodie couldn't help laughing as she asked, Well, now that you're seeing the territory again after so long, how does it feel? But he answered with complete seriousness, From now on, I'll have to call my wife my lord. Those words made her freeze at once. Cabell still couldn't believe that everyone here was now living such happy lives. To develop the territory to this extent, he couldn't have done it. Someone like his wife was truly remarkable. Hearing such praise, Elodie couldn't help feeling a little proud of her achievements. Still, she pushed all the credit back onto Cabell. Even so, you can't call me that. This is Cabell's territory. You're the one who went to the battlefield to protect this land, aren't you? That left him somewhat surprised. Isn't my wife protecting the territory too? Hearing that, Cabell quietly stepped closer from behind her. That's not it. Didn't you say that husband and wife should share everything? A scene from their childhood surfaced again. Back then, Elodie had been constantly feeding Cabell. What belongs to Cabell belongs to me, and what belongs to me belongs to Cabell too, so don't leave anything behind. That left Elodie speechless for a moment. Inwardly she thought, I only said that back then to cure Cabell of being picky and refusing to eat vegetables. I never expected this brat to bring it up in a situation like this. She sighed and quickly tried to teach him again. Still no. Cabell is the true master of this territory. Understand, before long, The two of them continued touring the results of everything Elodie had built here. They were both amazed at what they saw. It had developed this far already, and all the while, Cabell kept stealing glances at her. Not long after, the two of them entered a jewelry shop. The moment she stepped inside, Elodie was astonished by how large and spacious the store was. Looking at the items before her, she was thrilled. So many beautiful designs. While she was still admiring them, Cabell gently placed something in her hair. "Wife, please forgive me this once." He carefully adorned her with a brilliantly sparkling hairpin. Seeing how the pin complemented her face, he looked even happier. "It suits my wife very well," Cabell said with a smile. "See, doesn't it look perfect?" That also set the people around them buzzing noisily. "Oh my, His Grace has incredible taste." Since they're husband and wife, of course he already knows what style suits Madam. The two of them soon went back outside, walking together as they strolled along. Before they left, the shopkeeper did not forget to respectfully present a gift. "I would especially like to offer this gift to Madam." That made Elodie very embarrassed. "That really isn't necessary." As soon as they stepped outside, Elodie walked on while worrying to herself, "My face is still burning from embarrassment. Doesn't Cabell feel anything at all?" Thinking that, she couldn't shake off her thoughts. "Since we grew up like siblings, maybe Cabell sees me as a guardian. Or maybe he's embarrassed too, he just doesn't show it." Cabell still had no idea that Elodie was lost in all kinds of wild thoughts. Was he simply too dense when it came to romantic feelings between men and women? Had Cabell already set the princess aside? Or had the princess already arrived in the capital? After all, she was the emperor's granddaughter. Even so, Elodie still remembered everything written in the novel very clearly. So when exactly was Cabell going to bring up divorce? In the original story, it seemed he said it as soon as he came back. Thinking of that, Elodie sighed, reluctant to face it. Reality was far too different from the original setting, so it was hard to predict. Even so, Elodie was ultimately just a supporting character, and the first person she needed to meet was Larissa. In any case, since Cabell and the princess had already met, then he should be bringing up divorce soon. Thinking of something important, Elodie quickly spoke up this time. "Cabell, let's go back now. I'll show you the greenhouse and the laboratory." Since Cabell had left, so much had changed. Cabell must be curious too, right? He smiled and nodded in understanding. "Wife," she did not forget to add, after seeing them, "I wonder if Cabell will be surprised." Before long, the scene shifted to the greenhouse Elodie had built with her own hands. Her eyes became especially bright with anticipation as she looked at Cabell and said, "Actually, this is the place I most wanted to show you." Suddenly, she noticed Birdos standing to the side and looked surprised at once. Mr. Birdos. He too was startled when he saw them. Though confused, Elodie smiled in delight when she finally saw him and greeted him warmly. "It's been a while since I've seen you. You've worked hard these past few days." He then nodded in response. "Yes, as long as Madam is in good health, that is enough." Then, all of a sudden, blood began to run from his nose, which startled both of them. Seeing that, Elodie immediately handed him her handkerchief. "And Mr. Birdos, you're bleeding." Birdos had still been completely bewildered earlier, but seeing the intimate atmosphere between the two of them, Cabell had already become deeply displeased. When Birdos saw the look on Cabell's face, he was shocked and frightened, not daring to meet Cabell's terrifying eyes at all. "Why is His Grace glaring at me so fiercely?" Elodie, however, noticed none of it and only worriedly told Birdos, "You need to take better care of your health. You're all grown up now." Right after that, the two of them continued walking toward the greenhouse area. She did not forget to say goodbye. "Thank you for your hard work." After both of them had left, Birdos raised his head and looked ahead. What was that expression His Grace had just made? At that moment, Cabell had looked absolutely terrifying, and it made him tremble. Was that really the His Grace I know? He had always been emotionless, cold, and unwilling to grow close to anyone. But when Cabell stood beside Elodie, his face had been full of happiness. That left Birdos confused. So he has a side like that too. Watching the two of them walk side by side and talk, his thoughts began to change. In the end, as far as His Grace was concerned, the only person in his eyes was Madam. Thinking that, Birdos scratched his head in distress. That hug yesterday had really been warm. Just like Mary said, maybe I really did make a terrible mistake. When it came down to it, I truly owed both of them an apology. After entering the greenhouse area Elodie had built, Cabell's face was filled with astonishment. He looked around at everything there. It was truly beautiful. She quickly explained with a smile, I worked very hard on it. She did not forget to add, I'll introduce everything to you in detail. But as Elodie looked at the place, her face showed a trace of reluctance. When I leave this city, I'll have to say goodbye to the greenhouse too. That feels a little regretful. She unconsciously remembered how, when they were children, the two of them had always played happily in the greenhouse. The greenhouse is the place I cared for most attentively, because it was the space where Cabell and I spent our childhood together. She quickly said to him, this time, I'll explain everything to you in detail. Pointing to a patch of medicinal herbs in front of them, she said, this is where I grow rare medicinal herbs that can only be found in the mountains. Cabell immediately looked around. There are a lot of herbs here that look quite unusual. Then his gaze fell on a bright red three-leaf clover. What's that? Hearing that, Elodie didn't know how to explain it for a moment. She quickly came up with another excuse. It's a medicinal herb, still under research. Hearing that, Cabell smiled. I see. Thinking of that herb, Elodie let out a faint sigh. Come to think of it, it's about time for me to drink my healing herb tea again. Every time I cough up blood, I have to clean it up afterward. It's so troublesome. The two soon walked over to the other side. Elodie smiled and said, Cabell, look over here. She quickly led him to. Pointing that way, she explained, every herb here is a raw ingredient for the medicines I sent to the battlefield. That surprised him a little. Medicine? With a calm expression, she asked, Cabell, didn't you take the pills I sent? That left him very confused. What pills? At that moment, both of them realized something was wrong and became a little bewildered. Then Elodie slowly said, I sent them together with the letters. That made Cabell feel helpless to the point of irritation. I never received any letters. Hearing that, Elodie realized something was terribly wrong. What? At that moment, he quickly took out the letter he had treasured for a very long time and explained to her, this is the only one I have, the one my wife gave me. Seeing the old letter in his hand, Elodie was deeply confused. Is it that the letter I gave Cabell when he went off to war? He actually kept it with him the whole time. He calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, this is the letter my wife wrote to me. Hearing that, Elodie fell into thought and became unusually silent. Then she finally understood why Cabell had never written back, because he had never received anything. So that's why Cabell never replied. Since he was on the battlefield, I thought it was because of safety issues that he couldn't send letters back. She could only lower her head helplessly. I'm very sorry. Instead, those words made her puzzled. Cabell let out a sigh and spoke his thoughts aloud. I thought my wife had forgotten me and didn't want me to return, so she didn't send me any letters. As he said that, he shut his eyes tightly. This time, he slowly raised his hand and gently touched hers. Cabell lifted Elodie's hand and softly pressed a kiss to it. I am truly sorry. That sight made her a little flustered, and she didn't know how to react. Elodie hurriedly pulled her hand back and gave an awkward smile. So that's what happened. Her movement also left Cabell confused. She herself was still in turmoil, thinking, why does he keep touching me? Or is it because I held him so much when he was little and I've never had this kind of contact with a grown man before? For some reason, that made her chest ache a little. Would he do this kind of thing with the princess too? I can't even remember how it went in the original story anymore. She stayed silent, not knowing what to say. Why does this feel so strange? Seeing that Elodie seemed somewhat unnatural, Cabell also fell silent in thought, unsure what to say. He involuntarily recalled how Elodie had always kept her distance from him like this before as well. It left him utterly helpless, not knowing what he was supposed to do. My wife clearly said she would wait for me forever, so why does she keep avoiding me? At that thought, Cabell seemed a little downcast. Madam, do you hate touching me? The moment Elodie heard that, she froze in surprise and asked in confusion, what are you talking about, Cabell? His expression sank at once into something almost painful to look at, and he lightly touched his own ear. Do you dislike me so much that you can't even stand this little bit of contact? Is that so? Cabell's low voice continued. You used to let me hold your hand every day, so why now? Those words made Elodie go stiff for a moment. She quickly remembered the Cabell of the past. Back then, he had still been very young, so she had always treated him like a child. But now, Cabell had grown up, and she simply couldn't adjust that quickly. More than that, he was now a strongly built adult man. That made Elodie fall into thought. Of course, she would feel shy about such intimate contact. But how was she supposed to explain that to this innocent child? Then she suddenly remembered what she had patiently told him before. This is something only people who love each other do, Cabell. Go do it with the princess. But the moment that thought surfaced, she immediately rejected it. No, she couldn't say that. So she quickly held out her hand to Cabell. Cabell, hold my hand. And, obedient as ever, he immediately did as she asked. Soon, the two of them were holding hands just like they had when they were young. Only then did Elodie smile and patiently explain, "Didn't I say this before? It's because we haven't seen each other in so long that I'm not used to it yet. I'll get used to it little by little now, Cabell, so don't say things like that anymore." She did not forget to keep soothing him. "I don't dislike you at all, Cabell, so don't be sad anymore, all right?" He seemed a little surprised to hear that. "Really?" She nodded and confirmed it again. "Of course." Just then, Mary came running over with a worried look on her face. "Madam," seeing her rush over so anxiously, Elodie looked puzzled. "Mary, what is it?" Mary quickly reported. "After many years, a letter has arrived from the temple." At those words, Cabell's expression immediately turned serious again. "The temple? What happened?" As Mary explained why she had come, Elodie listened quietly as well. In the spacious greenhouse, Mary's voice rang out slowly. "If the temple is in charge of delivering letters, then they may also know the route the letter took." The scene shifted to another spacious room. Elodie stared intently at the letter in her hand. The temple's arrangements were written clearly in the letter. It said that the temple would send an excellent priest and a captain of knights to the duchy of Cernuia. And what was bound to come would come. Those two would visit this place in person and be received as guests. Elodie was deeply confused by it. What exactly are they planning? A map of clearly divided regions rose in her mind. She had originally thought it was only a matter of a lost letter, which was why she had hurried back to check. Temples of Tabikras were spread throughout the western continent. The intricate interiors of those ancient temples also came to mind. Yes, there was a temple within the Cernuia territory as well. But ever since the young Cabell became the heir, the temple had suddenly begun paying attention to the Cernuia territory, and there was obviously a reason for that. She kept thinking over the reason they had chosen to act this way. The temple's goal was to shape Cabell into a hero chosen by Tabikras. Thinking of that, Elodie sank into thought and said nothing. She lowered her gaze to the seal at the bottom of the letter. As expected, Princess Larissa would be coming as well. The letter stated it very clearly. Princess Larissa would accompany them. That made her chest tighten slightly. She had heard that the emperor wanted to marry his granddaughter, Princess Larissa, to Cabell. A chessboard seemed to unfold before her eyes. She could not help thinking of the possibility of Larissa and Cabell joining together. Perhaps this was meant to take control of the temple. Thinking about the meaning behind this letter, Elodie let out a soft sigh and tried to calm herself. The only reason everyone was dissatisfied was because they had no way to gain anything from Cabell. But if a princess were by his side, then everything would surely be fine. She quickly recalled the image of Larissa and Cabell spending time together in close companionship. The princess, Larissa, the heroine, and Cabell, the hero, those two had always been meant for each other. That made her even more certain. I can't say the same for other things, but of this I'm sure. This incomplete marriage of ours will end soon. Elodie tightened her grip on the letter and read it carefully. A noble marriage was only fully valid once it had been formally certified by the temple. At the same time, the image of both parties receiving the temple's blessing rose in her mind. A marriage contract arranged in childhood, like there still needed the temple's recognition again after they came of age. The more she thought about it, the deeper her thoughts became. Once that second certification was completed, divorce would become difficult. But if it was still only at the stage of the first certification, it would be far easier to dissolve. Elodie secretly glanced at Cabell, who was sitting nearby. There probably won't be any obstacle to a divorce. Watching him still reading the documents in his hand so seriously, her expression turned complicated. In the end, when exactly was Cabell planning to bring up divorce? She absent-mindedly waited for the day she would finally be able to divorce him. Let's wait until the princess arrives. It's only a matter of time before I meet Princess Larissa anyway. Soon she thought again of Larissa's pure, holy face. That left Elodie thoughtful. Counting the time, the princess would probably take about 4 more months to arrive here. Before then, she had to guide Cabell in arranging everything around him and managing the territory properly. The image of herself sitting alone in a chair seemed to appear before her eyes. Those two really suit each other. They'll definitely become a wonderful couple. Even if I feel a little sad, it's time for Elodie, Cabell's ex-wife, to leave the stage. The scene shifted to outside the training grounds. Birdos was still training desperately. Then Cabell's voice rang out. "Birdos, come here." That made him freeze for a moment, but he still quickly strode over to stand before Cabell. "What is it, Your Grace?" Cabell did not hesitate and got straight to the point. "Where's the handkerchief my wife gave you yesterday?" Birdos found that a little strange. "Yes." Cabell's expression darkened even further. "Do I need to repeat myself? The war is over, and you've even thrown away military discipline." Seeing his attitude, Birdos was startled and hurriedly lowered his head in confusion. "I am sorry." He immediately handed the handkerchief over to Cabell. "Here it is." Cabell looked at the handkerchief with obvious displeasure. "Is it clean?" Birdos quickly explained. "I washed it very carefully. Not a trace of blood remains." After getting that confirmation, Cabell turned and walked away, not forgetting to signal coldly, "Withdraw for now. Don't appear before me." That left Birdos utterly baffled. "But there's a banquet tonight," he thought in confusion. "I'm the vice captain. I can't be absent." Cabell swept him with a cold glance, making his entire body stiffen on the spot. And just like that, Cabell turned and left. "Only for today. I'll allow it." Birdos felt utterly drained in both body and mind. Watching his retreating figure grow more distant, he felt even worse. "I thought I'd already taught him properly, but who knew? His grace really has changed, and yet it also feels like seeing him as a child again. Is it because he's by Madame's side?" With that thought, Birdos also turned and left. But the atmosphere among the night squad was awkward. "I'm really worried we won't be able to enjoy tonight's banquet." Before long, the two sides formed a subtle standoff. On one side were the knights who had gone to war, and on the other were the knights who had remained behind at the mansion. Among them, the one who caught Berdos's eye most was Heisen. The knights who had once been mercenaries and later sworn loyalty to his grace had also been brought here. So it was hardly strange for conflict to arise among the knights. That gave Birdos an even worse headache, and he could not help sighing. "What am I supposed to do to get those guys to get along? This is such a headache." Just thinking about what he would have to deal with next made Birdos not want to face it. "I just hope nothing happens at the banquet." The scene shifted to the hall. A voice rang out. "Your Grace, Your Highness." It startled everyone who had been dining together. "Please forgive us." Birdos could hardly believe the scene before him. "Please, Your Highness." Those people were actually kneeling before Cabell, pleading desperately. "Please show us mercy." They looked so frightened that they did not even dare meet his eyes. Cabell cast a cold glance elsewhere, deep in thought. "I don't recall seeing these three faces before." The people kneeling below instantly began to tremble. His icy voice rang out again. "Who invited these unfamiliar faces inside?" Time turned back to a little earlier. A hand slammed heavily onto the table. "That filthy bastard." This man was none other than Baron Garcia, a vassal of the Duke of Cernia's house. He shouted angrily, "I thought he was dead, but he actually came back alive." The moment he thought of Count Balagny, he grew even more furious. "I never imagined he'd make it back alive. If that bastard had died, ownership of the territory would have fallen to Count Balagny, and even the Emperor would have had nothing to say about it." Unfortunately, Cabell had returned safely and alive, and that made him all the more unwilling to accept it. "It was because I believe that claim that I chose to side with the Count. And now he's come back, carrying the title of war hero." At that thought, Garcia angrily slammed the table again. "I need to change sides." Having made up his mind, he immediately stood and announced to the others, "No matter what, we must gain forgiveness." Before, the former Duke was the one who abandoned the assembly, so we still have an excuse we can use. He did not forget to add, "When all is said and done, it was the former Duke who abandoned us first." At that moment, someone beside him asked in confusion, "But will His Grace and Baron Bernard, who went to war, really look on us with leniency?" Hearing that, Garcia thought for a moment, then nodded. There's never shortage of methods if you're willing to look for one. In only a brief moment, a smug smile had already appeared on his face. "As it happens, I have a pretty good idea." And so the scene shifted to Cabell's residence. This bald man was Baron Bernard, also a vassal of the Duke of Cernia's house. Smiling, he said, "Your Grace, those vassals who were unable to join the war, surely each had their own unavoidable circumstances. They are sincerely remorseful. Would Your Grace be willing to condescend to hear their explanations?" Cabell's expression immediately darkened, and he lightly swirled the wine glass in his hand. Why should I waste my precious time listening to such dull and mediocre excuses? That single sentence alone made the three vassals tremble under the force of his presence. He's only such a young boy, and yet his presence is this terrifying. Seeing that the situation was turning difficult, Bernard spoke again. Why, Your Grace? After all, they are still vassals of Cernia. At that, Cabell gently set the wine glass down on the table. Bernard instinctively looked at the tabletop, his heart sinking. Cabell's expression became extremely stern, and his voice rose a little. Just because these selfish people came to beg for mercy, I'm supposed to ruin the banquet my wife prepared with her own hands? Bernard shuddered at those words and forced himself to stay calm. Both his hands had gone stiff with fear, and he did not even dare look directly at Cabell. But even so, Your Grace, just this once. He kept bowing his head as he pleaded. They also once swore loyalty to Your Grace, so please give them a chance. Cabell had clearly run out of patience and was about to coldly order, drag these people out. Before he could finish, Elodie reached out and stopped him. That took him by surprise. Madam, still not understanding what had happened, he turned to look at Elodie. Her expression was calm, as she simply gave a small shake of her head, telling him not to act yet. Her gaze quickly swept across the entire banquet from beginning to end. It seemed the knights on both sides had been testing each other throughout the feast, and these vassals had chosen this exact moment to appear, ruining the knights' chance to enjoy the banquet properly. I prepared this banquet for the knights in the first place. She looked again at the vassals standing to one side. Their timing is bad, but I had originally hoped these people would come and seek forgiveness. The image of the lonely child Cabell had once been flashed through her mind. I may not like these people, but I still want Cabell to be properly acknowledged. At that moment, Elodie had already made her own calculations. Of course, with the extraordinary merits Cabell had now established, he had no need to rely on these people's recognition. But if this could be used to further solidify Cabell's authority, that would also be a good thing. Because from now on, the royal family and the Grand Temple would certainly try every possible way to make use of Cabell. On the other hand, when Cabell saw Elodie lost in thought, his expression also became somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, startling her. This time, Cabell calmly said to the vassals seated nearby, I will hear your explanation. At those words, the several vassals immediately lit up with joy. They hurriedly began introducing themselves. Thank you, Your Grace. That left Elodie feeling a little awkward. So that's what this is. The vassals kept stating their names one after another. Faced with the situation before her, Elodie did not know how to react for a moment. I really can't take this. She let out a silent sigh, feeling only exhausted by the current situation. In front of everyone, he was actually holding her hand like this, and it seemed Cabell had no intention of letting go. Elodie could only sit there quietly and pretend to ignore him. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you? But she quickly sensed that something was off. Elodie glanced at those vassals. But where exactly is the problem? Her gaze soon settled on Bernard, who was seated nearby. The instant she looked at him, Elodie felt a little irritated. I thought Baron Bernard was someone who had gone to war together with Cabell. That also made the other vassals seem a little uneasy. Wouldn't this just sour his relationship with the rest of the vassals? The more she thought about it, the more puzzled she became. Why is Baron Bernard taking their side? The scene soon shifted back to a large room. A cup of tea sat in the room. Then Bernard's voice rang out. I'm sorry to say this, but he sat there calmly, his gaze always carrying a trace of scrutiny. I cannot acknowledge you as the Duchess, so I hope you will divorce His Grace as soon as possible. Those words made Elodie freeze on the spot. What? Time returned to a moment earlier. As Bernard slowly sipped the tea in his hand, Elodie's voice rang out. Welcome. This was Baron Bernard's reception room. Garcia came hurrying in with a complicated expression, and the first thing he said was, that man really has no shame. Bernard gently set his teacup back on the table. Thank you for the hospitality. What brings you here? His eyes fixed directly on Garcia. Baron Garcia. Meanwhile, Garcia remained seated there in silence. After thinking for a moment, Garcia finally began to speak slowly. The thing is, His Grace has now become a war hero. But in the face of his attitude, Bernard remained perfectly calm, as if he had expected this all along. I had wanted to swear loyalty to his grace and go to war with him as well, but everyone has their own difficulties. Bernard raised his eyes to look at him after hearing that. Even he himself felt a trace of contempt for Garcia. Coming back now to curry favor is laughable. Who doesn't know that you've been flattering Count Balagny this whole time? He said coldly, "If you're finished, then leave." That made Garcia panic a little, and he hurriedly explained, "Now that his grace is so outstanding, shouldn't the Duchess also be someone worthy of him?" Both of them quickly thought of Elodie's vicious image. Garcia went straight to the point, the daughter of Count McLaren, but Bernard merely sank in a quiet thought. What Garcia said was not entirely wrong. Her young husband had been sent to war, yet she had not even sent him a single letter. What help could a cold-blooded woman like that possibly give his grace? Realizing his chance had come, Garcia immediately smiled and suggested, "I heard that the young lady of Baron Bernard's house is not only beautiful, but intelligent as well." Only then did Bernard slowly lift his head. Garcia continued, "If she is to become the Duchess, she should at least possess those qualities, shouldn't she? Am I wrong?" Back in the present, Bernard, seated before Elodie, continued expressing his thoughts. The Duke now needs someone who can immediately help him consolidate his power. If my granddaughter can become the Duchess, she will surely become a powerful support to his grace. Of course, I'm also very grateful that you have developed the territory so prosperously during this time. Hearing that, Elodie was momentarily speechless and did not know what to say. Is he saying I'm unqualified and should leave this place? She could not help feeling irritated inside. Why would this baron side with those vassals? Just as she was still thinking, her expression remained calm, as if she did not care in the slightest about what he had just said. They're going to divorce sooner or later anyway. But she would never accept such reasoning. She said lightly, "I doubt your granddaughter would truly be able to become the kind of support that would stabilize his grace's position." That made Bernard pause slightly. That matter, Elodie gently set her teacup back on the table. Listening to Bernard's words, her expression remained composed. "Even so, by then we will have even greater power." At that moment, Larissa's brightly smiling face suddenly rose in her mind. In the story, she would become Cabell's partner. Elodie was completely certain of what she had just said and fully confident in the information she currently had. Your granddaughter has no chance at all because the heroine of Cabell's story is Princess Larissa, and Larissa is the Emperor's granddaughter. The moment she said that, Baron Bernard seemed to freeze in place. For the granddaughter of a mere vassal family to dream of gaining greater influence was far too presumptuous, simply unbelievable. After witnessing that whole string of trouble, Elodie let out a weary sigh. I had thought that once Cabell came back, he would sign the divorce papers and put an end to everything. Remembering something important, she continued, looking Baron Bernard over. "What you just said was not something you should say to the Duchess, you know." Hearing that, he went still. Her expression remained perfectly calm as she sighed and complained. "Judging by such rude manners, I'm worried that position may be too much for your granddaughter." Her gaze swept quickly over him from head to toe. Elodie soon noticed Bernard's shiny bald head. "You bald old man, get out. Princess Larissa is the one destined for Cabell." After a moment of thought, Bernard's face turned ugly. The situation was moving in a troublesome direction. Even Bernard himself felt anger rising when he heard Elodie's words. When his grace went off to war, she paid him no attention at all, and now she was pretending to care. That only made him more furious. What a hateful woman, no different from Baron Garcia at all. Silence filled the room, and then Bernard suddenly spoke. "The more I think about it, the less I can stay silent." Elodie looked surprised at those words. Burning with anger, he immediately demanded, "Do you really think you're qualified to concern yourself with his grace?" That left her confused as well. "What?" Bernard's face twisted with rage as he sprang to his feet and shouted, "After ignoring his grace for years, you dare turn around now and lecture me?" His voice kept ringing out, "You're not qualified to be the Duchess." Just then, Cabell strode forward at once. He pushed open the door and came in, asking, "What did you just say?" The moment he appeared, Bernard became flustered. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze solid. Seeing the killing intent on Cabell's face, Bernard could not help feeling afraid. "Your Grace." Cabell's icy gaze settled on him. Baron Bernard. He remained standing there, silently listening to everything that had been said. Then he asked Baron Bernard, "What gives you the right to speak of the Duchess's qualifications?" Realizing the situation had turned bad, Bernard hurriedly tried to explain. "I am your loyal vassal, your Grace. Cabell did not hesitate. He firmly gripped his sword, ready to strike. Seeing him like that, Bernard was so frightened he nearly wet himself. He was actually this enraged. Why? Terrified, he collapsed backward onto the floor and began pleading without stop. "Please spare me, Your Grace." Cabell still stood there in silence, staring at him as though he would tear him apart. "Please calm your anger." Seeing how unstable the situation had become, Elodie hurried forward and raised a hand to stop him. She quickly took hold of Cabell's hand, soothing him. "Your Grace, please calm down." There was a trace of fear on her face, because she had seen this side of Cabell with her own eyes. When he noticed her trembling slightly in fear, Cabell froze, suddenly realizing something was wrong. He quickly lowered the sword to the floor. Just like that, the sword dropped down, leaving both of them startled. Cabell looked at Elodie gently and called out in concern, "Madam." She gradually regained her composure as well. Then she lightly reached out to soothe him, though thoughts of her own were running through her mind. He normally would not get this angry. He only heard that last sentence, and he reacted like this. Thinking of that, she could not help falling into thought. If he had heard the entire conversation, then Baron Bernard. While everyone was still silent and thinking, Heisen hurried in, knocking as he shouted, "Sir, something's happened." The tense atmosphere before him left him completely baffled. Then he glanced at Bernard, who was still sitting quietly on the floor. This was far too chaotic. Then he looked toward Elodie and Cabell standing off to the side. What on earth happened? His gaze shifted toward her. Could it be that woman? Heisen hurried over to Bernard and helped him up. "Are you all right, Baron Bernard?" In Heisen's mind, however, Elodie had already become a vicious woman. She manipulated the captain and tried to have Baron Bernard thrown out. Unbelievable. Realizing that the situation was gradually becoming unstable and that staying any longer would only be bad for her, Elodie quickly said, "Let's end it here for today. Go back." He was just about to leave when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Just one look from Cabell was enough to scare him so badly that his whole body started shaking. With no other choice, he could only turn around and leave in dejection. "I'll come visit again another time." Heisen quickly took in the sight. Baron Bernard is pitiful. Why doesn't the captain just get rid of her? While he was still lost in his own thoughts, Cabell suddenly called out, "Heisen." Hearing that, he snapped back to attention at once. Yes. By then, Cabell's expression had already turned extremely grim as he gave the order directly. "Get out right now." Seeing his captain so furious, Heisen could only withdraw helplessly. "Yes, sir." Before leaving, Heisen could not resist looking back one more time. Staring at Elodie's back, his expression grew more and more puzzled. The captain is becoming stranger and stranger. Could it really be because of that woman? I can't let this continue. Once the princess arrives, I have to find a way to bring them together. If I do that, maybe the captain will go back to how he used to be. Cabell slowly walked over to Elodie. In a quiet voice, he called Madam. But thinking of what he'd just done, Elodie only clutched her skirt anxiously. "Cabell." Her expression turned somewhat serious as she voiced her thoughts. Punishing a vassal has to go through a formal trial. That made her feel troubled, not knowing how best to handle it. It might be different on a battlefield, but this is the territory, and Cabell is the lord here. So, seeing the fear on her face, Cabell became even more worried instead. "Madam is so frightened because of me. It's all my fault." Thinking that, he quietly reassured her. "Madam, I understand." His words surprised her a little. Elodie immediately raised her head to look at him, while he calmly recalled what had just happened. "I'm sorry. I frightened you." His voice rang out. "I was wrong." Hearing that, Elodie gave a faint smile. She tried her best to calm herself down, although her hands had been trembling this whole time. "It's all right. I wasn't that scared." Cabell noticed those tiny reactions from her at once. "You're lying. Even your fingertips are trembling like this." He could only let out a helpless sigh as he said what was on his mind. "But that Baron insulted my wife. An insult at that level is the same as insulting me." Elodie looked up at him in surprise. Seeing Cabell still listening obediently when facing her moved her deeply. "I never imagined Cabell thought of me that way." She gently held his hand and nodded in agreement. "Even so, that Baron is someone who stayed by your side and protected you while you were at war. I know it is difficult to feel goodwill toward your other vassals." But she tightened her hold on Cabell's hand and told him, "I want Cabell to become a lord respected by his vassals." Her voice continued to echo in the room. "It would be nice if you could convene another vassals' council." After hearing that, Cabell nodded to show he understood. "Madam, I understand." She did not forget to add, "Also, if you kill a vassal who fought in the war, it will damage your reputation." As he listened to those words, he had thoughts of his own. A vassal's council, balancing the temple, the support of the vassals. I don't need any of it, and I don't care about something like reputation. Even so, he smiled and replied, now that I think about it carefully, I believe Madam is right. Seeing how well Cabell understood her intentions, Elodie finally let out a sigh of relief. Now I can stop worrying. Watching her, he fell into thought. I can't disobey Madam, as long as I don't kill anyone. That should be enough, right? Soon, the scene shifted to Cabell's office. Bernard stood there in silence, his face looking awful as he remembered everything he had done before. Cabell's gaze frightened Bernard to the extreme. Your Grace, I only... Before he could finish, Cabell coldly gave his order. Baron Bernard, after hearing my wife speak, I am grateful for the loyalty you have shown all this time, so I have decided to grant you a special favor. I will give you one more chance to prove your loyalty. That instantly filled Bernard with hope. If it's a chance, Cabell continued, the deadline is 2 months. Bernard's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, standing before him, Cabell quickly laid out his demand. Seeing how endlessly you went on about the Duchess's qualifications, I assume you have no idea how many duties my wife handles as acting lord. His voice continued to ring through the room. Go learn it for yourself and write me a letter of self-reflection. At the same time, spend time with your family and say your farewells. Those words stunned Bernard, and he could hardly believe his ears. Farewells? Cabell's expression grew even darker as he continued. While inspecting the territory today, I heard that the number of monsters in the Forest of Death has increased recently. You will spend the time you have left living in the Forest of Death and clearing them out. At that moment, Cabell had thoughts of his own as well. To be honest, I want to send him away right now, but if he suddenly disappears, Madam might misunderstand me. As soon as Cabell finished speaking, Bernard immediately pressed a hand to his chest and shook his head in refusal. Your Grace, that won't do. I've only just returned to my family. Shouldn't I spend the rest of my life with the people I love, together with them? Hearing that, Cabell immediately considered it. That's true. Then take your family and relocate there with you. That news only made Bernard even more terrified. Your Grace, Cabell folded his arms and demanded harshly, since when did you become bold enough to complain about my orders? Has your loyalty already faded? That only made Cabell look at him with even greater contempt. Then treat it as doing something for me. Those words left Bernard instantly speechless. Just like that, Cabell quickly threw him out. I'll see you again in 2 months. The door slowly closed. After leaving the room, Bernard faced the coming task in utter disbelief and dropped to his knees in despair. Even in death, he had never imagined something like this would happen to him. I only just made it back. How could His Grace treat me like this? Suddenly, he sharply realized something important. The Duchess is like a siren. She's bewitched His Grace. In his mind appeared an image of Elodie using her abilities to make some kind of mind-clouding drug. She must have made some strange medicine and used it to bewitch His Grace. Otherwise, why would His Grace drive me away? Thinking that, he hated Elodie even more. So she really is that kind of vicious woman. Furious, he clenched his fist tightly. I must investigate the Duchess immediately. If only His Grace could be paired with my Alice, perhaps he would see the light again. The scene shifted inside a huge and imposing mansion. In the garden overlook, Alice was walking with a very ugly expression, cursing as she went. What was that supposed to be? She had thoughts of her own as well. I had been hoping he would introduce me to His Grace. But the result was the complete opposite of what she had expected, which made her feel even more upset. His Grace had no intention of speaking to Alice at all, and then suddenly he went off somewhere. A beautiful and adorable girl like Alice took the initiative to greet him, and he ignored her outright. Just because he's a duke, does he think he's so impressive? Merely thinking about what had happened before left Alice in a foul mood. That instantly made her sigh in regret. Thinking about it, coming here was pointless. I even wore such a pretty dress for this. What a waste of time. When she saw the garden filled with roses, she immediately brightened and praised it with a smile. Oh, these roses are Alice's favorite pink. That drew much of her attention to the roses before her. They're so pretty. She could not help remembering a man who had accidentally helped her when she was little. Back then, when Alice almost fell, it was the prince who caught her. His hair had been pink. His smile from that time kept surfacing in Alice's memory. Even his voice had always been so warm. Are you all right? Slightly startled, Alice immediately turned around and replied, You startled me, talking to me so suddenly. Pink hair. Alice looked at the girl before her in disbelief. She felt a lot like the princess. Elodie was a little surprised as well and quickly guessed Alice's identity. Could you be Baron Bernard's granddaughter? Elodie did not understand what she meant at first. Alice? Looking at Alice before her, Elodie smiled and praised her. She immediately turned around and mocked her. Did you come here specially to keep an eye on things because you're afraid the Duke might fall for Alice? Her eyes widened slightly as she stared at Elodie's retreating back, thinking, do you think that just because you praise me a little, I'll like you? How ridiculous. But after thinking that, Alice glanced down at the dress she was wearing. Even so, when she remembered the compliments she'd just heard, a warm smile still rose to her lips. With that, Alice turned and left as well. At least she has some taste. The scene shifted elsewhere. Baron Garcia's trembling hands gripped the letter in front of him tightly. How could this happen? Rage filled him to the extreme. Go to the forest of death at once. Exterminate the monsters and spend the rest of your life atoning. Recalling everything that had happened, he shook with fury and disbelief. Last year, Bernard had sworn again and again that all he had to do was trust him. Impossible! His scream echoed through the entire mansion. Impossible. At that moment, a pitiful-looking young man, beaten black and blue, came crying and shouting nonstop. He hurried over to Bernard and begged repeatedly, "My Lord Baron, I really can't do this anymore." Seeing that, Bernard immediately panicked, unable to understand what had happened. What happened? Helplessly, the young man recalled that terrifying woman from the ducal mansion. The maids in the ducal mansion all threatened me. They said if I dared lay a hand on the Duchess, they'd kill me and the people behind me too. That frightened Bernard badly as well. To avoid those maids, I spent all day running away. They even chased me with brooms, forcing me to tell them who was behind it all. In despair, he burst into tears. They're too terrifying. I really can't keep doing this. Hearing those words, Bernard fell silent in thought. Such terrifying loyalty. Could she really have concocted some kind of drug and made everyone drink it? The thought only convinced him further. If the ducal mansion had been recruiting servants, he would already have planted someone inside. But there had been no movement there at all until now. Soon, he remembered the task Cabell had assigned him. Right now, I need to write the self-reflection His Grace demanded first. He quickly turned to leave. Now I need to go take a look around the territory. His subordinate nodded at once. Why, yes, go ahead. We can talk after you come back. And so, Bernard went to inspect the area below the town. But the moment he saw the peaceful scene there, he was utterly stunned. He had never expected the territory to have developed so well, with agricultural yields rising so sharply. The sight of those vast golden rice fields before him only deepened his confusion. Bernard was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe that all of this had been done by Elodie. If this farming method could be spread across the entire territory, yields would surely explode. And if that happened, he would be forced into the position of having to thank the Duchess. That made him acknowledge it inwardly, though very unwillingly. He had heard that the territory had developed, but he had never imagined it would prosper to this extent. After a long investigation, Bernard's expression gradually went blank. He could not help recalling Cabell's face and everything he had done. He had originally assumed that His Grace would divorce her the moment he returned. So was this the reason he still had not divorced her? The thought left him unwilling to accept it. Thinking of his granddaughter Alice, and with the princess arriving in 2 months, he could not simply rely on the plan to make His Grace fall for Alice. He also had to make his own position clear. Baron Bernard's face was full of hesitation. Not knowing what to do, he could only turn and leave. But in truth, the person on his mind was Elodie. The one he truly ought to attach himself to was the Duchess. Though humiliating and bitter, it was still better than being sent off to the forest of death like this. And so Baron Bernard set himself a goal. He absolutely could not end up like the other vassals. The scene shifted to the inside of Small Cellar. The items inside had been arranged neatly and with great care, and beside them were heavy weapons of an extremely dangerous sort. Then a voice rang out. "Are all the tools ready?" The people in the cellar gripped their weapons tightly. "Yes, we're ready." Mary's voice followed. "Good." She and all the maids were furious beyond measure as they loudly declared, "We have to find him and get rid of him cleanly and thoroughly." As if remembering something, she continued, "Has anyone else been approached?" Anna immediately shook her head and answered, "No, not yet." Mary promptly shared her decision with everyone. To prevent anything else from happening, starting today, we're all going to carry weapons on us in secret. The moment she thought of those scum daring to approach Elodie, her anger only grew. "That bastard. If I catch you, you're dead." She let out a somewhat helpless sigh. "I don't know if we'll run into him again, but we have to catch him." Anna encouraged her from the side. "No, you did well enough already." Even so, she fell into self-reproach. I should have seized him on the spot. Anna smiled, not too bothered by it. If that bastard comes back, we'll catch him sooner or later. Mary also spoke softly to the maid beside her, who was still deeply worried. That's right. Next time we absolutely won't let him go. We'll catch him. While the maid was still downcast, Mary quickly placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She gently instructed her, "Once we catch him, we'll force him to tell us everything." The maid hurriedly nodded. Yes. Remembering something important, Mary did not forget to warn everyone. All of you must keep this from Madam. Understood. The others obediently nodded in reply. Yes, Mary, because in her heart, she had already made up her mind. Madam had already suffered far too much because of that incurable illness. They could not let her worry anymore. With that, Mary gripped the weapon in her hand firmly. Her eyes were full of determination, ready to fight with her life against anyone who dared lay a hand on her mistress. You trash! How dare you show such disrespect to the Duchess? If I catch you, don't expect me to let you off lightly. Meanwhile, Elodie continued to sit quietly, focused on the papers in her hands. That surprised Cabell as well. Madam, are you busy? She smiled and shook her head. No, what is it? Something about the situation in front of her felt a little strange. Cabell immediately walked over holding the little teddy bear she had once given him. When we were little, you said I was as cute as a rabbit. Do you remember? As he spoke, he also held up the rabbit and asked with a smile, "What about now? Do I look like a rabbit?" Elodie was left speechless for a moment. She could only force out a very stiff smile. What is this all of a sudden? Still, she smiled and nodded along. Very cute. Elodie's reaction instead made Cabell fall silent. He quickly stood up and turned to look outside. I'll go make some tea. Elodie nodded. All right, thank you, Cabell. And so the door closed, leaving Elodie alone in the room. Cabell was now deeply troubled, at a loss for what to do. Ever since that incident, the atmosphere between Madam and me has only gotten more awkward. I thought we might finally go back to how things were before. That only made him more irritated. What he wanted was for Madam to forgive him. Back then, Baron Bernard had knelt on the ground in terror, begging for mercy. Please spare me, Your Grace. At that time, Cabell's eyes had been filled with killing intent, enough to make anyone shudder. Even though she was terrified, Elodie had still stepped forward, trembling, to stop him. Please calm down, Your Grace. Her face had trembled with fear, and she had not even dared meet his eyes, seeing that it made her afraid of him. Cabell felt even more helpless because of it. What in the world am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Ifrit's voice rang out. What are you standing there for? When it appeared in front of him, Cabell immediately looked displeased. What is it? Realizing it had been gone for a long time, Cabell at once demanded, Where have you been? Why are you only coming back now? Ifrit casually hopped down to the floor. I was just wandering around the territory. It quickly glanced toward the room. Want me to go greet my benefactor now? Cabell panicked at once and hurriedly snatched it up, startling it. Seeing Cabell clutching it tightly, Ifrit kept struggling. What are you trying to do? Let me go. He immediately ordered, Stop moving, because he had already formed a plan in his mind. If Madam sees Ifrit, she'll definitely think it's cute. As long as I'm alive, I'll never let her see it looking like this. While Cabell was still calculating, Elodie suddenly opened the door and came out. The instant she saw Ifrit, she was astonished. Oh my, why is there a puppy here? Looking at the little creature before her, she immediately brightened and pulled Ifrit into her arms, praising it over and over. So cute. That quickly reminded her of what she had read in the newspaper. This is the fire spirit I saw in the paper, and it even appeared in the antique I found. How amazing. Ifrit said with a smile, My benefactor, I'm very grateful to you. But how exactly did you bring me back from death? Hearing that, Elodie did not know how to explain it for a moment, and she could not help recalling the day the system had appeared before her eyes. I used the thing I obtained after dying in my previous life. Even if I told the truth, the spirit probably wouldn't believe me. Elodie innocently shook her head. I don't know either. Ifrit looked a little disappointed. Is that so? She smiled, lowered her gaze to it, and said, No matter what, I'm just glad I was able to save the spirit safely. Thank you for protecting Cabell all this time. Her words made it very happy. At least you know that much. That bastard, I can't talk to him at all. All the good things I did. Before it could finish, Cabell quickly scooped Ifrit up. Madam, don't talk to this thing anymore. Let's go for a walk. That left Elodie rather puzzled. His behavior only made Ifrit even angrier. What is with him? Ifrit swiftly jumped to the ground and ran off. Seeing this, Elodie looked worried. Is it really all right to just leave it alone? He smiled and explained gently, It's fine. You don't need to worry about it. Let's go. The scene quickly shifted to the wide corridor outside. Elodie's voice rang out. "It's such a relief that we found that antique." Walking beside her, Cabell nodded in agreement. "It's all thanks to Madam." A maid who already looked extremely worn out soon noticed the two of them and hurriedly bowed respectfully. Seeing something strange about the maid, Elodie could not help feeling puzzled. Cabell also quickly sensed that something was wrong. Looking more closely, the servants' expressions were all rather poor. "Madam, did something happen?" Elodie was a little surprised. Cabell had noticed it too. Meanwhile, the maid over here had been crying non-stop. She sighed, not knowing how to tell him. "As expected, it's not just me who feels this way. From the beginning, I thought something was off. The strangest one is Mary." Back then, Mary's expression had become very odd, and she kept sighing. She used to chatter all the time, but lately I haven't seen her speak even once, and she has looked so gloomy. Then Elodie immediately thought of Anna as well. Anna's complexion had been the same. I asked her, but she immediately shook her head and explained, "Truly, nothing is wrong, madam." That only made Elodie more worried, so she had warned her, "If anything happens, you must tell me. Understood?" Coming back to herself, Elodie sighed. They insisted they knew nothing. After thinking for a moment, Elodie quickly suggested, "How about we ask Norman whether something happened?" Hearing that, Cabell smiled and nodded in agreement. Remembering something important, he suddenly added, "Madam, you can ask later, since you've been very busy lately." Hearing that, she looked at him in surprise. This time, she thought of how she had been buried in work all day long. "True, ever since the banquet, I've done nothing but throw myself into papers and handle one matter after another. Now that I think about it, I haven't even gone to the greenhouse. Before the princess arrives, I have to finish that research I still haven't completed." Even so, she had no intention of going back to work today. So Elodie turned to Cabell and urged him, "Let's go." With that, she quickly pulled him away. She had to spend time with Cabell. The scene shifted elsewhere, and Heisen's face turned extremely ugly. How annoying. Back on the battlefield, those people never stopped complaining that the Duchess was this and that, but now, what he saw instead was everyone still laughing, chatting, and fooling around together, their attitude having turned a full 180 degrees. That quickly led Heisen to all kinds of suspicions. Had they really believed those rumors about the temple switching the supplies and the letters the Duchess had sent? How did they know those weren't lies fabricated to frame the temple? Thinking of that, he sighed and blamed everything on Elodie. The temple was certainly capable of doing something like that, but that woman was just as cunning. The chain of thoughts left Heisen sighing tiredly. It's true, the Duchess has taken very good care of the people in the territory lately, and I even heard she reduced taxes. It irritates me, but I can't deny it. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. This time, Heisen looked at the knights laughing and playing around together. The ones I really hate are a different group. He calmly looked toward the knights who had once been on the battlefield and were now laughing together. At least those men truly contributed to winning the war. But what had the people in the territory done? That made Heisen even more disdainful. Nothing but hunting a few mediocre monsters. Even the fact that they usually only handled simple missions made him more displeased. It's just patrolling the territory. What's there to be so proud of? And so Heisen always kept his distance from that group of knights. That included those from the Ducal Knight Order as well. Their relationships with one another were not even that good. Yet the moment the Duchess came up, everyone competed to praise her. That made him think to himself and secretly wish that Princess Larissa would hurry and come to the territory. Whether they were those who had been through war or those who had stayed behind in the territory, in truth they were all the same. More than anything, Princess Larissa's gentle smiling face had already appeared in Heisen's mind. If that happened, the entire situation would change at once. At that point, Heisen would be able to get along with everyone. At the very least, those who had gone through life and death battles together would come to their senses. Then everything would be different. These people had merely fought against Erda. When the time came, Heisen would move around with the guard unit. Before, he had constantly been constrained by people from the temple and the royal family, and he had run into plenty of trouble. During that time, morale had been unstable, and he had had to remain on guard at every moment, never knowing when war might break out. He had not even been able to sleep soundly. Returning to the present, the moment Heisen thought of all the suffering he had endured, he felt extremely uncomfortable. How could those who had only dealt with minor monsters understand what they had experienced on the battlefield? Yet at that very moment, the knights who had stayed behind to guard the estate were cheerfully comparing them to those monsters. But another person immediately interrupted. "What monsters? That's ridiculous. Those words successfully enraged the purple-haired man. He whipped his head around and finally snapped. Say that one more time if you dare. That angered Heisen as well. That man was clearly defending the people on his own side. He could not hold back any longer and immediately stood up, demanding, "What monsters? Nonsense. That's laughable. So what if I said it?" He even stepped forward toward the purple-haired man. "What? Are you going to hit me?" His fierce expression startled the purple-haired man as well. But the moment Heisen thought of everything he had endured, he was so furious he could hardly speak. After a flood of thoughts crossed his mind, he finally lost control and shouted, "While you bastards were in the territory playing princess games with the Duchess, we were rolling in the mud and suffering like dogs." He kept demanding sharply, "Have you ever been to a battlefield?" That made the other knights deeply unhappy. Heisen clearly had no intention of holding back anymore. He continued to berate them. "You're always Madam this and Madam that. But do you even know the princess is about to come here?" His face was already blazing with anger as he went on shouting, "The moment the princess arrives, your precious madam will have to move out of her room." The instant he finished speaking, a fist came flying toward him. Heisen collapsed to the ground in pain. Seeing that Tryon had actually hit him, he grew even angrier. "You bastard." So he lunged forward at once and threw a punch at Tryon. Neither side was willing to give way, and the two kept arguing while the surrounding knights could only watch silently. "What did I say that was wrong? Take those words back right now." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey, you two." At that bark command, both men immediately stopped. Fortunately, Birdos arrived in time, strode over at once, and furiously shouted, "How dare you openly fight here?" After saying that, he did not forget to slam a fist down on Heisen's head as well. Soon both Tryon and Heisen were cowed into silence. Hearing the things Heisen had just said only made Birdos even angrier. "What did you just say? Playing princess games? Moving out of her room?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "Have you lost your mind?" Heisen stayed silent and did not answer. That left Birdos utterly exasperated, at a complete loss for words. "Good grief, I'm furious." In Birdos' mind appeared the terrifying image of Cabell, the cold, merciless god of war from the battlefield. Yet after returning, Cabell had changed into someone as meek as an obedient child, becoming far more cautious in everything he did. Just who do you think you're directing those insulting words at? He remembered the sight of Elodie gently embracing Cabell. That god of war had no desire to divorce her. That god of war could not live without Madame at all, just like when he was young. The thought left Birdos sighing in utter helplessness. If word of today's incident reached the god of war, he could practically see the day of his own death. Once Cabell learned of this, he would have to settle the matter personally. So he immediately warned Heisen, "I'm warning you, never say anything like that again." That only made Heisen even angrier, to the point that he could no longer endure it. "Why exactly?" he loudly demanded of Birdos. "What did I do wrong?" His voice kept rising. "If the princess comes, that woman won't be able to go near this castle ever again." That finally pushed Birdos past the limit. Right in front of everyone, he viciously slapped Heisen across the face. Just thinking about the words Heisen had spoken made Birdos even angrier. "Are you still not awake? And you still dare open your mouth and say such things?" After being slapped twice in a row, Heisen was completely stunned. What exactly did I say wrong for it to come to this? Realizing the situation was bad, Birdos immediately signaled to Tryon. "Sir Tryon, please step outside first." Hearing that, he nodded. "I understand." After Tryon left, Heisen's expression turned even heavier. At that moment, Birdos immediately called his name. "Heisen." Hearing that, he raised his head. Birdos' expression became more serious than ever, as though he had remembered just how frightening Cabell could be. "Stop insulting Madam. Madam is not someone you can speak of in such degrading terms. Wake up right now. Don't think the god of war wouldn't kill you." His tone was utterly certain. "Do you understand?" Hearing those words, Heisen looked thoughtful. Is the Duchess really that important to the captain? The more Heisen thought about anything related to Elodie, the more his head ached. He simply could not understand it. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Elodie stood deep in thought. "On the way to the market, I received Sir Silka's documents, but I never saw him in person." The moment she thought of the medicine she had newly made, she could not help but worry. "I remember he said the pills were counterfeit, so he went to the capital." Could this also have been the temple's doing? Fragments of her conversation with Cabell flashed through her mind. "I clearly sent the pills over. Didn't Cabell receive them?" It was obvious he knew nothing about it. "What pills?" he had asked in surprise. She too had explained in shock. "I sent them together with the letter." After hearing that, he had looked even more confused. A letter? No letter ever arrived. At that, Elodie fell into even deeper thought. No matter how she thought about it, only the temple could have done such a thing. Elodie stood there recalling Silka's trustworthy face. From the very beginning, when the medicine was first distributed, I thought the temple was being strangely quiet. I'll deal with the counterfeit issue. Perhaps they had been secretly interfering with her all along. For now, all she could do was wait for Silka to contact her. While she was still lost in thought, Cabell asked in surprise, "Madam, what are you thinking about?" She startled and hurriedly came back to herself. In nothing. When she saw the familiar road in front of her, Elodie looked a little surprised. Pointing ahead, she said with a smile, "Cabell, this is where you got lost before. Do you remember?" He smiled and nodded. "Of course I remember. You were the one who saved me, madam." As they walked, Elodie smiled and recalled, "I was really flustered back then. All right, there's still something I never told you about the orphanage where you used to live." Her voice was calm. "I found them, and I gave them a thorough scolding." That clearly took him by surprise. After saying that, Elodie added proudly, not forgetting to boast a little, "I promised the young Cabell I would, but those people were still living as if nothing had happened, so I took the night squad with me." As she spoke, Cabell suddenly reached out and gently held her hand. That puzzled her, and she turned to look at him. "Cabell," he suddenly called out, "Madam." Seeing him holding her hand, she faintly felt that something was strange. What is it? But what she had just said filled his heart with warmth. All he could do was keep calling Madam. Seeing him like that, Elodie smiled gently. She raised both hands and softly ruffled his hair. "You don't have to say anything. I understand." Faced with her hand on his head, he grew unusually quiet. Realizing she might have gone a bit too far, Elodie was suddenly startled and quickly came back to her senses. Noticing the change in her expression, Cabell called out at once, "Madam." She hurried to steady herself. Then Elodie quickly hid her hands, which were gradually starting to change, behind her back. Before long, the scene shifted to evening at the mansion. Elodie sat there, staring at the teacup in front of her. She thought helplessly to herself, "Fine. I haven't had any time alone lately, so I haven't been able to take my medicine." She couldn't help recalling what had just happened. Whenever she was with Cabell, the symptoms grew much worse. That was no small matter. She looked outside again. "I already sent Anna away, so no one should come in, right?" Just moments ago, Elodie had kept shooing Anna out. "I can manage by myself." Anna had looked extremely surprised. "But madam," after confirming that no one else was in the room, Elodie took a deep breath, picked up the tea in her hand, and drank it in one gulp. After that, she had to hurry back and get to work. After drinking the tea, she waited quietly for her hands to return to normal. But after a while, Elodie started to grow anxious. Why isn't there any sign of it working at all? I can't keep delaying this. Suddenly, Elodie felt a change run through her body. She quickly raised her hands to look at them, a thought flashing through her mind. This stinging sensation. It's here, and at a time like this of all times. A knock soon came from outside the door. "Madam," that only made her more anxious. "No, if this keeps up, I'll be found out." The door slowly opened, and a maid hurried in to report, "My sister Anna has brought you some refreshments." Seeing the room completely empty, the maid was startled. Where did Madam go? Fortunately, at the very last moment, Elodie had managed to run out into the garden. Exhausted, she stopped beneath a large tree. But by then, Elodie's body could no longer endure it, and she kept coughing up blood outside. Seeing how much blood she had just vomited, Elodie grew worried. For some reason, she had coughed up more than usual today. Just as she was thinking that to herself, Elodie suddenly sensed that something was wrong. This time, unfortunately, she ran into Heisen, who was standing nearby and had seen everything. The two of them froze where they stood, staring at each other, neither knowing how to react. "This is bad." Elodie tried hard to calm herself. "I'm sorry, and you are?" Heisen politely introduced himself as well. "I'm Heisen." Hearing that, she bowed courteously. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Heisen. On the day of the banquet, because of the nights, I wasn't able to greet you properly." Even as she spoke politely, she thought to herself, "I never expected someone to be here." Feeling awkward, Elodie quickly handed him a handkerchief. "Because I got your coat dirty." He immediately took it and wiped the blood from his coat. It's all right. But Elodie still looked uneasy. She turned her head and glanced around. Aside from Mr. Heisen, there shouldn't be anyone else here, right? While she was still checking whether anyone else was nearby, Heisen suddenly asked, "Is it Siren's tears?" At those words, she was startled and immediately became wary. Hearing the somewhat familiar name of the illness, Elodie quickly remembered. Wasn't it the incurable disease people in coastal regions sometimes contracted? At that thought, Elodie rapidly weighed her options in her mind. It's not what you think. A few years ago, I came down with an unnamed illness. The treatment is a life-saving herb, and if I drink it once a month, the side effect is coughing up blood. If I explain everything honestly, the story will be far too long. After weighing it over in her mind for a moment, she smiled and quickly said, "Please keep this a secret for me." Heisen was so startled that he stood there stiffly. Elodie looked at him almost pleadingly. "Please pretend you saw nothing today, all right? I'm begging you." Heisen. That left him confused, but he still voiced his thoughts. "But if the people around you knew, they could treat you in advance." Before he could finish, she shook her head again. "Please, don't let anyone know about this." Elodie had already pictured the butler and all the maids crying miserably. No matter what, everyone would worry terribly. Heisen nodded in understanding. "I understand." She brightened at once. "Really?" Heisen nodded quickly to confirm. "I'll keep my promise." At that firm answer, Elodie finally relaxed. "Thank you very much. I'm sorry for troubling you." That string of words left Heisen momentarily dazed. "She's even more courteous than I expected." Feeling that time was running short, Elodie quickly turned to leave. "Then I'll be going now. Good night." Heisen remained standing there in silence. Elodie felt a little uneasy and stole a glance at him. Can I trust him? Seeing his somewhat dark complexion, she still felt a trace of unease. Meanwhile, Heisen had fallen into complete confusion. He had only come out for a walk because the vice captain had chewed him out. So how had this happened? As he kept wiping the blood from his coat, an unpleasant memory surfaced in his mind. So the Duchess has an incurable illness. Fool! She's this sick, and she's still hiding it from her family. If once again all I can do is stand by and watch someone die like my little sister, unable to do anything. At that thought, Heisen let out a powerless sigh and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Back in the room, Elodie had grown frantic with worry. She hurriedly called out, "Cabell." Cabell was still sitting there quietly, and he didn't look well at all. His face was flushed bright red, and he looked deeply uncomfortable as he called out, "Madam." Seeing him like that, Elodie became even more frightened. "Cabell, what's wrong? Does something hurt?" He looked helpless, not knowing how to explain. "My body feels a little." As he spoke, he gently tugged down his collar. Immediately, Elodie reached out and put a hand on his forehead to check. "You don't have a fever." He fell silent, completely at a loss for words. Time rewound to a little earlier. Back then, Ifrit had instructed him very thoroughly. Do you understand now? Being cute alone isn't enough. That whole lesson had left Cabell astonished as well. Why? If I just get a little closer to her than before. Before he could finish, Ifrit cut him off. "You really don't understand anything. You're forgetting something very important." Wearing a smug expression, it loudly declared, "Your madam thinks I'm extremely cute." Cabell instantly turned to stone. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Ifrit pressed on, "She likes everything cute. Do you plan to turn yourself into that kind of thing too?" Hearing that, he could only shake his head helplessly. That's not it. That only made Ifrit even more smug, and it laid out its idea. A special body like yours shouldn't go to waste. Cabell still didn't understand. It continued, envisioning a body with six-pack abs and bulging muscles, then declared, "Show her your sturdy chest. Let her witness your manliness." It was completely confident. A strong body makes every girl fall for you. Cabell listened silently, thought for a moment, and then asked, "So what exactly should I do?" That was why he had done what he did earlier. Now, lying there quietly, Cabell thought helplessly, that child. Ifrit, if this doesn't work. Just then, a tear fell from Elodie's eye. She softly called Cabell. Seeing that she was crying, he immediately sat up. He could hardly believe it. She was sniffling like a child, which left him completely bewildered. "Madam." It turned out Elodie had seen the scars on his body. That startled him too, and realizing things had gone wrong, he hurriedly pulled his clothes back into place. Looking at the scars on him, Elodie asked worriedly, "Why do you have so many scars? Why didn't you have a priest heal them instead of just leaving them like this?" At those words, he clenched his hands and explained helplessly, "They're only small wounds." But what he really thought was, these are all from being beaten since childhood. I just didn't want a priest to see them. Seeing that Cabell seemed lost in thought, Elodie's expression darkened. She gently placed her hand over his and comforted him. "What do you mean, small wounds? This must have hurt so much." Seeing her still shedding pitiful tears without stopping, Cabell gently shook his head in denial. "It's all right, madam. I'm really fine." He gave her a small smile to reassure her. "So please stop crying." Seeing how upset she was, a trace of sorrow appeared in his own eyes as well. As if she had suddenly remembered something, Elodie quickly stood up and asked, "I'm sorry. Where did you say it hurt just now?" He immediately explained, "It's all right. I'm much better now." She looked surprised. "Really?" Cabell instantly said with a smile. "I was just joking." Hearing that, Elodie finally relaxed. As long as Cabell is all right. Then she immediately complained, "You really scared me to death." As they spoke, she suddenly blurted out, "Do you joke like this with the princess too, Cabell?" That made him freeze at once. But Elodie had no idea she had let something slip, and she was even smiling brightly. "You're probably like this in front of the princess too. How adorable." This time, Cabell fell silent at once, and his voice turned somewhat serious. "Madam." Seeing the change in his expression, Elodie panicked and hastily turned serious again. "Did I say something wrong?" His expression is a little. With a very earnest look, he said directly, "I don't want to talk about the princess in front of you." Those words made Elodie freeze in place too, stunned and completely taken aback. Looking into his utterly resolute eyes, she didn't know what else to say. "Is that so? I understand." Elodie walked along in a daze, quietly puzzled. Yesterday, too, when the topic of the princess came up, Cabell's reaction had been strange. It was almost as though he didn't love her at all. How could that be? Suddenly sensing something was off, she widened her eyes and thought, could it be? Remembering the way Cabell's face had turned red with embarrassment, Elodie couldn't help laughing softly. So he was just shy? There's no need for Madam to know that at all. Standing beside her, Anna asked, "Madam, you seem very concerned about those nights lately. Did something happen?" "Even today." Elodie replied, that? It's because some of the knights aren't from this territory, and we met again. I've been keeping an eye on Hyzen because I was worried he might gossip. Fortunately, he's fairly trustworthy, isn't he?" While she was thinking, Anna suddenly spoke with a troubled expression. "I don't like them." Hearing that, Elodie asked curiously why. Anna hesitated for several seconds before answering. "Well, they keep going on every day about the princess, and just looking at them is irritating. I don't even know how to describe it." She continued, "Sir Byron said Miss Julia is pregnant, and right now she really wants to eat peaches." Elodie responded in surprise. "Peaches?" Anna nodded. "Yes, and the fruit she wants is the kind that only grows on the eastern continent." "Madam, that fruit is really delicious." Elodie thought to herself, "Before Julia resigned to get married, we ate them together once." Without thinking, she turned and said to Anna, "Then I suppose we'll have to ask Sir Silka to find some for us." Anna asked excitedly, "Really, madam? Then I want some too." Elodie naturally smiled and agreed right away. "Of course. I'll ask him to bring back extra so we can eat some as well." As the two of them walked and talked, a thought suddenly crossed Elodie's mind. If Sir Silka can bring some back this time, maybe I should look into whether we can grow them here. Anna asked, "Do you think the fruit mentioned in the legend of the Great Mage might actually be peaches?" Elodie replied, Anna went on, "I've heard the legend of the Great Mage before. A long time ago, in ancient times, there was a great mage who taught magic through the spirits. His name was Magna Bonitisha. People say he could control spirits of every attribute, and the reason he could do that was because of the spirit fruit." The more Anna thought about it, the more curious she became. I don't know what kind of fruit it really was, but maybe it was peaches, since peaches are so rare here on the western continent. Standing beside her, Elodie asked, "Wasn't it said that fruit contained magic power?" Anna paused. "Is that so? I completely forgot." As they spoke, Elodie suddenly widened her eyes and stared straight ahead in shock. Tryon had apparently been standing there for who knew how long. She called out, "Sir Tryon." He cleared his throat and answered, "Madam." Seeing him standing there as though he wanted to say something but couldn't, Elodie asked, "What is it? Your hand is injured." Tryon replied, "It's nothing, madam." But she was still worried about his injury and stepped closer, wanting to help. "Have you run out of healing medicine? Should I send some more to the night order?" Before she could finish, he waved his hand and refused. "There's still plenty there. There's no need to send more, madam. After saying that, Tryon hesitated several times before finally forcing out a few words. Madam. Seeing him like this, Elodie grew even more curious and asked, "What is it?" Under the gentle sunlight, a faint pink crept onto Trayon's cheeks. He asked, "Have you been doing well?" Faced with that question, Elodie answered without hesitation, wearing a bright smile. "Of course, I'm doing very well." Her answer made his heart jolt, and for an instant his whole body stiffened. Then he let out a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful." Then, before Tryon could say anything else, Elodie spoke first to take her leave. "Then I'll be going now. Make sure you take care of that wound properly." After she had taken several steps away, an urgent voice suddenly called from behind her. "Madam." The one who called her was Tryon, but he didn't continue. Both his hands were clenched tightly, as though he were desperately suppressing something. "It's nothing. I'm sorry." Hearing that, Elodie chose not to press him further. She only replied, "All right," and continued walking ahead. Even after she had gone far away, he remained standing where he was, watching her leave. Deep in Trayon's eyes lay emotions that could not be put into words. A while later, on Cabell's side, he sat with his arms crossed, staring straight ahead, his thoughts in complete disarray. He sighed and thought, "I knew I shouldn't have listened to Ifrit. What was all that supposed to accomplish?" It felt like things only became more distant instead. But soon, Cabell remembered all the times Elodie had taken care of him so wholeheartedly. Even so, Madam still stayed by my side and looked after me. It felt like old times again. She's already overwhelmed with the matter of the princess and the temple. Why are there already this many things to deal with before those people have even arrived? Why did the emperor have to send the princess here? Because of her, I've had less time with Madam. That man is such a nuisance. Thinking that, Cabell stole a glance at Elodie. I need to find some way to arrange things so we can have time alone together. At that moment, she was still completely focused on mixing medicine, her expression serious and attentive. Time passed painfully slowly, making Cabell more and more impatient. "I don't care about the princess at all. I just want the temple people to get here quickly so this can be dealt with as soon as possible. They should all disappear. They dared to hide my madam's precious letter in secret. They'll have to pay the price." Just as he was still immersed in those thoughts, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality, just like the medicine she had painstakingly prepared. Cabell, the one calling him, was Elodie. Looking at him curiously, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" He stammered, "In nothing." He thought to himself, "I almost let my killing intent show in front of Madam. I can't make that stupid mistake again." As if remembering something, Elodie asked, "By the way, Cabell, you do know you shouldn't harbor thoughts of revenge against the temple people, right? Although I also think the missing letter was most likely the temple's doing." Cabell asked blankly why. But before he could finish, he hurriedly covered his own mouth with his hand, looking uneasy. Noticing his rather strained expression, Elodie's eyes flew wide open. Once Cabell had calmed himself down again, he immediately explained, "No, it's nothing." Hearing that, she did not think much of it, and a bright smile rose to her lips. She gently reached out and patted Cabell on the head, as if reminding him, "The temple is not a force to be underestimated, Cabell." She continued cautiously, "Rather than that, it would be better to ask them for compensation." He opened his mouth to interrupt, but before Cabell could say anything more, Elodie spoke first. "Cabell, without hiding it," she clearly voiced her wish. "I want our little thief to rest in peace." At those words, he did not argue and immediately nodded in obedient agreement. Elodie smiled faintly, thinking, "Cabell, this is also for your future. The princess is on her way here now. This time, I really should leave. Silka has already found a place for me to stay." At the same time, the person she had been thinking of also appeared, and she had already prepared herself to leave this place. The girl had platinum blonde hair fluttering in the wind. After taking the view before her, she exclaimed in delight, "So this is Cernuya, Albrecht Castle." The emperor of the Heracles Empire became the greatest beneficiary of this war. The war hero Cabell could not claim ownership of the kingdom of Urea, because Princess Larissa of the kingdom of DF had temporarily transferred authority to the empire. Although the kingdom of Eric had withdrawn, the exiled prince was still alive, fearing that he might return and invade again. The princess had made that choice. And that was not the only benefit the emperor gained. It was later discovered that the bracelet in Princess Larissa's possession was a relic of the old Grand Temple. She donated the bracelet to the temple, easing the tension between the temple and the emperor. After learning that Princess Larissa was his niece, the emperor thought highly of her and gave her the opportunity to remain in the imperial capital. However, because the Duke of Cernia had once saved her life, she wanted to repay that kindness. The emperor, who had always been wary of the Duke of Cernia, came up with a scheme to win Cernia over by marrying Princess Larissa to Cabell Cernia. He dispatched Princess Larissa together with a diplomatic delegation. Back in the present, Larissa wore a cordial smile and said, "It's a pleasure to meet all of you." Elodie and Cabell, who stood opposite her, had already been waiting there. She gave a slight bow and spoke in a respectful tone. "We are pleased as well." After saying that, Elodie secretly glanced at Larissa and thought, looking closely, this princess really is beautiful. That dazzling beauty made Elodie marvel inwardly. As expected of the heroine, Larissa looked at Cabell, trying to start a conversation. "We meet again, Duke of Cernia." Faced with her words, his expression remained as cold and unchanged as ever, and he merely replied, "Yes." Standing to one side, Elodie watched the two of them as all sorts of thoughts ran through her mind. She had never expected to witness the male and female leads standing side by side with her own eyes. Smiling faintly, she thought, that child must be very moved. He probably has a lot he wants to say. Suddenly, Cabell's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Didn't you come with the priest from the Grand Temple of Tezer?" At those words, Elodie did not even have time to react before the smile froze on her face. She was full of confusion. "We've only just met. Why are you saying that?" As they continued talking, Larissa answered, "The high priest said they would stop by another temple before coming here. I heard they'll arrive tomorrow or the day after." "I see." To ease the atmosphere, Elodie decided to speak up. "You must all be tired after such a long journey. Let's go inside and rest first." Larissa smiled and replied, "Thank you for your consideration, Duchess." At that moment, a figure emerged from the castle. From now on, Elodie quickly introduced her. "She will be responsible for showing everyone around the castle." The maid gave a respectful bow and added, "My name is Olivia." Seeing this, Larissa paused and widened her eyes in concern. She examined Olivia and thought, she looks very uneasy. Is she being bullied? If not, then could it be? Those nasty rumors about the Duchess have already reached the imperial capital. And are they actually true? No. After seeing her in person, I don't think the Duchess is like the rumors at all. There must be another reason. The more Larissa thought about it, the more uneasy she became. She clenched her hands tightly, then looked at Elodie and said, "Thank you, Duchess." Olivia wore a resolute expression and added, "I will do my utmost to serve the princess." With that, the meeting ended smoothly. Afterward, in Elodie's office, she was now sitting at a large desk, focused on her work, but no matter how hard she tried, her mind was full of tangled thoughts. "I can't concentrate. Is it because I'm about to leave? Before the princess arrived, that was indeed what I thought. But I know clearly that the time has truly come for me to go." Thinking this, Elodie unconsciously pressed her lips together and fell silent. Just then, Anna approached soundlessly and suddenly spoke, startling her. "Madam, you don't look very well." Elodie quickly recovered her usual composure, turned around, and answered with a smile, "My research just isn't going very smoothly." Even hearing that, Anna still understood something of the truth, and sadness colored her eyes. She asked, "How about getting a little rest today? What do you think? You'll still have to prepare for dinner later." Elodie added, "I'm going to the greenhouse for a moment. I'll be back soon." Anna answered worriedly, "Yes." Rubbing her hands together, she stammered, "Madam." After stepping outside, Elodie stood still for a moment and let out a tired sigh. She looked around at the place she had always been so attached to. "Is it because I poured too much of myself into this place?" The air inside relaxed Elodie a little. "Every time I come here, I feel as if my soul is soothed," she thought, though it wasn't something that should have needed soothing in the first place. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Benefactor!" Hearing the voice, Elodie widened her eyes and looked toward the figure that had just appeared. Hovering right above her head was Ifrit. Grinning, it asked, "Why do you look like that?" Then it added, "Looks like my benefactor has troubles too." She did not deny it and answered, "Yeah." But right after speaking, Elodie suddenly asked something else, startling Ifrit. "Does Cabell have something troubling him too?" Avoiding her gaze, it hemmed and hawed. Only after thinking of an excuse did it answer. "Humans always have lots of worries." Elodie nodded. "That's true. Could he be worrying about when to bring up the divorce?" Seeing that her mood was a little different than usual today, Ifrit puffed out its chest confidently and declared, "Benefactor, I can listen to your troubles." But hearing that only made Elodie hesitate more, and her hands tightened into fists. "Go ahead and say it." In the end, she decided to open her heart and say everything she was thinking. "Well," but before Elodie could continue, Cabell suddenly appeared and called out, "Madam." He glanced at Ifrit and asked, "You're with Ifrit?" She nodded and answered. It seems Ifrit was playing in the greenhouse. Sensing that he was being stared at, Ifrit asked irritably, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Cabell could not be bothered to answer, only thinking to himself, "I hope it didn't say anything strange to my wife." Of course, Ifrit quickly realized that too. It turned to leave and muttered in complaint, "Stop glaring at me. I get it. I'm leaving, okay? Not cute at all." After its figure completely disappeared, Elodie looked at Cabell and asked with a smile, "Are you done with your work?" He replied, "Madam, I'm finished, so I came here." She lowered her eyes slightly and praised him. "Is that so? You did well, Cabell." She thought, even without my help, he can still handle everything perfectly well on his own, well enough that he no longer needs me. The two kept talking. "Shall we head back to the residence now?" "All right." After saying that, Elodie could not control herself and instinctively reached out, wanting to take Cabell's hand. In that instant, she froze, and a clear yet unspeakable sorrow showed in her eyes. After her emotions settled a little, she forced out a smile, turned around, and urged him to move ahead. "Let's go." Elodie kept reminding herself, "I can't have physical contact with Cabell anymore." She paid no attention to the confused Cabell behind her and only thought, "I don't know why either, but I just feel like I shouldn't do that." He had clearly noticed that something was off with her, yet all he could do was silently clench his fists. Then he lifted his head and stared at Elodie's back as she walked ahead of him, calling softly in his heart, "Madam." At the same time, out in the courtyard, Olivia was walking along when she suddenly heard someone call, "Where is His Grace right now?" At those voices, obvious irritation appeared on her face. So that's how it is. Yesterday's events replayed in her mind. Princess Larissa will arrive tomorrow. In the kitchen, Mary had gathered all the servants and said, "Madam will choose one maid to attend the princess. If anyone wants the job, I'll gladly recommend her." As soon as she finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Me." It was as if a passionate flame had burst up around Olivia. Flustered, she said, "I'll do it. I can definitely do it." Mary was a little surprised, but still reassured her, "All right. If it's Olivia, I can entrust this to you without worry." The two discussed it with utmost seriousness. "Do you understand? You absolutely must not let the princess meet His Grace." "Yes, I'll stop the princess even at the cost of my life. We can't do anything about the banquet, but before that, I'll stop them no matter what." Back in the present, Olivia clenched her hands and thought, "Yes, please trust me. I'll repay Madam this way." If it weren't for Madam, she remembered the darkest days of her life. It was Elodie who had appeared before her and pulled her out of that place. Otherwise, I probably would have become a condemned criminal by now after accidentally killing my own brother while trying to stop him from assaulting our mother. That gentle, radiant face was deeply engraved in Olivia's mind. Everyone turned a blind eye, and only Madam helped me and my mother. Beside her, the voices kept chattering. "Looks like the Duchess is busy too." "Yeah, she's researching magic potions." Hearing that, Larissa asked in surprise, "What kind of potion is it?" Before she could finish, the maid standing beside her widened her eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my, Your Highness!" The two of them looked toward the rose garden at once and saw brilliantly colored roses in full bloom. "Look at that. So roses can come in colors like this." The rare shades, seldom seen in the imperial capital, had them talking excitedly. "Your Highness, it's so beautiful here." Seeing this, Olivia looked displeased and thought, "How can they just pick flowers like that? What is this?" Not far away, Alice was walking toward them with an extremely displeased expression. She demanded loudly, "Who gave you permission to pick Alice's roses?" Those words startled both Larissa and her maid. Looking closely, the maid beside Alice immediately recognized the other party and said, "Miss, this is the princess of the kingdom of DF." Alice's expression changed instantly from anger to excited delight. "Really?" she cried, then stepped forward to greet her and introduce herself. "So you're the famous Princess Larissa. This is my first time meeting a princess. I'm Alice, niece of Baron Bernard." Larissa replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Miss Alice. As soon as she finished speaking, Alice snatched the rose branch away and asked bluntly without hesitation, "Why did your highness pick the rose?" The maid accompanying Larissa shouted angrily, "How dare you snatch something from her highness?" Alice cut her off. "These roses belong to Alice." The maid hesitated and asked, "But, Miss Alice, isn't this garden maintained by the Duchess?" At that, Alice spread her arms and declared, "These pink roses were all given to Alice by the Duchess. So these flowers are Alice's." There was naturally a reason for that, and Olivia remembered the matter clearly. "I'm sorry, but please plant these pink roses in the garden for Alice. I'll give them to her." The young lady had kept insisting that the Duchess had promised to give her the flowers as a gift. Yet even after hearing that explanation, the maid opposite showed no intention of backing down. "Even so, how dare you? My princess is His Majesty's niece." His Majesty, the Emperor's niece. Alice refused to yield and shot back. "So what? Just because she's His Majesty's niece, does that mean she can casually pick someone else's flowers?" After a fierce exchange of sharp words, the two glared at each other with blazing eyes, as if they might pounce at any moment. Seeing the atmosphere stretch to its limit, Larissa finally stepped forward. "I'm very sorry, Miss Alice." The maid asked unhappily, "Why should your highness apologize?" Larissa cut her off. "Enough, Carolina." Without letting Carolina say another word, Larissa hurried away. "Let's leave it at that, Miss Alice. I hope you enjoy yourself." Standing behind them, Alice watched the two backs recede and thought, "I thought a princess would be more impressive, but she's only this much." Then she indulged in herself again. "Alice is obviously prettier and more like a princess." After saying that, Alice stared intently at the rose branch in her hand. Then she smiled. "At first, I thought the Duchess might be my first love because aside from that person, this is the first time I've seen hair that color." Immediately afterward, an idea flashed through her mind, and she secretly guessed, could they be related? Compared with the bad-tempered Duke, Alice was better suited to someone gentle. And Alice hated married men. If we meet again, he'll definitely be charmed by Alice. I need to have grandfather investigate the Duchess's family background. The maid beside her said, "Do you think that princess came here to marry the Duke?" Hearing that, Alice did not care much and merely asked, "Is that so?" But then she confidently concluded that if the Duke had not fallen for Alice, then there was no way he would take a liking to that princess either. Her trip here was a waste of effort. The scene shifted to a spacious office stacked high with books, sunlight pouring through the windows. Cabell was intently reading the letter in his hand, his gaze icy. It read, "Princess Larissa is very fond of you, so I specifically obtained permission for the two of you to marry." When he read that sentence, fury surged through him, and he cursed under his breath, "That damned emperor." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, letting out a mocking sneer. Ridiculous. Cabell's gaze fell on Ifrit, who was lying sprawled across the desk and yawning. It thought, "Are you interested in the King of Fire Spirits? Want me to send spirits to the royal capital and burn down the imperial palace? This damn marriage." Just as he was thinking that, Ifrit stood up and asked, "What exactly is written there to make your face look like that?" Cabell said quietly. Ifrit answered. He continued, "What if I bring up the matter of marriage with the princess first?" Before he could finish, Ifrit cut him off. "Hey, don't even think about doing that." Ifrit calmly advised, "If you bring it up yourself before anyone asks, that's basically asking for trouble." That struck Cabell as having some truth to it, and he could not help sighing. "You're right." Crossing his arms, he spoke his mind. "I already have a wife, so why is everyone like this? I have no intention of divorcing Madame, and I don't want to marry the princess either." That also made Ifrit very curious about the newly arrived Larissa. "You really have it rough. Did the princess say anything? What exactly did she come here for?" Cabell rose to his feet and strode away. He walked to the window and quietly looked outside. Directly below was Elodie's favorite garden. "I want to see Madame," he thought. "I thought that after returning to that little thief." Cabell unconsciously recalled the earlier scene. If he tried to get close to her, she would. At that moment, he remembered the expression on Elodie's face. She had been deliberately avoiding him. Then she had turned around just like that, walked away quickly, and urged him, "Let's go." At the thought, he clenched his palm hard. A sense of foreboding rose in Cabell's heart, urging him to act. "This can't go on. I have to talk to Madame." At the same time, Elodie was immersed in joy, thinking, "They've finally arrived, my precious peaches. Just as expected of Silka. This means I can start my research earlier than planned." She recalled the earlier conversation. It seems Silka was still busy with the counterfeit medicine matter. Is Sir Silka very busy? Yes. He said he would remain in the royal capital for the time being. I'm sure Sir Silka will handle everything well. After thinking for a moment, Elodie turned to Mary and said, Mary, I only need 1 crate. Send 1 crate to Julia and divide the rest evenly among the knights. I'm going to the laboratory, Mary replied. Madam, won't you rest today? You were researching late into the night yesterday. Elodie reassured her. It's all right. I'm full of energy right now. After saying that, the two of them walked outside together. But as they were walking, Elodie's steps suddenly stopped when she heard loud laughter and conversation. Seeing the scene before them, Mary blankly called out, Madam. There, not far away, stood Larissa, chatting and laughing with the knights. Looking at them, Mary said, Ever since they met on the battlefield, they seem pretty familiar with each other. Elodie replied, Yes, it looks like Princess Larissa is adapting to the castle very well. Hearing that, Mary immediately retorted, The princess will be leaving soon anyway, so it doesn't matter how well she adapts. No matter what Mary said, a hollow sadness still spread through Elodie's heart. I always feel a sense of distance between myself and the knights, yet they get along so naturally with Princess Larissa. Everyone said they had once spent time together on the battlefield, but the scene before her was still playing out with undeniable clarity. That was why an indescribable emotion welled up in Elodie's heart. The feeling was far too strange. At the same time, while Larissa was speaking with the others, an exaggerated cry of admiration suddenly rang out. Oh my goodness, Your Highness the Princess. The woman kept staring at her, pouring out one compliment after another. Carolina smiled and added, You are truly breathtaking. For a moment, I thought an angel had descended to earth. At that, Larissa blushed bright red and hurriedly tried to stop her. Don't exaggerate so much. But Carolina did not stop and went on praising her. Bringing the most famous designer from the royal capital really was a wise choice. Standing to the side, Olivia heard every word of their conversation and could not help feeling a little uncomfortable. At today's welcome banquet, Her Highness the Princess would be the center of attention, shining more brightly than anyone else. Just then, Carolina suddenly ran over, shouting, Move aside, and violently shoved her away with a sweep of her arm. The sudden push left Olivia no time to react. She lost her balance and fell backward. Seeing this, Larissa worriedly protested, Carolina, but Carolina replied. She was standing in the way. I still need to fix Your Highness's hair. Larissa had no time to say anything more and quickly stepped forward to help Olivia up. Are you all right? Olivia answered yes. As she helped her up, Larissa suddenly noticed a rather large wound on Olivia's hand, clearly exposed. Her gaze stopped there for a moment, then her eyes widened sharply. With sincere concern, she asked, Wait, Olivia, what happened to this wound? But Olivia calmly explained, It's just an old injury. Larissa did not believe that answer at all. In her eyes, it did not look like an old wound in the slightest. Suddenly, Larissa stepped closer and firmly took Olivia's hand. Olivia, in a gentle voice, she reminded her, If you're suffering, no matter what it is, tell me. The gesture startled Olivia, and she could only respond awkwardly. Yes. She avoided Larissa's gaze and then said, No, I'm fine. I'll go prepare dinner now. Only when Larissa did not continue questioning her did she finally let out a quiet breath of relief. Larissa simply said, All right, see you later. After Olivia left the room, Carolina folded her arms and said, That Duchess really does mistreat her servants like the rumors say, doesn't she? I bet she has plenty of other wounds too. Then she added, Maybe that's why she acts so timid wherever she goes. Before she had even finished, Larissa burst into tears out of pity. I feel so sorry for her. Seeing that, Carolina panicked instead and frantically waved her hands, trying to calm her. Your Highness, please don't cry. Your makeup will be ruined. As she spoke, she reached for the brush on the table. Thinking of that gentle expression, Carolina guessed, maybe the Duchess boils her maid's tears into medicine. But Larissa thought that was simply absurd. How could such a thing possibly be true? Clenching her hands tightly, she thought, the rumors I heard in the capital about the Duchess were mostly negative. There had been countless ugly rumors, saying she was cruel by nature, extravagantly wasteful, and even that she abused her maids and used their tears to make magic potions. Were those rumors true? But after seeing her with my own eyes, I don't think she's a bad person. Maybe I was mistaken. If Olivia really is being tormented by the Duchess, Larissa told herself inwardly. Then I will do everything I can to save her. As she sank into thought, a bright call brought her back to reality. Your Highness. Smiling, Carolina gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and asked, would you like a side braid? Larissa returned her smile. Thank you, Carolina. And so her hair was slowly and carefully arranged bit by bit. Her heart swelled with satisfaction. At last I'll be able to see the Duke. A most distinguished guest had come to visit that thief. In the spacious banquet hall, Larissa was there as well, surrounded by a constant hum of voices. The distinguished guest seemed unbothered by it, and the knights were seated among the guests too. To Princess Larissa, I wish to express my gratitude. Elodie raised her wine glass high and said with a smile, though there are still many shortcomings, we have nevertheless prepared this banquet with all our hearts to welcome Princess Larissa. She made no effort to hide her joy and gratitude for this meeting. I hope everyone enjoys the banquet to the fullest. As soon as she finished speaking, soft and pleasant music slowly began to play, and the guests around the table started chatting enthusiastically as well. The mingling voices made the atmosphere feel especially lively. Only Elodie and Cabell sat in silence. Suddenly, a nearby conversation caught Elodie's attention, making her start slightly and turn her head. Your Highness, do you remember that count who looked like a duck? Oh my goodness. Like a duck? The voice was coming from Larissa's side. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, thanks to the princess. The mood of the banquet had grown even more cheerful. One glance was enough to tell how happy she was, how delighted she was to be here. Watching quietly, Elodie thought, it's wonderful to see the princess getting along so well with the knights. But for some reason, it feels as if a thin crack has formed in my heart. Little by little, my feelings are becoming strange. Maybe the one with the problem is actually me. Sadness was plainly visible in her eyes as she tried to comfort herself inwardly. Pull yourself together. While she was grieving on her own, Cabell suddenly leaned close to Elodie's ear and whispered, don't forget your position, madam. I have something to say to you later. As if adding another reminder, he said, so please leave some time for me, madam. The words caught her so off guard that she had no time to react. When facing Elodie, Cabell's expression was extremely serious. Gripping her hand firmly, he asked, promise me. Understood, madam. Meanwhile, the conversation on Larissa's side remained lively. Then she noticed something, and the smile on her face faltered ever so slightly as her gaze drifted elsewhere. What met her eyes was the sight of Cabell leaning close to Elodie's ear and whispering to her. Just then, one of the knights suddenly asked, by the way, your highness, are you really going to marry our duke? The unexpected question made Larissa give an awkward, embarrassed laugh. What? But isn't the duke already married? The knight, however, seemed unconcerned. They'll divorce sooner or later anyway. Hearing that, she stammered, but aren't the duchess and the duke on good terms? Several nearby knights immediately chimed in. Not at all. That's right, your highness, you absolutely must not give up. You suit our commander far better than the duchess does. Before Larissa could say anything, Carolina, seated beside her, clapped her hands and cried, exactly. Actually, there's something I've always been curious about. Without the least restraint, she asked, is the duchess the sort of person who's especially harsh on her servants? Larissa hurriedly tried to stop her. Carolina, without a moment's hesitation, Heisen answered, no, but just as he seemed about to say more, he abruptly fell silent. Carolina continued, really? Clearly unwilling to let it go, she pressed on. But while his grace was suffering on the battlefield, the duchess didn't send him even a single letter, did she? One knight leaned in and said in a lowered voice. In truth, every single word he said reached Larissa's ears without fail. I heard the temple had letters the duchess sent, but there's no proof. Who knows? Even if she really did send any, it could only have been a handful at most. It's obvious the duchess had completely forgotten our commander and only started pretending to be affectionate after he returned in glory. Heisen could no longer bear hearing the gossip and said, that's not true. Someone suddenly noticed how strange he was acting and asked, what's wrong, brother? Since when did you start speaking up for the duchess? The words jolted him back to himself. He hurriedly snatched up his cup and gulped down a huge mouthful of water, shouting, when did I ever defend her? After nearly draining the entire cup in one go, he slammed it down on the table with a bang. Heisen cursed inwardly. Damn it, what's wrong with me? The princess coming here is exactly the situation I wanted to see. Maybe I should just tell the commander everything. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Elodie's pitiful, almost pleading face rose in his memory again, and his resolve wavered once more. But things were only becoming more and more tangled. Irritated, he raked a hand through his hair and muttered, "Damn it, since when did I become such an upright person?" Just then, a figure approached from behind. A knight with an urgent expression walked straight to Cabell, then bent close and whispered something into his ear. The moment he heard the report, Cabell's eyes turned cold. People from a temple have already arrived outside. A man was riding toward them on horseback, dressed in solemn formal attire. At the same time, Cabell and Elodie also went outside to receive the visitors. With great care, he draped a cloak over her shoulders and reminded her, "Madam, the nights are cold." At those words, she turned her head and answered with a bright smile, "Thank you." As she spoke, the man on horseback swung down and landed on the ground. There were two people from the temple. They stood properly and introduced themselves. "It is an honor to be received personally by the two of you. I am Amos, High Priest of the Grand Temple of Tezer." The man behind him, with dazzling golden hair, followed with, "I am Theodore, Commander of the Holy Knight Order." Once they had finished, Elodie said, "It's a pleasure to meet you both. As it happens, we are holding a banquet to welcome Her Highness the Princess. So please set down your luggage here and come inside to eat something." The two replied, "Thank you for your hospitality, madam." Watching the way they spoke, she could not help but feel puzzled. Why the high priest lowering himself so much? Thinking that, she looked at the large pile of goods behind them and asked, "But what exactly is all that luggage?" They had not come empty-handed at all, but had brought many large transport wagons. Stammering slightly, Amos said, "This." After thinking for a moment, he explained, "These are all the items the Duchess sent to the battlefield over the past 7 years. For security reasons, we have kept them under careful protection all this time. We sincerely apologize for obstructing communication between the two of you." To Cabell, those words struck like a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a chill ran straight down his spine. Amos did his best to remain composed and continued, "But considering the circumstances of wartime, we hope the two of you can." The more Cabell listened, the angrier he became, his teeth grinding audibly, showed generosity and understanding. After explaining everything, Amos took out a small box and handed it to Elodie. As an apology, the Grand Temple of Tezer has brought a communication device. He urged, "Madam Duchess, please take a look." After receiving the box, she slowly opened it, thinking at this point, "I don't even know what to say anymore." Inside the box, unmistakably, lay two small mirrors framed in shining silver. Weren't these sacred magic tools permitted only to high priests and royalty? They were items that allowed communication over great distances, like a telephone. Upon receiving it, Elodie smiled brightly and said, "Thank you. I've always wanted to try making a magic tool like this." She even felt an urge to run straight into the laboratory and take it apart for study. Then she suddenly remembered the wagons packed full of goods. "I'll have the servants take care of what you brought, so the two of you should go inside and rest first. It's so late, you must be tired." The two answered in unison, "Thank you, Madam Duchess." But that was not the end of it. Theodore stepped forward and handed another small box to Elodie. "This as well. Please accept it." Seeing one gift after another placed into her hands, she smiled to herself. "They must truly feel guilty to be giving me so many things." But the moment she saw what was inside the box, her gaze froze and her eyes widened. Lying quietly inside were the very letters she had sent out. "These are the letters I sent. Thank you, Sir Theodore. Please go inside and rest." At Elodie's instruction, Mary quickly led the two men away to the guest rooms. "I understand." After everyone else had left, Cabell still stood there in silence, staring at the crates. The more he thought, the more unbelievable it seemed, and his hands clenched tightly into fists. Just then, a voice from behind startled him, and he turned around. "Cabell!" At some point, Elodie had already run up to him, carrying the box filled with letters. Smiling, she asked, "It's already very late, but do you want to read them, Cabell? These are all letters I wrote to you. Even though so much time has passed, it means more to give them to you than to keep them myself." At her words, some of the grievance in Cabell's heart eased a little. Light shone in Elodie's eyes as she looked at him with eager anticipation. With almost no hesitation at all, Cabell gently took her hand and even lightly touched Elodie's forehead, making her cheeks flush red with embarrassment. "Amen, madam." Faced with this, Elodie had no idea how to respond and could only stand there stiffly in a daze. A few seconds later, she finally came back to her senses and hurriedly stuffed the box of letters into his hands. Take them quickly. As if nothing were unusual, Cabell asked. May I open it? She replied. Of course. He had already been unable to wait and immediately opened the small box. But when he saw the thick stack of letters inside, intense fury instantly rose in his eyes. Cabell said, even if I killed every last one of those temple people right now, it still wouldn't be enough to calm my anger. Hearing that, Elodie called out in confusion, Cabell. She lightly patted his shoulder, tried to calm him down. You mustn't lay a hand on the temple. It would be better to use this secret to hold leverage over them. She smiled faintly, thinking, right now, all I want is for him to live peacefully and happily. Left with no other choice, Cabell could only follow her lead and say, Madam, I understand. Even so, he could not suppress the bitterness in his heart, and his brow remained tightly furrowed. After thinking for a moment, Cabell finally asked, May I hold you? As he said it, he reached for Elodie's hand. He even wore a pitiful expression as he spoke. Madam, please. Seeing that, Elodie could only agree. All right. She had so many things in her heart that she could not put into words, yet she had no idea how to express any of them. Elodie embraced Cabell and said softly, Come here. The two of them cast everything around them aside and immersed themselves only in each other. The surroundings were so quiet that it felt as though even their racing heartbeats could be heard clearly. Before she knew it, Elodie too had sunk into that moment. And just then, of all times, Mary stepped forward and asked, Madam, the people from the temple say they want to rest first. So what should we do about the banquet? A little embarrassed, Elodie pushed Cabell away and answered, End it now. After saying that, she looked at him again. I'll take care of the banquet, Cabell. You should go back and rest. But he refused to listen. I'll help too. Let's go together. She interrupted him with a smile. It's all right. I can manage on my own. Before Cabell could say anything else, Elodie had already turned and walked away. Even so, madam, he remained standing there, staring blankly after her, his eyes full of disappointment he could not conceal. In contrast, Elodie's steps only grew quicker and quicker. Perhaps even she herself did not understand what she was thinking. Pressing a hand to her chest, Elodie thought, why am I so shy, so uncomfortable? Is it because I'm about to part with Cabell? Yes, that must be it. After some brief tidying up, everything the temple had brought was finally moved inside. The moment the knights saw those things, surprise spread across their faces, and they began whispering among themselves. What is all this? They exclaimed in astonishment. What? Gifts from the temple? Why are there so many? The more they talked, the angrier the person standing at the back became, both hands clenching into fists. As expected of our commander, looks like those temple people have finally learned to use their eyes. Unable to endure it any longer, a loud, furious shout suddenly rang out, shattering the lively mood. These are all things my lady sent to the battlefield over the last 7 years. The one who had spoken was Mary. She continued, During all that time, my lady was always deeply worried about his grace. Every medicine here was made by her own hands. As she spoke, she gripped the hem of her skirt so tightly that she was nearly trembling, forcing down her anger with all her strength. My lady, but at that point, Mary suddenly stopped, thinking that must have been so painful. She remembered those days from before. Even so, Madame had still worked diligently to make medicine and send it to his grace. And yet in the end, all that effort had been repaid with such cruel mockery. And I even heard them say Madame was kind to that thief too. Maybe that was a lie as well. These people know nothing. They would not even pretend to listen to what I had to say. At that thought, Mary angrily pointed straight at a knight's face and shouted, All of you, from now on, ought to feel guilty toward my lady for the rest of your lives. After venting everything in her heart, she turned sharply and stormed off, leaving them standing there murmuring among themselves. But just as she was about to take another step, she suddenly ran into someone else and stopped. Kneeling there was Hyzen, tears streaming non-stop down his face. What? Before Mary could even understand what was happening, he bent even lower and burst into sobs. But it meant nothing to her at all. She was simply baffled. What is wrong with him? Soon enough, time passed quickly until dawn was near. In Cabell's familiar study, the piled books still remained in their usual places. Suddenly, a small drop of water fell onto a sheet of white paper, slowly soaking into it. As it turned out, Cabell did not sleep the entire night. Instead, he focused on reading the letters Elodie had written by hand. The more he read, the harder it became to believe, until at last he let out a bitter, cold laugh. What a fool. I was out of my mind with anger. He clenched the papers tightly in his hand and said furiously, "Because of those people from the temple, I'm only now seeing my wife's letters. They all deserve to die." Just then, a voice pulled him back to reality. "Hey," Ifrit continued, "your eyes are swollen. You look awful right now." Startled, Cabell hurriedly grabbed a mirror to look at his face. Just as Ifrit had said, his eyes were swollen. "If I go see her looking like this, my wife will think I look ugly. I guess I shouldn't go see her today." At that thought, an indescribable sorrow appeared in Cabell's eyes. Then he leaned back in his chair, covered his eyes with one hand, and thought, "My heart is pounding like a drum." The scene shifted to another room, where Theodore stood looking out the window. The direction of his fixed gaze was exactly where Elodie was. "I finally got to see her," he murmured softly, "Madame Duchess." Meanwhile, in another room, someone was thinking in confusion, why did those people from the temple have to come at that exact moment? As she combed Larissa's hair, Carolina continued, "They weren't any help at all." But Larissa did not seem particularly bothered, and simply cut her off with a smile. "It's all right. It couldn't be helped." Hearing that, Carolina immediately shot back in irritation. "What do you mean it couldn't be helped?" Because of them, the welcoming banquet for the Duke ended so awkwardly. Because the temple still had not handed over the supplies Madame Duchess had sent to the battlefield, all of Castle Cernuia had erupted into chaos. Everyone had run outside to see what was happening. Thinking back on yesterday's banquet, Larissa felt regretful. What a shame. I still didn't get to speak with the Duke. I wanted to become friends with him. He was so close, yet he felt so far away. All she could do was see Cabell from a distance. She could not get near him at all. Then Carolina suddenly spoke. "Your Highness, why don't you go see Madame Duchess's greenhouse today?" Hearing that, Larissa asked in surprise, "The greenhouse? Isn't it locked?" She replied irritably. "Then find a way to open it and go in," Carolina said. "I think we need to investigate that place. Wouldn't it be better to expose Madame Duchess's scandal as soon as possible and force her to divorce?" Larissa forced a smile and answered, "No, nothing is clear yet. We shouldn't suspect the Duchess." Hearing those words only made Carolina more annoyed. "Things have turned out like this because you're too soft. If you want," unable to hold it in any longer, Carolina let out a helpless sigh. "Heavens, Your Highness, this is not the time to be saying things like that. In this world, you are the most beautiful woman. If you just seduce him with your beauty, everything will be over." Larissa asked anxiously, "How?" "Like that." Carolina lowered her voice and shared an idea. "I have a way." After hearing Carolina's words, Larissa's cheeks flushed red with shame. The scene shifted to Elodie. She lowered her head excitedly and asked Anna, "Do you know what this is?" Anna answered blankly, "What is it, madam?" Not wasting any time, Elodie explained directly, "It's a sacred magical artifact." Anna asked in surprise, "Really?" Full of anticipation, Elodie picked one up and continued, "Really? Starting now, I'm going to take it apart." Hearing that, Anna could only nod. "Yes, madam," Elodie said excitedly. "I've been holding myself back from taking it apart on the spot. I'm just too curious about its structure and how it works." Standing to the side, Anna watched everything with a puzzled expression. "No matter how I look at it, it seems more like she's about to smash it to pieces. But Madam must have her reasons." Thinking that, she quickly turned to leave. "I'd better not disturb Madam's research." At that moment, there was a knock at the door from outside. Elodie asked in surprise, "What is it?" Anna replied, "I'll go see." Then she walked over to open the door and asked, "Who is it?" But before she could finish speaking, the sight outside made her freeze. "What is this?" The people standing there were Larissa and Carolina. The maid spoke bluntly. "Just as I thought, someone only comes out if we knock on this door." She went straight to the point. "The greenhouse door over there is locked." "Why?" Anna explained, "That door is no longer in use. The greenhouse is entered through the back door now." Carolina pressed, then opened the back door. Anna answered, "I'm sorry, but I can't. Madam is inside right now researching and cultivating rare plants." The maid asked suspiciously, "Are you hiding something in there, which is why you won't open it?" Anna cut in angrily, "What on earth are you talking about?" At that moment, Larissa also spoke up. "I want to see the greenhouse." "Is that really not possible?" Having no other choice, Anna said, "I'll ask Madam." Just then, Elodie came over and asked, "Anna, What's going on? Anna explained. Her Highness says she wants to see the greenhouse. Elodie did not refuse and agreed at once. I see. All right, I'll take Her Highness there myself. Once they stepped inside, the sight before them made Larissa sigh in admiration. It's so beautiful. Elodie introduced it calmly. The greenhouse is this way. The area we just passed was my laboratory. Carolina exclaimed. This is the first time I've ever seen so many plants. Princess Larissa asked, when we leave later, may I stop by the laboratory as well? Elodie answered, of course. Just as they were about to keep walking, Larissa suddenly stopped. Oh my, what flower is this? Carolina answered, I've never seen a flower like this before. But Larissa recognized it. Her hands trembled slightly. Isn't this the ovary flower? She thought to herself, I thought I would never see this flower again in my life. Seeing her reaction, Elodie stepped closer and asked, It seems your Highness is very fond of the ovary flower. Larissa's gaze dimmed at once as she recalled. Yes, it was my mother's favorite flower. Hearing that, Elodie did not hesitate. She plucked a blooming flower and handed it to her, saying, This flower is for your Highness. Larissa took the flower, and her face brightened instantly. Really? Thank you, Madam Duchess. She then asked shyly, May I continue coming to the greenhouse in the future? Elodie answered, Yes. If your Highness sends a maid to notify me beforehand, I'll personally show you around. With a smile, she explained, I keep the door locked because there's a little dog in the castle that runs around everywhere and causes a great deal of commotion, and there's one area here that I need to watch especially carefully. Hearing that, Larissa clenched her hands. So that's why. A little dog? But I live in this castle, and I've never seen one even once. Why would she lie like that? Why lie? She could simply have said she didn't want others to see it. If the greenhouse is this beautiful, why would she want to keep it hidden all to herself? If only she would open it to everyone, the way my mother did, so anyone could come and visit. Larissa found herself wishing she could stay in this greenhouse all day long. A little later, in the study, Elodie said softly, I need to spend some time here researching herbs, so your Highness may look around as you please. Larissa looked toward the table, examining the research materials laid out there, and exclaimed, That's... Larissa's attention had been caught by the dismantled object. It was a sacred magical artifact from the Grand Temple of Tezer, yet now it had been reduced to this state. Just then, a panicked scream suddenly rang out from behind them. Carolina, her expression twisted, waved her hands frantically and cried out, I've been poisoned by something strange. What should I do? Her cries became increasingly miserable. Your Highness, save me. Carolina, are you all right? Hearing that, Elodie turned around and explained gently, That's only water. But Carolina did not believe her explanation at all. Instead, she leaned close to Larissa's ear and whispered, She's obviously lying. That must be the tears she collected from servants. There was no doubt about it. Larissa began to think the same thing. It really was suspicious. The greenhouse was locked, and the sacred magical artifact was broken. What drew her attention most of all were the papers covered in strange writing. What exactly was written on those pages? At that thought, Larissa stepped forward, intending to pick up one of the papers. Suddenly, Olivia ran over, grabbed her hand, and said, If you touch that carelessly. Immediately after, an angry shout rang out. Have you lost your mind? Carolina rushed over and violently shoved Olivia away. How dare you touch Her Highness's hand without permission? Before the words had even fully left her mouth, she furiously raised her hand. Seeing that, Olivia squeezed her eyes shut in fright. Just as the slap was about to fall, her hand was stopped. The one who intervened was Elodie. Her gaze was sharp, her eyes wide as she stared at Carolina in disbelief. Under that stare, Carolina immediately lost her nerve and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Elodie also released her grip. Larissa quickly ran over and stood in front of her maid. I'm very sorry, Madam Duchess. Elodie replied, It's all right. If anything, I should apologize for Olivia's actions. But Elodie did not stop there and continued, I don't know how things are done at the Imperial Palace, but this is Castle Cernuya. Without the slightest restraint, she made her position clear. In this castle, I would like both of you to be more careful, so nothing like what just happened occurs again. I don't know how things are done at the Imperial Palace, but this is Castle Cernuya. In this castle, I want the two of you to be more cautious, so a situation like that does not happen again. Hearing those words, Carolina thought irritably, what kind of righteous act is she putting on in front of the princess? With that thought, she cut in, but isn't that only natural? She continued, If a servant is insolent, they must be disciplined, even if a whip has to be used. Olivia shouted angrily. You! Anna hurriedly stopped her. For Madam's sake, endure it. No longer able to tolerate it, Elodie spoke up. Pardon me, Carolina. She said it plainly. We do not discipline servants in that way in this castle. Her gaze was frighteningly cold. If you apply the rules of the imperial palace in this castle, every word she spoke made Larissa shrink back in fear. Things will become very troublesome. Before Elodie could finish, Larissa pleaded, Once I return, I will properly discipline Carolina, so please do not scold her anymore. Hearing that, Elodie was instead a little confused. Am I scolding her? I'm not even angry. Not wanting to make the situation more complicated, she turned and instructed, Anna, take Olivia back into the castle. Anna answered, Yes, madam. After they left, Larissa stepped forward and asked, But, Madam Duchess, she continued, when I was about to look at that paper, Olivia grabbed my hand tightly. That only made me more curious. What exactly are you hiding? Elodie asked in astonishment. What? She turned and looked at the papers on the table in disbelief. She's suspicious of this? These are nothing more than papers recording my research. In the end, she picked up one of the pages and handed it to Larissa. Your Highness, please see for yourself. Larissa had no intention of refusing and accepted it immediately. Then she examined the paper carefully. But no matter how she looked at it, Larissa could not understand it at all. It's an ancient language. Elodie answered yes. It's for researching magic potions. Larissa said, I have disturbed you, Madam Duchess. Elodie interrupted. It's all right. As she spoke, she let out a tired sigh and thought, how did things end up like this? Elodie's attention turned to Carolina. Was there such a fierce maid by the princess's side in the original story? If the princess becomes the mistress of this castle in the future and keeps a maid like that by her side, that will be a problem. She was ready to strike another maid so casually right in front of the princess. After I leave this place, what exactly will everything become? I only hope that after I leave the castle, Cabell will be able to live happily here with everyone. At that thought, a sudden sharp pain stabbed through Elodie's chest, making it tighten painfully, and she clenched her hands without realizing it. Larissa stepped forward and suggested, If Madam does not mind, could you teach me the ancient language? The request took Elodie by surprise. Why does she suddenly want to learn that? Instead of answering directly, she asked, Your Highness, have you ever felt magical power before? Larissa shook her head. Never. As everyone knew, the ancient language was a special language reserved for those born with a high affinity for magical power. It was mainly used by mages for researching or teaching magic. For those with low magical affinity, learning it was extremely difficult. Can only mages learn it? Not exactly, but the amount they can absorb and understand is very limited. I see. Larissa asked again. Then His Grace understands the ancient language too, doesn't he? After all, he can even wield sword aura. Elodie answered, Yes, that's right. Sensing an opportunity, Larissa became even more eager. If I know the ancient language, I'll be able to grow close to him right away. Just then, Carolina said with a smile, Your Highness, why not simply learn directly from His Grace? Larissa, blushing in embarrassment, hurriedly stopped her. Don't say such things. Watching this scene from the side, Elodie could not help feeling somewhat helpless. That reaction makes it seem like she doesn't want me to teach her, though I've never taught someone with no affinity for magic before either. And so, the two of them finally left. Yes, all right. Elodie stood there quietly, thinking, if the princess keeps coming here, I won't have enough time to finish my research before I leave. If only she wouldn't come. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, her hands instinctively clenched tightly. This feels so strange. For some reason, her heart ached terribly. How irritating. After returning outside, Larissa looked around at the scenery with shining eyes. I want to keep living in this castle. The atmosphere here is so peaceful, and the nights are so kind. She thought of the happiest moments, the gentle maids, and the greenhouse that reminded her of her mother. All of it was like a beautiful painting, and Larissa did not want to lose it. This place feels as though I've returned to a castle that belongs to me. In the end, the greatest reason she wanted it was still Cabell. And here he was. Her shining eyes widened, and she blurted out, I don't want to leave. Before long, time passed quickly. In Heisen's room, his hands were fiddling with a white handkerchief. The more he thought, the more tears poured down. Sobbing, Hyzen suddenly sat upright and gritted out a vow. Damn it, every time I think of Madame Duchess, I start crying. He thought back to those boxes. There were even more than I had imagined. I never knew Madame cared so much about the commander. For the past 7 years, Madame Duchess had not stopped thinking about the commander for even a single moment. She worried about the commander more than anyone else. Just the way my sister worried about me before she died. Those things had reminded Hyzen of his own sister. With a radiant smile, she called out, "Brother." He thought to himself, not long ago, I was still hoping the commander and Princess Larissa would get along well. But now that thought had vanished. He clenched his hands. Damn it, I was wrong. If I want Madame Duchess to be happy by the commander's side. Hyzen made up his mind. Then I have to cure Madame's illness as quickly as possible. Early the next morning, on Elodie's side, a loud voice rang out. Madame Duchess, may I inspect this sacred magical artifact I gave you earlier once more? The one standing there was Amos. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "The communication device?" He hurriedly explained, "I mean, there may be a slight problem with the communication device. However, that was only an excuse." He recalled, "I heard that Madame Duchess accidentally broke the magical artifact." Thinking that, Amos continued, "I think it would be better if I checked it once again." Elodie nodded and answered, "Understand." She went to fetch it, then handed it over and said, "Here it is." Amos took the object, raised it, and examined it with extreme care. When he found that there was nothing wrong with it, he returned it. "There's no problem. Thank you, Madame Duchess." Elodie answered, "It was nothing." With no excuse left to remain, he awkwardly scratched his head and spoke his farewell. "Then I'll take my leave." But after only a few steps, he stopped. Feeling guilty, Amos told the truth. "It was because of Count de Burgh that I did something so disgraceful." Hearing that, Elodie immediately remembered. Count de Burgh was the man who had come from the palace with the princess. Thinking back to yesterday, the princess had examined the dismantled communication device in the laboratory very carefully. She had even grown suspicious of the papers just because the research notes were written in an ancient language. Larissa had even asked what exactly the Duchess was hiding. Those very events had led to the current situation, and now Priest Amos had come specifically to ask for this. Elodie could hardly believe it. Her heartbeat quickened, and in her panic, she stepped back and accidentally trod on the hem of her dress. Princess Larissa. She lost her balance and fell, yet she could not feel any pain. Are they suspecting me? Outside, Amos strode away quickly, thinking, broke the communication device? He ground his teeth in anger. Those people from the Empire are actually trying to drive a wedge between us and Madame Duchess with such childish methods. The temple is already hated for hoarding supplies. It seems the imperial family is determined to get rid of Madame Duchess and put Princess Larissa in her place. The Duke getting divorced? Absurd. Just look at the supplies and letters sent over the past 7 years. That's impossible. Even if the princess is the benefactor who returned the holy relic to the temple, to us, the Duke of Cernuia, who wields the power of the spirits, is far more indispensable than the princess. We cannot let the Duke be taken by those detestable Imperials. Amos hardened his resolve not to get entangled in royal affairs again. The most important thing he had to do now was this. No matter what, he had to win the Duke's political support and gain control over the imperial family. To do that, he needed the Duchess's absolute trust. She was exceptionally capable, so the Grand Temple had had its eye on her for a long time. At that thought, Amos stopped walking. If I can confirm how the Duke feels about his wife, then winning over the Duchess first would benefit us more. Even if I fail to gain either of their favor, I can still deal with it using that thing. Seeing Theodore stop, Amos asked, "Aren't you coming?" Theodore replied, "I still have something to take care of. You go on ahead." Amos sensed that something was off, but decided not to say anything more. He continued forward and answered, "All right." After he left, Theodore secretly glanced toward Elodie's room. He thought, I followed Amos all the way here, and in the end, I still couldn't see her. Then suddenly, the door slowly opened from the inside. Elodie stepped out, rubbing her temples wearily as she muttered in a low voice, "My head is a complete mess." Not paying attention to what was in front of her, she accidentally bumped into Theodore, who was standing there. "Maybe I should go sit in the greenhouse for a while." Theodore gently asked, "Are you all right, Madam Duchess? After recognizing who was in front of her, Elodie asked in surprise, Sir Theodore? Then, a little embarrassed, she said, I should have been watching where I was going. Her smile turned somewhat strained as she explained, I was thinking about something, so I wasn't looking ahead. I'm very sorry, Sir Theodore. Theodore answered, It's all right. With nothing more to say, Elodie gave him a brief bow and continued on her way. Then I'll be going now. Theodore stood behind her and silently watched her leave. So she is the woman who has made me so curious, the one I have wanted to meet all this time. But in the end, the only one left standing here alone was still him. Theodore reproached himself bitterly. I couldn't even manage to say a single proper word to her. The first time I learned of her existence was during the war with the Kingdom of Earth, when I received an order from the Grand Temple to inspect every document being sent to the battlefield. Among the documents that required examination were letters from the Duchess. At first, I read those letters only because it was my duty, with no other thoughts in mind. The temple never delivered those letters to the Duke, so of course she received no replies. Even so, the Duchess never stopped writing. Those letters were filled with sweet words. Cabell, Elodie is waiting for you. Elodie is cheering you on. More than that, they carried all the love she wished to convey. Elodie loves you. The more Theodore read those words, the more his heart ached. Every time I read her loving letters, I felt guilty. Gradually, I began to wonder what the Duchess looked like, and how she could pour so much love onto a duke so far away. Because of that, he began to long for it all the more. I want that kind of love, too. That endless, overflowing love. At some point, he secretly nurtured a wish that belonged to him alone. But when I later heard the rumors that the Duchess was a cold woman who had not sent even a single letter to her young husband on the battlefield, I suppressed the feelings rising in my heart and asked the Grand Temple to return every letter and supply. But after arriving in the imperial capital, the rumors I heard went far beyond anything I had imagined. At the same time, the thought that if the Duchess truly divorced, then filled me with hope as I came to the Cernier residence. Returning to the present, Theodore clenched his hands and told himself, the opportunity hasn't come yet. Next time, I definitely will. The scene shifted to a quiet, spacious study. There, Cabell was seated, reading those letters, and let out a weary sigh. At some point, his eyes had already reddened. With mixed emotions, Cabell thought, this is strange. Every time I think of my wife, my heart pounds violently, even though but what does my wife feel? This can't go on. He felt an indescribable anxiety and irritation rising from deep within. This can't go on. I didn't return to the estate just to keep living this distantly with her. From those thoughts, Cabell made up his mind. I have to do something quickly. I just finished reading all the letters my wife wrote to me, so I should go find her and thank her for them in person, if we can sit and talk together. He also wanted to see Elodie smile happily. We'll surely grow close again. Hey, at that moment, Ifrit appeared and asked, Are you going to see your wife today? Have her open the greenhouse door for a while. Startled, Cabell answered, Why the greenhouse? Covering its face shyly, it said, What do you mean, why? The natural magic there is incredibly abundant. It's completely different from the magic power you provide. Do you know how pure and clean the magic there is? It continued. Besides, you don't even like me following you around, and I prefer the greenhouse anyway. Cabell cut it off. I hate trouble even more. Suddenly struck by an idea, Ifrit wore a sly look and asked, Want me to sneak in secretly? Every word out of its mouth made him tremble with irritation, yet he had no way to refute it. If I sneak in and get caught, the one your wife will scold is you, not me. Left with no choice, Cabell waved it away. Fine, I understand. Now get out. I can't have my wife start disliking me because of that little mutt. Hearing that, Ifrit immediately left. Then I'll wait for your news. After it left, he sat there with a hand to his forehead and sighed tiredly. But the thought that he would soon see Elodie drove all his fatigue away. I'm going to see my wife today, but my heart is racing. Unable to wait any longer, Cabell quickly left the room. As he walked, he thought, I heard she stayed in the laboratory late again last night. If this keeps up, her body won't be able to take it. However, before Cabell had gone far, he ran straight into Larissa. Staring at him with wide, round eyes, she called out, Your Grace. A little flustered, she asked, Were you on your way somewhere? He replied, Are you returning to your room? Princess Larissa? A little shyly, Larissa answered, "No, I was on my way to see the Duchess." That only made Cabell more surprised. Why would the princess be going to see her? Have they grown that close already? Still, no matter how he looked at it, the laboratory was not in this direction. Today, no one is taking her away from my side, not even the princess. He decided to say what was on his mind plainly. Tonight, I have something I need to discuss with my wife. Before leaving, he added one more reminder. The princess can see her another day. Larissa thought sorrowfully, my wife. Could it be that the trouble between the Duke and Duchess was false? But Carolina definitely said, "Your Highness, truly, if they live separately like that, then their relationship must be bad." There's no mistake about it. Back in the present, Larissa still remembered those words. So they really aren't living together. If that's the case, before she could say anything more, Cabell had already started to stride away. "I'll be going now." Suddenly, she called out to him from behind, "Your Grace." For a moment, her expression turned flustered, and she stammered, Gathering her courage, Larissa continued, "Would you be able to spare me some time tomorrow? I would like to have tea with you, Your Grace." Hearing that, Cabell did not answer at once. Instead, he fell silent in thought. The Emperor wants me to marry the princess purely for his own benefit. And the suggestive concern the princess showed me on the battlefield was probably nothing more than passing curiosity. But I sensed something in her expression that resembled the way I look when I want to see my wife. How irritating. I couldn't help wondering whether my wife also feels uncomfortable when I look at her that way. After thinking it through carefully, Cabell finally spoke. "I should make this clear once and for all. Just in case, I'll tell the princess directly. I have absolutely no intention of divorcing." Those words froze Larissa in place for several seconds. In an utterly certain tone, he added, "Even if I died right now, especially if I died, I would never do that." While the two of them were talking, Elodie saw the scene from some distance away. Cabell and Princess Larissa together. She thought, they really do look perfect together. Anyone who saw them would think they were destined for each other. Unbidden, she pictured the happy future they might share. They'll definitely be happy. The thought made Elodie's heart sink. It's not as if I didn't know that. So why does it hurt this much? She could not understand it. I kept telling myself that once the princess arrived, I would be able to leave without regret. But now, I'm hesitating. I can't bring myself to go. What exactly am I hiding from myself? Princess Larissa has already started to suspect me. What should I do? Maybe the princess sensed it instinctively, that I'm the vicious, supporting villainess who might kill her. And it isn't only the princess. I don't know why, but those knights clearly despise me as well. Because I'm the villainess, I'm hated by everyone. What else can I do? I took it as fate and accepted it. Unlike me, Princess Larissa is loved by everyone by nature. She receives more love than anyone else. Why? Because she is the beautiful heroine. At that thought, Elodie could not hold it in any longer. Clenching her hands, she murmured under her breath, "It's suffocating." But then she immediately realized she should not be feeling this way. No, I can't be like this. I'm afraid of this emotion, this feeling of resentment toward the princess. She grew more and more frightened of herself, because those thoughts were slowly devouring her bit by bit. I chose a different path precisely to avoid ending up like Elodie in the original story. But as the days pass, I keep feeling uneasy, as if the person I am now will eventually disappear, just as the princess suspects. At that thought, Elodie covered her face with both hands. Her heart broke completely. She imagined herself turning into a cruel and vicious woman. That made Elodie even more afraid. What if I really become the villainess from the original story? I thought I would never be consumed by that kind of obsessive jealousy. But one day, when that time comes, Cabell will surely see this dreadful side of me, and then he'll look at me with utter disgust. All strength left Elodie, and she collapsed to the ground. She blamed herself. I ruined Cabell's future with my own hands. She imagined Cabell standing there, his face dark and cold. He would look at her with a gaze mixed with love and hatred. I don't want Cabell, whom I treasure more than life itself, to see me in such a miserable state. After calming down, Elodie pulled herself together and slowly stood up. I can't stay in the castle any longer. Most of my luggage is already packed, so I can just take it and leave. She had prepared a note in advance that read, I'm going out for a few days. She thought, even if it's only for a little while, even if it's only for a few days, maybe I need to leave for a bit so my heart can calm down again. In the dim corridor, Elodie walked forward carrying her suitcase. Silently, she thought, I'll go to the circus merchant company first and ask them to find me a place to stay for a few days. Just then, she faintly heard voices in discussion. Is that so? I see. She noticed the people there in surprise. Those people. Then she immediately remembered. Right, the priests are currently staying in the East Annex. A blond man said. The Duke of Cernuya still remains silent. Those words made Elodie freeze at once. Cabell? Why are they talking about Cabell? She quietly moved closer so she could hear more clearly. A green-haired man spoke in a low voice and gestured as he said, We cannot let everything proceed according to Emperor Albrecht's wishes. The blond man nodded. I heard the Dukes of the North and East both requested that the Emperor hand over the Earth territory. At that, he laughed. But honestly, that Emperor is not the sort to give it up so easily. Elodie listened in silence. That is exactly why the Emperor covets the power of the Duke of Cernuya and intends to make use of that spirit's power. The blond man's tone turned calculating. No matter what, we cannot allow the spirit's power to be taken away. We must seize the Duke's spirit. The green-haired man added, Even so, there's no need to worry too much. Both men sounded excited now. If Priest Amos takes action, then when necessary, he can kill the Duke and take the spirit away. Hearing that, she was terrified. So that's it. That's why he brought the sacred magical artifact. She recalled inwardly, I thought the temple had come here to curry favor with him and borrow Cabell's power. Elodie was even more shocked. Not even a high priest could defeat a sword master like Cabell. It was as though she suddenly understood. To confront the enormous magic power Cabell possessed head-on, Elodie covered her mouth. At the very least, it would require someone on the level of the high priest or the master of the magic tower. But that sacred magical artifact could actually stand against Cabell. Only then did she fully realize the truth. They truly intend to kill Cabell. Her unease deepened. The green-haired man spoke again. But what exactly is that sacred magical artifact? I've only heard of it. Everyone keeps it under such tight secrecy. The blond man answered, Last time, I only barely managed to overhear a little. The two of them lowered their heads and whispered to each other. This really is a secret. At that moment, a voice rang out. You've all worked hard. The captain stepped forward and said, Go back and rest. The two men nodded. Yes, sir. He turned around. Sir Theodore, you should head back and rest early as well. He nodded. Understood. Theodore watched the captains departing back. Then he abruptly turned and looked in one direction, as if he had sensed something unusual. Theodore's face suddenly reddened. He walked toward Elodie and called out, Madam Duchess. His voice held curiosity. It's late. Is there some reason you're here? She froze in place. How does he know? He hasn't even seen me yet, but he recognized me. Elodie slowly stepped out. I heard that skilled knights can identify people just by their presence. Is that true? She explained. I just came out for a walk. Theodore nodded. I see. I think the garden here is beautiful. He looked at her, and her beauty made him lose himself for a moment. Beautiful, Theodore whispered inwardly. Her cheeks are like roses, and her lips are red like petals. His face grew slightly warm. If only I could. Filled with regret, he thought, if only I had met you sooner. Theodore asked, but what is that luggage for? Elodie turned her face away a little unnaturally. It's nothing. I'll be going now. He hurriedly called out, I. Then he reached out and caught Elodie by the hand. Theodore said quickly, Wait, Madam Duchess. There was expectation in his eyes. Please, just wait a moment. Elodie had no idea what was happening. What are you doing? Realizing he had been discourteous, Theodore quickly let go of her hand. Then he said, I'm sorry. Theodore looked even more awkward now. Elodie listened in silence as he said, I finally. Then he asked, Madam Duchess, would you speak with me a little longer? His voice was full of hope. If you are willing, madam. She was utterly baffled. About what? Just then, Cabell stepped forward. I'm curious about that myself. Both of them turned to look at him at the same time. Cabell's gaze turned even harsher. What? His hand clenched tightly. What exactly are you two playing at? Before that, Cabell had originally been standing in front of her door. He tried hard to stay calm, then raised his hand and knocked. When there was no response from inside, he was startled. She isn't here either? His face flushed slightly. My wife, can we talk for a moment? Then a voice said, Your wife isn't here. Cabell froze at once. Confused, he asked, "Why are you here?" Ifrit explained, "Because your room window was shut, so I came in through your wife's room instead." Cabell walked inside. "Where's my wife?" It shook its head. "I don't know. She was already gone when I arrived, but she left a note on the table." Cabell blanked. "A note?" It repeated. "Go on, read it." The note Elodie had left came into view. "I'm going out for a few days." He was instantly shocked. "Going out? At this hour? And all she leaves is a note?" Cabell crushed the paper in his hand. "Ifrit," he shouted irritably, "track down where my wife went immediately." Seeing what he was about to do, Elodie quickly called out to him, "Cabell." She walked closer to Cabell. "You misunderstood." But his expression remained grim. He looked at the suitcase in her hand. Misunderstood what? Theodore still had no reaction at all. Elodie had intended to keep explaining. "Cabell." Her voice sounded a little helpless. "Let's go back to the room and talk first, all right?" Cabell was seething inside, but he shoved Theodore aside first. Elodie hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Sir Theodore." Turning back, she reminded him, "Let's go back to the room first, Cabell." Watching the two of them leave, Theodore let out a sigh. "I only grabbed her wrist once, and he got that angry. He's like a child." He quietly calculated to himself. It seems their relationship is not one of mutual love after all. If that is the case, Elodie had already taken Cabell by the hand and was leading him forward. All along the way, she said nothing. His expression looked somewhat dark, and then he tightened his grip on her hand. Elodie turned back in confusion. "What is it?" In that instant, he swept her up into his arms. "Cabell." The overly intimate distance between them made her freeze, but Cabell's expression remained utterly serious. He immediately opened the door, and the room fell silent at once. "Elodie," she called. He felt intensely uneasy, his heart churning. What exactly is this emotion taking hold of me? The thoughts kept rising. Is it anger? No, that's not enough. Then what is this feeling? Sensing his turbulent emotions, Elodie asked in confusion, "Cabell, are you all right?" His gaze sharpened. "Where were you planning to go?" Elodie didn't know how to explain any of this. She let out a helpless sigh. "I can't stay here any longer, Cabell." There was even a trace of self-reproach in her voice. "I should have left before you returned from the battlefield." That only made Cabell angrier. "So, while I was still fighting for my life on the battlefield, you were already planning to run away?" he asked irritably. "That letter was just an excuse. You never intended to come back." Suspicion entered his voice. "All this time, have you been carrying on with someone else?" Elodie reacted immediately. "No, Cabell," she explained calmly. "I would never do such a thing." Her tone was almost urgent. "There is truly nothing between Sir Theodore and me. The kind of thing you're thinking of absolutely never happened." That finally calmed Cabell a little. He gently took her hand. "I believe you. I am sorry. I was too angry just now." Elodie thought silently. "That's right. Of course. My wife could never do something like that. I don't doubt her. But the way that man looked." The thought made his anger surge again. "The moment I saw his eyes, I knew. There's no way I was mistaken. I have every reason to suspect him." Elodie was still lost in sorrowful thoughts. At last, she spoke. "But I really was planning to run away." Her voice sounded helpless. "I was going to leave this castle for a few days." She didn't know how to explain it. Fear had overpowered reason, and that was why she had planned to leave. But then she remembered the conversation between the two knights. "No matter the cost, we must take the spirit's power. We have to seize the Duke's spirit. Even so, there's no need to worry too much." Those voices echoed in her mind. If it's Priest Amos, then when necessary, he can kill the Duke and take the spirit. Elodie knew all too well. What frightened her even more was the thought that while she was gone, Cabell might die at the priest's hands. She couldn't leave. She didn't know what she should do. Only one thought remained. "So I came back." Suddenly, Cabell pulled her into his arms, making Elodie go rigid. He said gently, "This is our home. Where else were you planning to go?" His voice turned warm. "Right here." His gaze was as resolute as ever. "This is our home," Cabell asked. "Where else were you planning to go?" Then Elodie called softly, "Cabell." She turned her head and said, "We need to prepare for a divorce." Those words made him freeze. She knew very well that in Cabell's current state, there was no way he could properly speak with Princess Larissa. After the divorce, once she had sorted out her feelings, she would have to investigate the temple secrets. He suddenly asked why. Elodie looked up at Cabell. She didn't know where to begin. "Because you have to." But his face was still blank. "Marry Princess Larissa." That was what Elodie was thinking. What? She stared at his expression. Hadn't Cabell always been close to the princess? Why was he reacting like this? Cabell suddenly placed his hands on her shoulders. He held her tightly. I have no intention of divorcing my wife. There was a hint of pain in his voice. Even if I die, even if a sword is driven through my throat. Cabell, he didn't want anything like that to happen. I will never divorce you. Cabell let out a sigh. It's always like this. You always. Tears fell. Cabell felt powerless. You clearly said you loved me. The situation made Elodie go still. You said you loved me. You love me. She didn't know what to do. You always say that. Her thoughts became a complete mess. How did things end up like this? Cabell clearly had no intention at all of marrying Princess Larissa. She was utterly confused. So they weren't lovers now? But even so, Cabell couldn't possibly see me as a romantic partner. Elodie kept recalling the scenes of Cabell meeting the princess. The heroine hadn't changed. The only difference between us was that we had simply grown up together since childhood. That thought startled her. Of course, when we were young, I often called him cute and told him I liked him. And when Cabell was on the battlefield, I wrote in my letters that I loved him. But all of that collapsed. That absolutely wasn't love between a man and a woman. Elodie blamed herself. This is all my fault. I should have shown him only moderate kindness and cut off my feelings. She called out, Cabell. Then she explained, you're misunderstanding your own feelings. To you, I'm more like a mother or an older sister, and that's why you feel this way. Elodie was convinced he had it wrong. The way you feel about me, Cabell cut her off. You are not my mother, and you're not my sister. He declared, to me, you are my wife. You are my family. She looked at him. Cabell held her tightly. I don't care about the princess at all. He said it again, with certainty. The one I love is my wife. In his heart, he had no choice but to admit it. I finally understand. I still love my wife, just as I did when I was a child. But the only one he had always remembered was Elodie. That feeling gradually became clearer and more subtle. Every time he saw her, he felt a different kind of emotion. It was as scorching as if he had swallowed fire. Cabell said to himself, how could this be anything but love? Elodie finally came back to herself. But Cabell, she asked hurriedly, anyone who sees you with Princess Larissa would think you're a pair destined for each other. Cabell shook his head and said firmly, no, my destiny is my wife, so you cannot leave me for the rest of your life. He gently kissed her hand. His voice grew steady. We are already husband and wife. Elodie no longer knew what she could possibly say. Even when she said the princess was his destiny, this was still how Cabell reacted. Only then did she realize it. A long time ago, I had already destroyed the original story. For a while after that, Cabell was extremely dejected. He thought silently, actually, I know it. My wife's feelings are not the same as mine. He remembered what she had said. Anyone who sees you with Princess Larissa would think you're a pair destined for each other. That filled Cabell with despair. Why is everyone so eager to pair me with the princess? With dissatisfaction, he made up his mind. Even my wife says that. If the princess really is supposed to be my destiny, then I'll rewrite that destiny. Just then, Mary approached. Your Grace. She asked curiously, why are you here? Cabell glanced outside. He thought silently, at last, dawn has come. Then he stood up. In that case, Mary called, Your Grace. He strode forward decisively. There was no need to wait any longer. A servant came running in a panic. Your Highness, she announced. His Grace has come to see you. Larissa was stunned. What? The servant continued. I don't even need to look to know your Highness must be beautiful today, so please go. She nodded. I understand. The servant hurried closer and reminded her. Your Highness, don't tremble so much. Calm yourself. Say everything you've never managed to say, and then come back. An expectant smile appeared on Larissa's face, and the servant quickly went to open the door. Larissa immediately walked out. When she saw Burrow there, she was very surprised. Count de Burrow, she asked. Has something happened? He turned his head to look back. About that, Cabell's voice rang out. Princess Larissa, Count de Burrow. He coldly informed them. I have guests from Hecaprasium. The two of you will return to the imperial palace. There was killing intent in his eyes. The two of them were forced to leave at once. The servant was completely dumbfounded. What in the world is going on? She asked in confusion. Why do we suddenly have to leave? Larissa was at a complete loss and didn't know how to explain it. At that moment, Cabell spoke. Princess Larissa, Count de Burrow. He announced to both of them. I have guests visiting from Hecaprasium, so I must ask the two of you to return to the imperial palace. His words made her stop short. Burrow hurriedly placed a hand over his chest. But, Your Grace, we came here under His Majesty's. The Emperor's orders. He had wanted to continue, but Cabell cut him off. I've already signed the documents the Emperor requested, and I've already extended to you the highest level of hospitality. He was extremely irritated. I truly fail to understand why the two of you insist on lingering on someone else's land. Burrow thought to himself, how dare he treat the Emperor's delegation like this? Burrow clenched his fists. We can't leave like this. If only I can expose the Duchess's true nature. Hope flared again in Larissa. Perhaps the Duke will change his mind. She said, but, Your Grace, Cabell cut her off impatiently. Do you have some indispensable reason to remain? He declared coldly. Once I went to war, I had already fulfilled my promise to the Emperor. His voice became calm. There is nothing left between the Emperor and me. Having said everything he meant to say, he turned and left. Now that you understand, leave at once. The servant hurried over. Princess Larissa looked utterly bewildered. Why? She was completely confused. How did it turn out like this? In the end, Larissa let out a sigh. I'm so envious. A sorrowful smile appeared on her face. That's right, I am jealous. She thought to herself, I'm so jealous of the Duchess. The beautiful, picture-like castle in the kingdom of Dave I once had was cruelly destroyed by the invading northern kingdom. She thought back over her life. My father and mother both died. I was left all alone. Larissa thought of Elodie. But the Duchess, she thought silently. This beautiful castle is just like Dave. She has so many things. A greenhouse, an aviary, flowers. She is loved by everyone. Kind maids, dependable knights, and even Cabell treats her with such wholehearted devotion. Even the Duke of Cernia does. That only made Larissa more jealous. The Duchess is everything I want, everything I lost. It's so unfair. The Duchess is obviously a wicked woman. She couldn't help thinking, why am I the only one this happens to? Why does she get to have everything? At least give me one thing. And then, helplessly, she finally burst into tears. The servant quickly spoke up. Your Highness. She stepped forward to comfort her. Please don't cry. We could just come again next time. Larissa looked up in surprise. Next time? The servant nodded. Yes, next time. We'll retreat for now, but there will definitely be another opportunity. Her mood improved a little. Yes. She looked outside. I'll come back, Cabell. She comforted herself with the thought, I will definitely return to this beautiful place again. Inside the carriage, Burrow was furious beyond measure. Frowning, he thought, how dare he look down on the Emperor's delegation? Even if he is a war hero, treating the Emperor's trusted people like this is unacceptable. His anger seethed. The Duke of Cernuia will pay for this. Burrow calculated silently. I will make him regret everything that happened today. The scene shifted elsewhere. Amos was utterly bewildered. How did things turn out like this? At the time, Cabell had asked, is deliberately touching the Duchess also one of the teachings of the Grand Temple of Tezer? Amos froze. What are you talking about? He glanced to the side. Could Sir Theodore really have done that? Then he said, Sir Theodore, once we return to the temple, I will verify what his grace has said. Theodore continued holding the reins. He turned his head and looked toward the castle. His eyes were filled with regret. Meanwhile, the Duchess, Elodie, was still leisurely drinking tea. The news startled her so badly, she jerked upright. What? Mary asked anxiously. My lady, are you all right? Shall I call a doctor? She shook her head. I'm Fina. It's nothing serious. Then she suddenly remembered the more important matter. More importantly, why did all those guests suddenly leave? What? Mary thought for a moment. I don't know the reason either, but this morning His Grace drove out both the Emperor's delegation and the people from the temple. Mary suddenly asked, by the way, did something happen between you and His Grace? Elodie panicked. Why would you ask that? Mary immediately began recounting what she had seen that morning. When I went to your room this morning, I saw His Grace sitting in the corridor with bloodshot eyes. He looked as though he hadn't slept all night. She seemed to understand. He was afraid I would run away. She said, it's nothing special. At times like this, he's like a child. Elodie was astonished. Still, throwing all those people out like that probably won't have a small impact. She thought to herself, on the surface, it doesn't seem like such a big issue. If the priests go to the temple within our territory, she was confused by it. Was this because of me? She remembered that if the delegation left, then naturally the princess could not remain either. Elodie had once said, anyone can see that you and Princess Larissa are destined for each other. She felt deep regret. I shouldn't have said something like that yesterday. This is all my fault. I even arbitrarily treated them as lovers. Sending away the people from the temple was probably because of Sir Theodore as well. Elodie thought it over. When Cabell arrived, there were only the two of us there. He was so angry then, and he even asked me what sort of trick I was playing. She was puzzled. Was it because he saw the way Theodore was looking at me? She said to herself, I even felt like I had been caught in the act of an affair. Fortunately, he didn't suspect me. Elodie looked ahead. Still, it really does seem that he was in a terrible mood to throw everyone out like that. She quickly rose to her feet. Mary, I have to go see Cabell. Once she made up her mind, she thought, I need to have one more proper talk with Cabell. Meanwhile, Cabell was still extremely uneasy. At last, Elodie spoke. Did you really send away the imperial delegation and the people from the temple? Cabell's calm voice answered. Now I understand. He placed a hand over his heart. I love my wife. Ifrit slumped down in dejection. I know. He spoke seriously. In the past, whenever I thought of my wife, what I felt was warmth and longing. But now, his voice was full of emotion. It feels scorching, as though I'm burning. You said it just now. Yes, as though I'm burning. Sadness entered Cabell's eyes, but it doesn't seem like my wife feels the same way. He felt utterly helpless. My wife, why can't she understand? His voice turned somewhat bitter. If only my wife loved me too. Suddenly, Ifrit suggested, want me to help you? Cabell's expression darkened at once. He demanded, are you about to start talking nonsense about romance again? Ifrit snapped back irritably. And is that my fault? It continued scolding him. It's all because you're far too innocent. That made Cabell pause. It went on. This guy's already this old, and yet he's absurdly naive. Innocent? Me? This brat has done nothing except train on the battlefield. He's never even had normal interactions with the knights. Ifrit reviewed Cabell's past, so he knows absolutely nothing about this kind of common sense. That only made it more determined. In that case, let me, with the heart of an elder brother, teach you. It seemed to have an idea. Trust me, benefactor. Ifrit advised him. Anyway, things are different now than before, so listen carefully. Cabell listened in surprise. If you want your wife to fall in love with you, then stop acting like a child. Its words hit him like a giant boulder to the head. Don't whine. It even added more demands. Don't make unreasonable requests, and don't sulk over every little thing. Ifrit walked over and patted Cabell on the head. Most importantly, don't force your feelings onto her. It smiled and advised him, like just now, thinking, why doesn't my wife love me the way I love her? That kind of thinking won't do, understand? He listened in silence. It continued, time is on your side, so act wisely. He nodded. I understand. A note of anticipation appeared in his eyes. So what should I do? Sweat slid down Ifrit's face. Well, it replied, first, you need to quietly make her become infatuated with you. He looked completely lost. How do I do that? You have to tell me, or I won't know. For a moment, even it didn't know how to explain. Well, suddenly, Ifrit suggested, right, start by looking in a mirror. There was a touch of smugness in its voice. After all, you're handsome. It continued. For a man, taking care of his appearance is the first priority. Elodie asked in surprise, his appearance? Ifrit thought gloomily, sorry, but actually I don't know either. Elodie's voice rang out. Cabell, are you in there? At last, she had made up her mind to come see him. That made Cabell so nervous he was practically on edge. The two of them were silent for a long time. At last, she said, I heard you sent away both the imperial delegation and the people from the temple. He nodded. It was time for them to go. Elodie tried to persuade him. Even so, sending them away so suddenly wasn't very wise. She felt worried. We don't know whether they might use this against us later. Cabell called out, wife. He asked curiously, do you want me to marry Princess Larissa? Elodie didn't know where to begin. She thought of everything she knew about Cabell and Princess Larissa. It seemed she had no way to explain it. In the original story, they were destined for each other. Logically, that should have been my answer. Elodie sighed. If that is what you want, Cabell asked. And what if I don't? She looked up. What? His voice. Elodie thought helplessly, I never expected it to turn out like this. Cabell was resisting his own fate. Elodie did not know what to do. If Cabell truly did not want to marry the princess, then I cannot force him. If two people do not want to be together, they cannot be forced together. She grew more and more uneasy. But what am I supposed to do? The more she thought, the more tangled her mind became. She remembered that moment when the two of them had drawn close. That very thing was what left Elodie so deeply confused. She had treated Cabell kindly and gone against the original plot, and this was the result. Once Cabell had grown up, she seemed to understand. I never thought that, because of me, Cabell would never develop feelings for the princess. So Cabell really has misunderstood his feelings for me. Elodie recalled that when he went off to war, Cabell had only been 13 years old. Because he had grown up in an orphanage where he was abused and mistreated, she still felt certain that he was merely attached to me, the first person who ever showed him warmth and care. This was not love. Yet Cabell had declared, "I love my wife." He placed a hand over his heart. "Loving my wife is my true feeling." His words made her freeze on the spot. Elodie still wanted to explain, but Cabell, you only love me the way someone loves a mother or an older sister. Cabell laughed. My lady, who in the world would feel this way toward his own mother or older sister? For a moment, she had no answer. Has his child always been this type? Then he suddenly asked, "Do you really intend to divorce me? If we divorce, where do you plan to go?" She answered, "I plan to find a place of my own. I already asked Sir Silka about it before." It seemed Elodie had already made plans. Around the time the war was ending, I heard the rumors, so I thought that once you came back, you would want to marry the princess. She understood that very clearly, and that was the right choice. Cabell asked again, "And after that, are you planning to meet another man and marry him?" Elodie averted her eyes. "I have not thought that far ahead." She answered thoughtfully, "But it is not impossible. Life is unpredictable." Cabell instantly felt irritated. "I will not force you to accept my feelings." But then he added angrily, "Still, there will be no divorce." Elodie called his name, Cabell, but of course he would not listen. "I will try. I will try even harder until my wife feels the same way about me." His gaze turned somewhat helpless. "Until then, please wait for me." Cabell continued, "If I have already done everything I can and you still want a divorce, then I will agree to it." For a moment, she did not know what to say. "I will try even harder until my wife feels the same way about me. Until then, please wait for me." Cabell looked at Elodie. "If I have already done everything I can and you still want a divorce," he made his decision on the spot, "then I will agree to it." Elodie fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh and thought, fine. Cabell had only just become an adult. This was exactly the age when it was easiest to mistake a simple obsession for love. Then she told herself that as time passed, Cabell would realize these feelings were not real. It seemed Elodie accepted that explanation. Cabell smiled. "Before I pour everything I have into this, my wife will wait for me." He was full of hope. "In that case, I can keep trying for the rest of my life." Then he lifted his teacup. "Of course, if my wife truly wants a divorce, no matter how painful it is, I will have no choice but to agree." And yet he drank the tea in his hand with a calm expression. Cabell's eyes became especially sharp. Very quickly, he thought to himself, "I will never leave my wife for as long as I live." Elodie nodded. "Right? This was only an impulsive confession." She told herself not to take it too seriously. Then she said, "Cabell, there is one more important matter we need to discuss." In a calm tone, she said, "It seems the temple is after your spirit power." Cabell looked surprised. "Is that so?" Elodie recalled what had happened last night. "I overheard the priests talking." She had heard them discussing it. "No matter what, we must take that spirit power. We must seize the Duke's spirit." Still, there was no need to worry too much. In the end, she decided to tell him everything she had heard. If it is Priest Amos, then if necessary, he may even kill the Duke and take the spirit away. That is why he brought that sacred magical artifact. They brought a sacred magical artifact that could hurt you. Elodie looked at Cabell. "So, I want to know exactly how far your abilities go." He immediately grew excited. This was a chance to show his wife that he was dependable. Then he placed a hand over his chest. "I'm fully capable of protecting my wife." His voice was utterly firm. "If you knew how strong I am, you would be shocked." That gesture made Elodie laugh softly without meaning to. Looking at Cabell, she thought that even though he had grown this much, he was still cheerfully saying, "As for how I fought on the battlefield, during all this time, I have never once neglected my training." She was a little surprised, but inwardly she thought, he really is still like a child. How adorable. A smile appeared on her face. "As for preparing for a divorce, well, I will put that aside for now. The most important thing to me," her goal was very clear, was to protect Cabell. She thought to herself, "Protecting Cabell from the imperial family and the temple is my top priority. Elodie would have to work very hard. And in order to do that, I need to strengthen the Duchy of Cernuia, stronger than it is now." Suddenly a voice was heard. "After those people got thrown out, I felt so refreshed." The servants continued gossiping. "We still cannot be sure yet. A few days ago, something outrageous happened. One of the princess's maids came by. Do you know what she asked?" She directly asked whether the master and madam sleep in separate rooms. Can you believe it? What? The blonde maid said in shock. How did she know? The red-haired maid shook her head. No idea. She probably overheard the maids talking. But no matter what does it have to do with her whether the master and madam sleep separately? The green-haired maid turned and asked, but wait, why do the master and madam sleep in separate rooms? The red-haired maid shot back. You idiot, madam is sick. Of course she would not want the master to see her while she is ill. Only then did she understand. So that is what it was. The blonde maid let out a gloomy sigh. I feel so bad for our madam. I just hope she gets better soon. But what illness does she have? The red-haired maid thought for a moment. I do not know either. Could it be the sort of illness that makes you cough up blood? Most people die from that. At that moment, Heisen walked over. As for madam's illness, everyone was in confusion. What is it? He said worriedly. Madam's illness is mermaid's tears. Only then did everyone react. Mermaid's tears. You just appeared out of nowhere and said that. The blonde maid thought that it sounded like he really did know what it was. Heisen clenched his fist. It is a disease that makes the patient cough up blood and die in agony. He told them, once the disease reaches its final stage, there is no cure. Watching him leave, the blonde maid was stunned. Wait, Heisen. Heisen's figure stood before them. The blonde maid was completely baffled. Doesn't that guy hate madam? And how does he know about her illness? The red-haired maid nodded. Exactly. The green-haired maid looked thoughtful. If what he said is true, then madam's illness. Everyone became even more worried. Is it really incurable? Elodie was sitting in her office. She let out a soft sigh. I just cannot stop worrying about Princess Larissa. She thought that if Cabell truly did not want to marry the princess, then it being different from the novel was not really a major problem. Even if they ultimately did not end up together, I still do not know what I should do. The thought that Cabell and the princess were supposed to be destined for each other was still stuck in my mind. It gave Elodie a terrible headache. It was almost like brainwashing, as if someone were whispering in my ear. She felt utterly drained. Sometimes, whenever I get dizzy, that thought comes back. Am I under too much stress? Elodie called out, Mary. Mary stepped forward. Did you call for me, madam? She thought, more importantly than that, the urgent matter is exposing the temple's scheme. So she gave an order. Send someone to the Ranya Merchant Guild and tell Silka to contact me the moment he returns. Yes, madam. Mary nodded with a smile. I understand. Elodie continued working. Let me see. Her concentration was excellent. Uncovering the secret of the magical artifact the temple had brought was equally important. Basically, she was still planning things out. In truth, Cabell did not need to take anyone's side, because from the very beginning, he had possessed the duchy of Cernuya itself. The territory was land seized by the first duke. She thought the duchy needs enough economic power to influence not only the capital, but the entire continent of Freya. To do that, Elodie carefully wrote down notes. I need to make more money. Those business ventures I discovered while risking my life searching for the life-saving herb. She made up her mind. Now is the time to put them into motion. Originally, I planned to start after the divorce, but no matter what, which one should I do first? Then she started calculating again. Medicine. That is simple, but something others desperately need. Perhaps it would be best to start with something like that. Elodie sighed. But what should it be? She said aloud, Has Mary come back? Colmeen. Sensing that something was off, Elodie turned her head, and Heisen's familiar figure came into view. Sir Heisen. His expression startled Elodie. Why do you look like that? She hurriedly stood up. Did you come to my study for some reason? Elodie looked utterly confused. Could it be? Heisen suddenly dropped to his knees. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Did he tell other people about me coughing up blood? Heisen slammed his head against the desk, making Elodie jump in shock. Heisen. She hurried over. What are you doing? Stop that and get up first. Let us talk properly. She thought, I think I just heard something crack. Heisen clenched his fist. I am sorry. She was a little surprised. Could it be? It looked like she understood. You told someone what happened, did you? Then he recalled something. Come to think of it, Madam had told me not to tell anyone. But just a moment ago, one of the maids sighed and said, I just feel so sorry for our madam. I hope she gets better soon. That left Heisen feeling a little helpless. The maids already know. If I accidentally let the name of the illness slip out, he immediately felt awkward. Yet Elodie kept pressing him. Speak. You told someone, did you not? Heisen thought silently. It seems the maids are hiding the fact that they already know about Madam's illness. That made him resolve himself. If she wants it kept secret, then she must have her reasons. So he answered, no. She asked impatiently, then why are you acting like this? Heisen lowered his head and explained, all this time, I misunderstood you, madam, and blamed you. He continued, I always used to think you were extravagant and scheming, so I tried to bring His Grace the Duke and the princess together. Elodie blankly thought, why is he telling me all this? I am starting to feel uncomfortable. She let out a quiet sigh. She knew the knights from mercenary backgrounds did not like her, but hearing it with her own ears still left a bitter taste. Hyzen kept going. And I also thought you were bad-tempered and mean-spirited. She hurriedly cut him off. Enough. Stop talking. He seemed deeply ashamed. All of that was my misunderstanding of you, madam. His gaze turned somewhat helpless. So, I came to apologize to you. This sudden change in attitude left Elodie silent. She quickly replied, it is fine. Who has not said a few things behind someone's back? Hurry and get up, and we'll be back soon. Hearing that, Hyzen slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, she felt a bit worried. That must hurt. His voice was unusually resolute. I solemnly swear my loyalty to you, madam. That left Elodie completely at a loss. She stared at him blankly. Why? He instantly grew somewhat embarrassed. Well, he lowered his head. You are so generous, willing to forgive me, and I also hope you can remain by His Grace the Duke's side and find happiness. She was completely stunned. What? She thought to herself, is it because I reminded him of his younger sister? But even then, that should not have anything to do with loyalty. Hyzen placed a hand over his chest. I simply want to treat you well and hope you become happier than anyone else. He continued, if there is anything you need me to do, just say the word. His expression was extraordinarily resolute. If there is anyone you want killed, tell me anytime, and I will handle it cleanly. She hurriedly shook her head. No need. That sounds far too dangerous. Elodie went on. First of all, could you calm down and go back? She thought to herself, there is absolutely no reason for Sir Hyzen and me to be alone together. He seemed as if he still wanted to say something, but she grew even more worried. If Sir Hyzen says something outrageous and my illness gets exposed, that will be a huge problem. She hurriedly pushed him toward the door. No more buts. Go, right now. Hurry. Hyzen looked at her. At least, can you tell me how much time you have left? That only made Elodie angrier. He kept talking about loyalty, yet in his head he was already counting down to the date of her funeral. She shouted furiously, I'm not going to die. Her voice was firm. Last time I could not explain it clearly, but what I have is not mermaid's tears at all. Hyzen whipped around. It is not a terminal illness. He found it hard to believe. Are you telling the truth, madam? Elodie said anxiously. Keep your voice down. What if someone hears? He nodded. I understand. His voice still carried surprise. Even so, I will continue to be loyal to you. If there is anyone who bothers you, you can tell me any time. At last, Elodie snapped. The person bothering me the most is you. Then she shouted, now get out. After Hyzen stumbled outside, he was utterly shocked. Madam, his eyes widened. She did not have a terminal illness. Taking her side, Elodie let out a sigh. Finally, he is gone. She turned and walked back. I should continue the business plan. Then she picked up a folder. Let me see, a medicine that can make a lot of money. The moment she sensed something was wrong, Elodie froze. She looked at the herb in front of her. Propitia grass. This was something she had made with Paroa grass, a medicinal herb used to treat ordinary wounds, and Pesia, a calming herb with magical properties, mixed together. Elodie sat motionless. Before I found the life-saving herb, I was so frustrated that I mixed the herbs I already had myself and created a new variety. A delighted smile spread across her face. Just like Propitia, when two herbs combine with my magic, sometimes a new herb with a completely new effect is born. Then Elodie remembered something else. Of course, there are also times when it only produces something mediocre and useless, or even a poisonous weed. She fell into thought. Still, Propitia grass had one very special function. It was highly effective in treating hair loss. She continued looking through her research notes. The region that produced the raw materials for many medicinal herbs was Baron Bernard's territory. Was it not? That made her pause in surprise. Come to think of it, is Baron Bernard not bald? Elodie grew excited. He is the perfect test subject. Bernard was deeply moved. Thank you so very much, madam. Thanks to you, His Grace the Duke changed his mind. He continued, that means I do not have to go to the Forest of Death after all. Elodie nodded. That is right. However, I have a favor to ask of you. He was overjoyed. Please, just give the order, madam. Anything at all. She set a small bottle on the table. Here. Then she smiled. This is a hair growth medicine I developed. Bernard looked doubtful. A hair growth medicine? She nodded. However, it may have side effects. He grew suspicious. What kind of side effects? Elodie explained with a smile. That is something only Baron Bernard himself can find out by trying it. But they are not dangerous side effects, so there is no need to worry. He immediately became even more resolute. That is fine. As long as it can cure baldness, I can accept any side effect. Please do not worry, madam. I will test the medicine and report the results to you. Elodie nodded. Good. I will teach you how to use it. After a while, Bernard prepared to take his leave. Then I shall excuse myself. As if something had just occurred to him, he suddenly looked startled. Madam, do you have any siblings with pink hair like yours? She looked puzzled. Why do you ask? He smiled and said, well, Ellis says that her first love had pink hair, just like yours. That girl is insisting on finding out who that person was. Hearing that, Elodie fell into thought. Ever since she entered this body, the memories that originally belonged to Elodie had grown hazy. Even so, she still remembered that Count McLaren had many children. As for children born with pink hair like the Countess, including Elodie, there were probably only 2. Elodie immediately thought, it seems I had a brother with the same hair color as mine, whether older or younger, but ever since I came here, we have completely lost contact. Bernard looked taken aback. I asked something I should not have. She shook her head and said, it is fine. I do not mind. Be careful on your way back. Come see me again once the medicine works. Watching him leave, Elodie thought, looks like I found a good test subject. Great. Looking at Bernard's shiny bald head, she thought, Cabell has far too much hair. She imagined him insisting, I heard you need a test subject. Let me do it. That made her laugh. Later, I will probably have to coax Cabell a little. But when she remembered what Cabell had said, Elodie's eyes dimmed again. His voice had been so firm. I love my wife. He placed a hand over his heart. Loving my wife is my true feeling. She could not help thinking, was he serious? Her face flushed red. Cabell really loves me. But right after that, she told herself again, no, impossible. This is only an obsession from childhood. Sensing that something was wrong, Elodie suddenly jolted and hurriedly clutched her head. Mary, standing nearby, quickly supported her. Madam, a voice rang out in her mind. He does not love you. Mary cried out, Madam, are you all right? She felt that something was off, as if someone were controlling her, and that voice kept echoing in her ears. Don't accept it. Elodie returned to normal. I'm Euphine. Thank you, Mary. Mary still looked worried. Are you really all right, madam? She nodded. I'm fine now. She thought to herself, I've never heard of magic that can control someone. Was I just too shocked by that sudden confession? A few days later, Elodie was very surprised. Bernard scratched his head shyly. Madam, this medicine works incredibly well. My hair grew back and it's very thick. He continued. There is, however, one side effect. She asked curiously, what is it? He started touching his hair. Well, his expression turned a little helpless. My eyebrows disappeared. Those words made Elodie freeze completely. She felt a little awkward. I'll make a medicine to get rid of that side effect. He quickly shook his head. It's fine, madam. I can just draw my eyebrows on myself. Men wear makeup these days, too. His voice grew lighter. If you ever need anything again, just call for me anytime. Elodie nodded. All right. Then she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. When you leave, take some roses from the garden with you. He looked a little surprised. Like last time, Elodie smiled. Yes, I meant to give them to Miss Ellis, but I forgot. She thought to herself, thanks to Cabell, I remembered. What a relief. Just then, Cabell called out, Madam. He walked over. The flowers look beautiful, so I picked some for you. The moment she saw them, she froze. Elodie immediately realized those were the flowers meant for Ellis. Thinking that, she let out a sigh. If Cabell hadn't given her roses this morning, she probably would have forgotten for the rest of her life. Then she continued, I'll have the servants prepare some roses. Bernard beamed. Thank you, madam. Some time passed after that. Mary said with a smile, Madam, what flower should we plant where the roses used to be? Elodie thought for a moment, and she turned and suggested, how about tulips? Mary looked surprised. I think that's a wonderful idea. She added happily, you really do still love tulips. Elodie fell silent for a moment. She had originally wanted a plant. Then she remembered the bouquet of Vela flowers Larissa had brought. That left her feeling a little helpless. But whenever she thought about Larissa standing on Cabell's side, a faint unease rose in her heart. Meanwhile, Cabell was still sighing. He was utterly dejected. Then he remembered that every time he closed his eyes, the image of his wife packing her things and running away would appear in his mind. Cabell didn't know what to do because he was afraid his wife would leave him. His hand clenched tightly. I can't keep living with this anxiety, but I can't stay by her side all day either. He didn't know what to do. It was as if he had developed some extreme, possessive jealousy. If he clung too tightly, his wife would surely end up hating him. Suddenly, Cabell remembered something. He called out, Lewis. His adjutant, Lewis, immediately stepped forward. Yes, Your Grace. Cabell ordered, bring Sarah to me. In the garden, Elodie was still planting flowers. She was in a very good mood. Finished, Mary said. Thanks to you, madam. We were able to finish this so early. She felt pleased. Although she still couldn't infuse an entire field with magic in a small garden or greenhouse, she could still balance and replenish the soil's vitality. Then Mary's delighted voice rang out. Oh my, madam, they've already sprouted. Seeing that, she was also shocked. Elodie's eyes shone. I knew my magic had grown much stronger, but I didn't expect it to have reached this level. I need to try on other plants right away. She decided, I'll go check the greenhouse too. But her expression changed in an instant. What is this? Looking at the tree she had planted, she could hardly believe her eyes. She thought, I only infused it with magic yesterday, and it's already become a tree today? I did use all the growth stimulant on that sapling. But Elodie still found it unbelievable. How did it grow like this? Noticing that Ifrit was still fast asleep, she called out, Ifrit. She walked over to him. Wake up. He lifted his head in surprise. Benefactor, she asked, did you use magic to make this tree grow? He looked at her blankly. What? You're the one who infused it with magic, Benefactor. Elodie said in confusion. Even so, I didn't pour that much into it. He continued, maybe the blocked flow of magic from before has been cleared. She thought silently to herself, blocked, and now cleared again. Has my physical condition improved, and my magic grown stronger along with it? A trace of joy welled up in Elodie's heart. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since she had felt that stinging pain in her hands. Ifrit was overjoyed. Oh, right, Benefactor, this peach is incredible. Now I don't need that cheapskate's magic anymore. This peach alone is almost enough to fill me up completely. He thought to himself, to get magic from that guy, I've had to keep acting as his love advisor all these years, even though I have absolutely no talent for that kind of thing. He had even kept telling him, show off those muscles of yours to Benefactor. Stop acting like a child. Ifrit placed a peach in her hand. Benefactor, you should try one too. It's so good, I almost want to change my contract partner to you. Elodie held the peach. You're exaggerating. Then she took a bite, and the flavor burst in her mouth at once. It shocked her. She even felt a little excited. Sweetness spread across her tongue, mingling with a refreshing tartness, and it was far softer than an ordinary peach. The amazing taste immediately lifted Elodie's mood. This could make a fortune. Ifrit was still thrilled. From now on, I get to eat this peach every day. She suddenly said, wait a moment. Anticipation appeared on her face. Who said I'd give them to you every day? You have to trade me something. That completely stunned him. You're even worse than Cabell. At least that guy doesn't ask me for money. He continued, you two are equally stingy. Elodie laughed. Ifrit, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He panicked at once. But I don't have anything to give you. If you want, I can breathe fire. She shook her head. I don't want you to breathe fire. He held out his hand. Then will you take this, Benefactor? She looked surprised at the thing that appeared before her. He went on to explain, this is the only thing I can give you. His voice sounded a little embarrassed. It's an elemental crystal. She thought to herself, an elemental crystal? Elodie seemed to know what that was. She had once seen it in a book about great mages in Cabell's great-grandfather's study. An elemental crystal was itself a magic stone formed from condensed power. It could not only heat water, but also light fires indoors. Mages often used it to create magical tools or divine artifacts. Compared to the magic pears that were a specialty of the kingdom of Brendabury, elemental crystals were gems containing a far higher grade of energy. Ifrit shook his head and continued. To me, it's basically no different from trash, but that doesn't mean it's an ordinary thing. Anyway, this is everything I have. Elodie was utterly shocked. Trash. To me, yes, but it isn't actually trash. She asked, how many of these can you give me? He did the math. It's something I throw away regularly. Whenever that time comes, I'll give them to you. Elodie was overjoyed. This is a huge gain. If this can replace expensive magic crystals, then it's an incredible bargain. She immediately said, excellent, Ifrit. I'll provide you with these peaches regularly. There was eager anticipation in her voice. And in exchange, you give me these. Ifrit looked surprised. Really? That's all? She smiled and nodded. Yes. He happily said, then it's a deal. Elodie quickly headed toward the room. She thought to herself, is Cabell working right now? That's strange. Then she pushed open the door and called, Cabell. He was still sitting comfortably in his chair. It looked like he had fallen asleep. Elodie was surprised. Asleep? He seemed so tired that he hadn't even noticed her coming in. She allowed a soft sigh. He must be exhausted. Elodie gently slipped the document from his hand. A faint smile appeared on her face. People always say someone looks most handsome when they're working seriously. Suddenly, she remembered how skilled Cabell had looked when handling official business before, and how even she had been startled by it. Back then, I briefly thought he was really handsome. Elodie's expression shifted slightly, but only briefly, because rationally, I shouldn't feel that way. She gently stroked Cabell's head. When he was little, I used to pat his head like this every day. Her eyes turned sorrowful. All this time, I was certain Cabell's feelings were false, that he could never truly love me. Suddenly, she felt a bitter ache. But whenever I look into his eyes, the thought startled even her. I always end up thinking that maybe this child really does love me. When he saw Elodie, he happily called out, "Madam." His gaze was full of affection. She looked confused. When had he woken up? As he moved closer, he said, "Why are you so surprised? You used to let me sit on your lap like this too." Cabell seemed to like this kind of intimacy very much. "Everything you did for me, I'll repay in full." Sometimes, when Cabell showed this side of himself, it made her heart tremble, as if he were a strange man. But Elodie's face suddenly turned red, and she felt both awkward and strange. Cabell said with a smile, "Everything you did for me, I'll repay you for." Hearing him say that, Elodie thought, whenever Cabell acts like this, he looks like a complete stranger to me. Her face flushed faintly, and she felt both uneasy and strange. Cabell suddenly called, "Madam." She immediately cut him off. "Hey." Her expression slowly changed. "Cabell," Elodie said, "you shouldn't be so frivolous with your elders." He immediately sat up straight and hurriedly said, "Madam," but she had already turned to leave. Cabell panicked at once and quickly chased after her. "Wait." He tightly grabbed her hand. "Please don't go." His voice became awkward. "I was only joking." Cabell apologized again and again. "Madam, I was wrong." Elodie thought, no matter how she looked at it. His expression right now made her heart tremble. She was simply too soft whenever Cabell looked at her like that. In the room, Elodie asked in surprise, "A guard knight?" While peeling an apple, he answered, "Even inside the castle, there are many knights you don't know, as well as merchants constantly coming and going." She had wanted to say something more, but Cabell gave her a worried look. "Madam, from now on, whenever you go out, you must have someone with you." Elodie nodded helplessly. "I understand." She let out a quiet sigh and thought, "I always feel uncomfortable around Sir Sarah. He's always teasing me with jokes." Noticing that she had fallen into thought, Cabell silently made note of it. Hearing his order, Sarah asked in surprise, "Escort, madam?" He nodded and continued, "That's right. No matter where she plans to go, report it to me immediately." Sarah asked curiously, "Yes, but where to?" Cabell said coldly, "Anywhere." Sarah seemed to understand. "You want me to monitor, madam?" He shook his head and explained, "No. To protect her." Sarah nodded after hearing that. "Understood." Back in the present, Cabell thought, "What else can I do? This is the only way I can feel at ease." He handed the fruit to Elodie. "By the way, madam, where did these peaches come from?" She smiled. "I planted them in the greenhouse, and they've already started bearing fruit." As she said that, she looked a little excited. Ifrit said he likes these peaches very much, so I'm planning to exchange them with him for elemental crystals. Maybe from now on, we won't need to import magic crystals anymore. Seeing how enthusiastic she was, Cabell nodded. "That's wonderful. We finally found a use for Ifrit." She only let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, she asked, "Cabell, would that make you uncomfortable?" He looked surprised. "Why?" She explained, "Because you don't like me being close to Ifrit." He looked a little embarrassed. "I really don't like it." But Elodie interrupted him. "Don't worry." She continued soothing him. "I absolutely have no intention of taking Ifrit away from you, so you can rest easy." She thought, the temple has its eye on Ifrit's power. I can't make him worry any more than he already does. Her sudden words made Cabell freeze. "What?" He let out a sigh and started blaming himself. "Madam really is unbelievably dense. I already confessed, and yet she seems completely unconcerned." He even began to wonder if the problem was him. Am I really that lacking in charm? Cabell made up his mind. As expected, I need to move into the same room as her as soon as possible. He stepped closer and said softly, "Madam." His voice was full of anticipation. "Let's go back to our room." Mary suddenly called out, "Madam, are you in there?" Elodie turned her head in confusion. "Come in." Mary ran in and reported, "The Rondu Merchant Guild contacted us again. Sir Silka." Elodie immediately became interested. "Really?" She turned back and hurriedly said, Cabell, if it's not urgent, can we talk later? She felt a little worried. He hasn't contacted me in so long. I hope nothing happened. Though disappointed, he still nodded. All right. Cabell watched Elodie's departing figure, and after the door closed, he sighed. Looking at the document in her hand, the contents clearly read, the more I investigate, the stranger it seems. It appears the force behind this is more powerful than I imagined. I will come to the mansion soon and explain everything in detail in person. This time, I need your help, madam. After reading it, Elodie let out a weary sigh. From the painkillers to those fake red pills, who on earth is behind all this? There was one thing she was sure of. These counterfeit medicines were so full of side effects that it was almost as if they had been made that way on purpose. Even though they looked exactly like the real medicine on the outside, she still sank into thought. Is someone trying to discredit the medicine I made? Or if not, are they simply after money? Mary stepped forward worriedly. Madam, are you all right? Elodie nodded. Don't worry. Silka will be coming to the mansion soon. Mary relaxed. That's good. Then, remembering something, she continued. Oh, right, madam. Everyone says the peaches are especially delicious. That made her a little happy. Really? That's good. Looking outside, Elodie suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, Cabell really loved fruit tarts when he was little. Back then, Cabell would always sit quietly to the side and eat sweets. Then she suggested, Mary, shall we try making a peach tart? Mary praised the idea happily. What a wonderful idea, madam. It's bound to be delicious. At last, the fragrant peach tart came out of the oven. As he ate, Cabell said in surprise, Madam, I'm so happy. It's really delicious. Elodie answered with a smile, as long as you like it. She thought to herself, I used to make this for him all the time when he was little, but since he returned from the battlefield, this is the first time again. I really haven't taken much care of him lately. She smiled and suggested, next time, I'll make it with a fruit you like even more. Those words made him incredibly happy. Thank you, madam. Elodie let out a quiet laugh and moved a little closer. To be honest, she thought to herself, until he figures out his own feelings. Elodie wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth. You got some on your lip. At the same time, she made up her mind. I'll just treat him the way I always do. She had no idea that what she was doing was making Cabell absurdly happy. Looking at his lips, Elodie suddenly fell silent. Seeing her stare blankly, he called out, Madam. She hurriedly came to her senses. She quickly turned and left. I'll be going now. See you tomorrow, Cabell. He hurriedly called after her, Madam, but Elodie had already run outside. A sharp pain struck her, and she clutched her head. That voice kept echoing in her ears. He does not love you, because the one destined for him is Princess Larissa. As if hypnotized, Elodie silently agreed, yes. What she had just done made her blame herself even more. As she walked, Elodie reminded herself, I must never entertain any false hopes. In the room, Cabell realized, Madam has started paying attention to me, hasn't she? He thought back to the past. He had liked sweets when he was little, but now he no longer cared that much about them. He remembered her warm smile. But if it's made by Madam's own hands, that's different. No matter what it is, I'd gladly eat it. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Because Madam made it for me herself. That made Cabell even more confident. Maybe Madam will fall in love with me too. I just hope that day comes soon. Later, on a fine day, a voice rang out. What? You said Madam personally made you a peach tart? A smug smile spread across Cabell's face. That's right. Everyone was stunned by the sight. The usually icy Duke was actually bragging about his wife. One of them hurriedly said, but those tarts were just being handed out by the maids too. Heisen quickly covered his mouth and warned him solemnly, shut up. At the same time, he added a compliment. Since Madam made them herself, her cooking must be excellent. Cabell nodded. Of course. She is my wife, after all. Noticing the wound on Heisen's forehead, he asked in confusion, what happened to your forehead? He explained awkwardly, I accidentally bumped into something earlier. Please don't mind it. He thought to himself, if I tell the truth, I'll probably lose my head. Amos, standing to the side, looked utterly baffled. Amos spoke up and asked, why did you send the princess back? Privately, he thought that no one could possibly be more beautiful than the princess. Whenever she took her evening walks, she looked just like a fairy of the forest. Amos found it deeply regrettable. The princess had clearly liked this place so much, yet the Duke had still sent her away. He continued, I'm curious. Why did you drive the princess away? Heisen shot him a glare. Since when had this guy suddenly taken the princess's side and reacted so strongly? Had he lost his mind? Cabell's expression remained cold, as ever as he calmly explained, I do not wish for members of the imperial family to stay in the castle for too long. At the same time, he continued to warn them. Let me make this clear first. If I hear that kind of talk again, Cabell's gaze looked as though he might devour them alive. I'll hang that person's head in front of the castle gate. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the knights trembling where they stood. A little later, back at the manor, Cabell sat silently in his room, deep in thought. Then he called out, Brian. There was a trace of anger in his voice. I heard the knights were talking nonsense about divorce. What exactly is going on? Brian answered awkwardly, well, helplessly. He wondered who had dug up something that should have already been long buried. He decided to explain everything exactly as it was. When the princess came to stay at the castle, rumors started spreading among the knights that you and her grace were going to divorce. Cabell froze. What? His mood darkened even further. They know perfectly well I never wanted that. Brian explained, but your grace, you never told us anything. How could we possibly understand the relationship between the two of you? Cabell shot back. So what you mean is that this is my fault? Brian hurriedly shook his head. That's not what I meant. Brian let out a sigh and tried to persuade him. I hope your grace can understand how the knights who worry about you feel. That is my advice. Cabell thought he had a point. The knights ought to know just how much I love my wife. Besides, he was also calculating that if everyone kept an eye on her, it would help prevent his wife from running away. That only made Cabell more determined. I have to move into the same room as soon as possible. Even getting a little closer will bring us closer together. As he walked, an idea suddenly came to him. What could I say so she won't be able to refuse, right? If I use that method. The scene shifted to Elodie's office, where the voices outside caught her attention. She thought, I assumed she would feel awkward because of Sir Sarah, but it's better than I expected. Is it because he no longer teases her the way he did when they were children? Elodie smiled faintly and went back to her research. Well, as long as she doesn't feel uncomfortable, that's enough. That settled it. She made up her mind. Maybe I need to research elemental crystals a little more. The book said that a legendary great mage from long ago had once used elemental crystals to create magical tools imbued with ancient magic. She began opening the wooden box that held the elemental crystals. Just how far can I go with this? Elodie remained completely focused. According to the records in the book, elemental crystals could also be used to make magical tools. Then is this alone still not enough? Looking at what she held in her hand, she recalled, I heard that they once used mana crystals to tightly link divine power with magic circles. She continued thinking, besides making magical tools, maybe it could be applied elsewhere too. The flowers on the table caught Elodie's eye. A question arose in her mind. What would happen if I used it in brewing potions or cultivating medicinal herbs? Excitement surged through her instantly. If I researched it together with propitia grass, I might even be able to brew potions at will and create incredibly potent ones. There was a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. Maybe I might even be able to cure this incurable disease. Just then, Cabell's voice came from the room. My lady. Before Elodie could even ask what was going on, he continued, the servants have been very uneasy lately. She grew worried at once. What? Why? He explained, because we've been sleeping in separate rooms. Strange rumors have been spreading that we might divorce. He calculated inwardly. My wife always cares greatly about the servants. If I say they're worried, she'll definitely change her mind. Even Elodie was shocked to hear it. Is that so? Seizing the chance, Cabell went on. Just now I even saw the maids crying. Mary especially was crying terribly. Even the atmosphere among the knights is awful. Elodie asked in shock. Really? He nodded and continued. Before, because of the Emperor, there were even rumors that I was involved with Princess Larissa. Then the moment I returned to the territory, we started sleeping separately again. It's only natural that the servants would feel uneasy. Elodie thought it over. I see. Cabell looked at her with anticipation. At a time like this, shouldn't we show them the steadiness expected of a lord and lady? I want the people in the castle and the people of the duchy to feel at ease. She nodded, seeming to understand what he meant. You do have a point. Cabell rejoiced inwardly. Good. He continued to explain. If rumors like this keep spreading, outsiders will look down on our duchy. What he was implying had become very obvious. And the temple is still watching me. What if someone comes to attack me at night? Hearing that, Elodie turned to look at him, and the expression on her face made Cabell's heart jump. He quickly added, Of course, I'm strong, so you don't need to worry. But if they mistake the room, you might end up in danger instead. He let out a faint, helpless sigh. That's why I haven't been able to sleep peacefully lately. At the same time, Cabell thought bitterly to himself. Actually, I'm the one who can't sleep because I'm afraid she'll leave without a word. Elodie pressed. You haven't been sleeping well? He nodded in admission. His eyes instantly took on a pitiful look. When you're not by my side, I keep having nightmares just like when I was little. Taking the opportunity, he reached out and held Elodie's hand. So, my lady, Cabell stepped closer and proposed. Let's sleep in the same room like we did when we were children. I promise I won't make you uncomfortable. Hearing that, Elodie realized that if others thought the relationship between husband and wife was poor, it really would be bad for the duchy. She grew even more worried. More importantly, what if an assassin wandered into Cabell's room by mistake in the middle of the night? Her hand clenched unconsciously. I have to protect Cabell. Elodie made up her mind. All right, Cabell, we'll share a room. Then she added, and Cabell's expression changed at once. In a serious tone, she continued, but there must be 2 beds. Seeing how cautious Elodie was, Cabell had nothing more to say and could only answer, I understand. Time passed like that until afternoon. Elodie was carefully planting medicinal herbs when something suddenly made her pause in confusion. What was that? She thought. Lately, I keep hearing voices in my head. Was that another hallucination just now? What exactly was that sudden sensation? She turned to look, and Ifrit had noticed it too. It nodded and said, the ground shook a little, and the air became fresher too. Elodie smiled and explained, I just planted seeds made from elemental crystals. Maybe that's why. It nodded and continued analyzing. That's possible. If I ate one and then passed it through my magic power. Seeing Ifrit's reaction, Elodie let out a soft laugh. It probably isn't anything bad, so that's a relief. Just then, Mary came running in a panic. My lady. Without turning around, Elodie simply asked, what is it? Mary kept urging her. Please come outside and look quickly. Elodie nodded. I'm coming. The sight before her left Elodie stunned. A forest? She had no idea what was happening. Mary said, the forest didn't look like this at all before. I was startled too when I came over. The entire area shocked Elodie. The air was fresh and cool. Trees that had once been sparse were now growing thickly together. How could such a small forest grow so quickly? Even she found it hard to believe as she felt the power within herself. Could it be? She thought despite herself. Has this forest also been affected by my steadily growing magic power? Sensing that something was strange, Elodie focused and looked more carefully. The plants there surprised her greatly. It's not even autumn, so why are mushrooms growing here? Then what came into view next changed her expression even more. The more Elodie discovered the changes in the forest, the harder it became to believe them. Strawberries, fruit that had never grown here before, had appeared. She crouched down, picked one, and tasted it. The flavor spreading across her tongue astonished her. So sweet. I can really taste this sweetness. She couldn't help thinking of a new way to make money, as if she could already smell profit in the air. At dinner, Elodie said happily, it's truly amazing. I never imagined that forest would develop so quickly. Cabell looked a little surprised. Is that so? She nodded. There's even a small river behind the forest now. The water is crystal clear, and the water level is still rising. She could not hide her excitement. There are lots of fish in it too. Tomorrow I'm planning to have the servants try catching some. He smiled and suggested, I'll help you catch them. She turned to look at him. Aren't you busy? Cabell shook his head. It's fine. I'm free tomorrow. But Louis, the adjutant standing nearby, looked crestfallen. Your Grace. Cabell rose to his feet and said, My lady, let's go upstairs now. Elodie did not understand at first. He explained, starting today. His voice was full of anticipation. We've decided to sleep together. Feeling awkward, she nodded along. That's right. Cabell could barely contain himself. Come, let's go quickly. Elodie followed after him. All right. Off to the side, Mary let out a small laugh. Just as Elodie was starting to relax, she suddenly asked, Mary, what exactly have you been through lately? When Mary did not explain, Elodie could not help growing uneasy. What is this? Why do I feel so anxious? Mary cheerfully said, I know you were educated by the Count's household from childhood, my lady, but I still have to say this again. Elodie asked curiously, what? Mary leaned close and whispered something in her ear, and Elodie's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. She turned her head and said in warning, Mary, Cabell is still young. Mary smiled. No, my lady, he's not young at all. Elodie was just about to say more when the voice in her head rang out again. Cabell Cernia's destined partner is Princess Larissa. That voice sounded absolutely certain. Not you. Seeing Elodie suddenly go rigid, Mary called out worriedly, My lady. Her expression darkened at once. Cabell already has another destined partner. She said seriously, Mary, And also, Cabell is still young. Don't say such things again in the future. Mary nodded in understanding. Yes, my lady. What she had just heard left Elodie deeply troubled. I heard that voice again. After leaving, Mary looked thoroughly puzzled. What was that just now? Something feels off. After bathing, Elodie returned to her room, looking tired. She tried to calm herself down. All of a sudden, I'm a little nervous. She blamed herself inwardly. It's all because of the things Mary said. As Elodie stepped into the room, the voice in her head rang out again. Cabell Cernia's destined partner is Larissa. The voice kept reminding her, he does not love you. At the same time, Cabell pushed open the door and entered. Seeing Elodie standing there, he called, My lady. She turned around and thought, come to think of it, ever since Cabell confessed to me, that voice has started appearing in my head. That made her feel embarrassed. No matter what, I'm still not mentally prepared. What should I do? Elodie realized that he truly had grown up. She quickly climbed into bed. I'll sleep in the bed by the window. Cabell smiled and nodded. Very well, my lady. He thought to himself, is she worried an assassin might come through the window? Is she trying to protect me? Inwardly, he marveled. She's so adorable. His hand clenched unconsciously. But I can't remain the one who needs protecting forever. Just as Ifrit said, I must prove to her that I am a dependable man. Before long, both of them were lying down, but neither had fallen asleep yet. Elodie glanced in Cabell's direction and asked, Is it comfortable for you to sleep facing this way? He nodded. It is. She murmured, I see. After turning over, she thought, why do I keep thinking about what Mary said? My thoughts are getting more and more tangled. Seeing that she could not sleep, Cabell looked puzzled. My lady, can't you sleep? He let out a quiet laugh, leaned closer, and suggested, Do you need me to sing you a lullaby or hold you in my arms? Elodie remembered something she had once said in the past. Cabell, do you want me to sing you a lullaby or hold you? She quickly answered, No, that won't be necessary. She thought, he still remembers the things I did for him when he was little. Only then did she truly realize that at some point he had grown up and become mature. That filled her with relief, and also, a faint smile appeared on Cabell's face, drawing her gaze. The look in Cabell's eyes. Elodie's cheeks flushed all at once, as though he truly loved her. She hurriedly burrowed under the blanket, feeling strangely unsettled. Elodie whispered, Good night, Cabell. He replied softly, Good night, my lady. The next morning, Mary grumbled. Honestly, she sighed and muttered, Is there something wrong with his grace? Anna turned to her in confusion. Mary, what did you just say? Mary shook her head and answered, Nothing. As she folded the blanket, she thought, Lately I thought my lady's condition had improved, but in the end, nothing has changed at all. After hearing that, the more I think about it, the more it feels like my guess was right. Another servant said sadly, Sir Hyzen said that my lady's illness isn't mermaid's tears. That left Mary completely confused. How would Sir Hyzen know about my lady's illness? No matter how much he dislikes my lady, if something had really happened, he should have reported it to his grace first. She immediately made up her mind. For now, I need to keep a close eye on this matter. In the room, Cabell was still suffering. I can't sleep. Thinking back on what happened last night only made him even more exhausted. After Elodie had finally fallen fast asleep the night before, he had stayed by her side the entire time, watching her. He reached out and touched Elodie's hand. Cabell held that small hand tightly, not wanting to let go for even a second. Even such a tiny action was enough to fill him with delight. He told himself that as long as he could lie beside his wife every day, he would not care even if he had to sacrifice sleep. That made Cabell even happier. Of course, what I want goes far beyond this, but at least for now, I believe that during this time, my wife will come to love me again. Looking at his own hand, he knew better than anyone. Even if her feelings are different from mine, she has not hated me for a long time now, and even that alone is still not enough. He pressed a hand to his chest, his face faintly red. I'm truly happy just being with her like this. Elsewhere, Elodie was still staring blankly. She thought, why is this man here? She asked aloud, Hyzen, what are you doing here? Hyzen answered, I heard you needed more hands. Pointing to the knights behind him, he said, They and I can all help you. Elodie stepped closer and explained, There's no need. The servants are already helping me. He remained stubborn. Absolutely not. I'm doing this myself. Sir Sarah stepped forward and said in a low voice, Just let us do it. They're nothing but a bunch of brainless idiots anyway. That made Elodie hesitate, unsure what she should do. She let out a sigh and finally decided, All right, then everyone can help together. Hyzen gave a light laugh. Good. Madam, then let's start right away. Please don't worry. He walked forward. Cabell followed after him as well. Sir Sarah looked at him suspiciously. Madam, why is Hyzen helping you? Elodie shook her head. I don't know either. I'm worried about it myself. She found it surprising too. He was the sort of person who never liked anyone. So this sudden change was truly strange. She thought silently to herself, in any case, sorting all this out is hard work to begin with, so I actually feel a little sorry about it. And the Knights didn't like me much in the first place. If this goes on, they may end up disliking me even more, which really isn't a good idea. Then Elodie instructed, Mary, Anna, please prepare some juice. Both of them looked surprised. Juice? She nodded and explained, everyone is working so hard. This is the only thing I can do for them. Bring them some ice and juice. Both of them inwardly felt it was a waste to give such things to those men, but they still nodded. Yes, my lady. After a while, Elodie said, you've all worked hard. She continued, thank you for helping. The work went much faster. Hyzen scratched his head awkwardly. It was nothing much. When he saw Mary bringing out the drinks, he looked surprised. What's this? Elodie explained, it's fruit juice. Everyone worked hard, so please hand it out before they leave. Seeing this, he smiled more brightly than ever. Thank you very much, madam. Two of the knights sat down to rest at the side, and the long-haired man spoke first. The Duchess is truly a very kind person. The man beside him nodded. Yeah, she's completely different from the rumors, and she really suits the commander. He recalled what had happened. She even thanked us. Then he realized in surprise, I thought she would look down on us because we used to be mercenaries, but after meeting her today, she didn't act like that at all. At the same time, he remembered how the knights of the duchy had always looked down on people like them in secret because of their mercenary origins. So I assumed nobles of high birth would be the same. The man suddenly felt a surge of joy. From the very beginning, the Duchess had never looked down on us. The way he looked at Elodie changed. There had only ever been one thing we truly wanted all along, to be acknowledged. As he looked up at the sky, he finally realized it. Only now do I feel that I truly belong to this duchy. The two former mercenaries murmured quietly, this is a really good place to live. They nodded and whispered, it's a good thing we followed the commander here. Meanwhile, Hyzen walked up behind Elodie and said lightly, let me carry that for you. Why are you moving it yourself? Seeing his face, Elodie was quite surprised. I'm carrying it on purpose, so the servants can rest a little. Just then, she suddenly noticed the expression on his face. Elodie curiously asked Hyzen why the wound on his forehead still had not been bandaged. Hyzen proudly explained, this is a symbol of my loyalty to you. His words startled her, and she thought, that sounds far too suspicious. Just as she reached out to take what Hyzen was holding, she said, I'm grateful, but your loyalty ought to be given to His Grace the Duke. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Madam. She instinctively turned toward the sound. Cabell was in the water, happily waving at her, while holding up a bucket of fish and shouting, look at this. Elodie's face instantly turned red. Why wasn't he wearing a shirt? Seeing how embarrassed she was, Hyzen took the item from her hands. Madam. Meanwhile, Cabell had already come ashore. He called, Madam. He let out a soft sigh of concern. What was wrong with her? Hyzen stepped forward and said, Your Grace, this is the vegetable juice Madam made for us. It's very good. He let out a short sigh. It's really hot. Only then did Cabell suddenly notice. He shouted, Hyzen. Hyzen still did not react. Yes. Cabell's expression darkened even further. That handkerchief. Only then did Hyzen realize something was wrong. Why is it with me? Cabell looked as if he wanted to devour him alive. Pointing at the handkerchief, he demanded, Why do you have that? Hyzen stammered out an explanation. I picked it up. He hastily made up an excuse. I found it behind the greenhouse a few days ago. Elodie asked, Is there a problem? Cabell turned and walked away. Wash it and return it. Hyzen nodded. Understood. Only after seeing Cabell leave did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Outside the room, Mary knocked on the door. Cabell said, Come in. She entered carrying a bowl of drink. The drink made Anna's eyes light up. She said, Is this raspberry wine? It's delicious. So what is this for? Hearing that, Elodie gathered her thoughts. She announced to everyone, This is very good for men. The moment Sarah heard that, he burst out laughing. Good for men? In what way? She immediately replied, You know perfectly well why you're asking that. Seeing Mary appear, Cabell hurriedly asked, What is it? Is there something wrong with my wife's health? She gently set the cup of raspberry wine on the table. Your Grace. Looking him in the face, she said, You absolutely must drink this. Mary's actions left Cabell completely stunned. The scene shifted to the temple. A voice rang out in the room. Lord Theodore. Amos stepped forward and asked, How dared he touch the Duchess? What in the world was he thinking? He pondered in secret. Could it be? He sighed and continued, Though the possibility is extremely low, don't tell me he's truly fallen in love with the Duchess. A smug smile appeared on Amos's face. This is getting more and more interesting. He thought to himself that the Duchess was a mage under strict surveillance by the Grand Temple of Tezer, and she even possessed extraordinary powers that did not come from the magic tower. He continued calculating. If they could make such a woman foolishly turn to their side. The more Amos thought about it, the more excited he became. If that happened, taking the power of the spirits from the Duke of Cernuia would be easy, and their other objectives could be achieved much faster. Then he called out, "Lord Theodore." Elsewhere in the imperial palace, a white-haired man brought up the matter. He glanced at the stone statue before him. Fools! He knew perfectly well that spirits were never meant to be sealed away. They had been created to be ruled and used through refined power. The white-haired man recalled the distant past, when the legendary Great Mage, Magna Bonetitia, died, and the 5 high priests of Tezer sealed away the power of the spirits. Their goal had been to hide the spirits' pure power and elevate the status of divine power. The white-haired man turned away, knowing all too well that the power of the spirits was the very source of nature, and that only by using that pure power could divine power truly be elevated. Suddenly, he grew irritated. My grand plan cannot be carried out because there is no way to break the seal. And yet, who would have thought that the Duke of Cernuia would be able to summon a spirit? The white-haired man seethed with resentment. And not just any spirit, but Ifrit, the king of fire spirits. What was more, he knew of a power connected to spirits, and to an unknown world, spirits could create elements. His expression turned grave. If the Emperor learns of this, things will become troublesome. I cannot let that fool snatch it away. I wonder whether Priest Amos has handled things properly. Suddenly, a sharp and unexpected scream rang out, and the charred corpse of a man abruptly appeared. At the sight, the white-haired man was startled, then burst into mad laughter. A magic tool that can simultaneously contain magical power and the power of spirits. Magnificent. Those pitiful surface dwellers actually have the ability to create something like this. He turned and ordered Amos, "Take this with you. You must seize the power of the spirits from the Duke. Remember, put the Duchess's magical power into this tool as well." The other man looked startled. "Do you understand?" Amos nodded. "Yes, please rest assured, High Priest." A smug smile rose at the corner of his mouth. The power of the spirits and the Duchess's magical power. He said to himself, "All of it will belong to me." The next morning at the Cernuia ducal mansion, Elodie asked as she walked, "Ifrit, what are you doing?" It replied, "You said peaches would grow here, so why haven't they appeared yet?" After thinking for a moment, she explained, "It seems they're growing a little slowly." She thought to herself, maybe I should try infusing a bit more magical power. Looking at the tiny sprout on the ground, both of them were shocked. It suddenly grew all the way to the point of bearing fruit, leaving even Ifrit dumbfounded. "What is this?" It turned to look at Elodie. "Just how much has your magical power increased?" She plucked a strawberry and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, both of them were astonished. "It's so good." Ifrit eagerly moved closer. "That one is mine." Elodie asked curiously, "There's strawberries without elemental crystals too. Don't you like those?" It shook its head and answered, "I don't need those. This is enough." She understood. "All right." Looking at the strawberry in her hand, she thought, "I should cultivate these giant strawberries in large quantities and distribute them to the people of the duchy." She imagined the future, if this were developed into a local specialty. The thought filled her with anticipation. The duchy would grow rich, and the population would increase along with it. A few days later, Elodie let out a tired sigh. A strawberry thief? How strange. Ifrit was furious. "My strawberries. Every last one of my strawberries is gone." It kept making a fuss. "Give them back. Give them back right now." Elodie turned and asked, "What happened? Aren't the ordinary strawberries still here?" Ifrit said helplessly, "I don't know. Go get them back." She nodded and tried to calm it. "All right, I'll look for them. So calm down first." Its eyes lit up. "Really?" Elodie replied with a smile. "I'll find a way." She thought to herself, "There's no way it ate all the strawberries and is pretending not to know, right? Well, it should quiet down after a while anyway, so I'll just pretend to look." Her expression turned serious. "That was what I thought at first, but this lasted much longer than I expected. I never imagined it would even go on strike over this." Ifrit warned her, "If you can't catch the thief, I won't give you any elemental crystals." That gave her a headache. "I should check the prepared dose of anesthetic first." After dealing with the strawberries, Elodie turned to leave. Aren't the strawberries still there?" That should make Ifrit happy. Just as she was leaving, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes, and 2 eyes fixed on her. Ifrit immediately screamed, "My strawberries are gone again today." Elodie turned around in surprise. "But I just saw them a moment ago." It became even more furious. "Not a single one is left. Are you going to catch the thief or not?" She answered, "I'm telling the truth. They were definitely there just now." Ifrit's voice rang out. "Then go see for yourself." She hurriedly ran toward the garden. Elodie was shocked. She was genuinely stunned. "You were right." It sounded utterly aggrieved. "I told you so." That left her confused. How could someone get in and out in such a short time? Ifrit was still accusing her. "Don't tell me you're the thief." She turned back to look at it. "What?" It angrily scolded her. "You want to keep all those elemental crystal strawberries for yourself." Hearing such an unreasonable accusation, Elodie sighed. "That's impossible. They're of no use to me at all." Ifrit was nearly losing its mind. "Where do my strawberries go?" The strawberries had been missing for so long that it was absolutely livid. "Give them back. Give them back right now." Elodie sighed and looked around. The greenhouse was definitely locked. "So how did they get in?" Hearing that, Ifrit suddenly sat upright. "Wait." It cautiously moved closer to her. That only confused her further. "What is it, Ifrit?" It seemed to have discovered something. "That can't be." It looked up at Elodie, its benefactor. Ifrit thought, "I smell the aura of an unfamiliar spirit." She called Ifrit, but it could hardly understand what exactly was happening before its eyes. Then it recalled the past. Long ago, after the person who had formed a contract with it, the first Duke of Cerna, died, Ifrit entered the sacred magical artifact created by the legendary Great Mage and willingly fell into slumber. As time passed, the gradually fading Ifrit was brought back into this world by Elodie's own hands. Everything had grown complicated. It knew that the spirits of water, wind, and earth had long since been sealed by the 5 high priests of Tezur. Ifrit could not help but remember everything from the past. It closed its eyes, deeply confused. "Ever since I awoke, I haven't seen any other spirits. I had always been certain that the great spirits had all been sealed, and that the other spirits had already vanished." It continued, recalling everything connected to Elodie. "But now, I can smell the aura of spirits on my benefactor." She called out, "Ifrit, are you all right?" That only deepened its suspicions. Could it be that she gave birth to spirits? It thought, spirits are born from powerful natural force. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. My benefactor is a mage with spiritual and earth attributes, and she has spent years nurturing this greenhouse with her life force. I can clearly feel pure and powerful magical energy here, which is why I like this place. And with the use of elemental crystals, it would not be strange for spirits to be born. At that moment, a creature emerged from the bushes behind them, followed at once by Ifrit's furious roar. "You little brats!" The sudden shout made Elodie turn around, and the sight before her left her stunned. The tiny spirits startled her. "How cute!" When she stepped closer, she asked, "Ifrit, are they your friends?" It answered, "Of course they are not my friends." Ifrit reminded her, "These are low-ranking spirits." Then it explained everything. In the past, the priests sealed away the spirits in order to raise the value of divine power. Then it suddenly sighed. "I never thought I would see spirits again in this lifetime. But the powerful magical burst you released during the Pran festival, combined with the elemental crystals, gave birth to these things." She nodded. "I see." Elodie continued, "So they're low-ranking spirits and can't talk like you can, right?" It replied, "They're just a bunch of idiots." Only then did she realize something. "They're protesting to you." Ifrit explained, "You can understand them?" It turned to look at the spirits. "I suppose that if you understand the ancient language, then their meaning can be conveyed to mages like you." Elodie said in surprise, "So that's how it is?" Ifrit nodded and continued, "Also, a spirit's power depends on the place where it is born, so even low-ranking spirits can be quite strong." A proud look appeared on its face. "But of course, none of them can compare to the power of a great spirit king." As if realizing something, Ifrit's expression turned serious. "Anyway, the thieves have finally shown themselves." It immediately prepared to teach the spirits a lesson. "Give back my strawberries, you little pests." It was still furious. How dare they lay a hand on Ifrit's strawberries? Elodie scooped the spirits into her arms to protect them. "I'll make strawberry jam for you. Don't be angry." Meanwhile, Cabell was taking a walk around the mansion, wearing a bright smile. He recalled the moment yesterday when Elodie had turned toward him of her own accord, and that one small action alone made him incredibly happy. Although she had been fast asleep at the time and knew nothing of what had happened, Cabell had carefully tucked the blanket back around her. He had gently held her in his arms, as though cherishing that moment beyond measure. Back in the present, Cabell walked along thinking Madame was the one who hugged me first, so I had no choice but to hug her too. As he pushed open the door, he called out, "Madame." The sight that followed made him freeze. Cabell stared at Elodie. "What is that? Why is the thing she's holding so huge?" He walked up behind her and called, "Madame." He wore a strained smile. "What are those animals?" Elodie said with a smile, "Cabell." After setting them down, she explained, "I finally caught the strawberry thieves." She smiled at the little creatures. "I heard they're young spirits." Cabell nodded. "I see." He thought to himself, "So another group has appeared to receive my wife's affection." Elodie clapped her hands and called out, "Everyone, listen up." Looking at the little spirits, she reminded them, "If you want to eat strawberries, you have to work, understood?" The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace. Looking at the little spirits, she reminded them, "If you want to eat strawberries, you have to work, understood?" The scene shifted to the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Palace of the Heklagem Empire, a count suddenly spoke up. "Now is not the time for us to sit back and do nothing," he said angrily. "The Duke of Cernuia has always been a threat. For now, he appears to have no interest in territory, but no one can guarantee that will always remain the case." Another person nodded. "Indeed, although ownership has already fallen into our hands, he is still an opponent in the end. If he decides to assert a claim, that will be troublesome." Another person sounded puzzled. "If he possesses the power of the Spirit King, why doesn't he fight for the imperial throne?" Everyone's attention focused on the discussion. "I believe what he means is simply that we must remain vigilant at all times. To begin with, isn't the territory of Cernuia the most fertile and prosperous land of all?" "That's right. Though it has the Forest of Death, it is not far from the port belonging to Count Bologna's territory." Someone asked, "What if we seek help from the Magic Tower, Your Majesty? Have you ever seen them interfere in politics?" Albrecht listened in silence. "This matter concerns spirits. No matter what, the Duke of Cernuia must be made to surrender that spirit." He thought to himself that although the previous Dukes of Cernuia had all been loyal to the Emperor, there was no guarantee that the current Duke would be the same. That only made Albrecht angrier. "That's why I sent Princess Larissa there, that useless girl." He knew very well that if he could not draw the Duke to his side, he would even wage war and seize that land. An evil thought crossed Albrecht's mind. His gaze turned ice cold. But before that, his top priority was to find a way to suppress the power of the spirits. The scene shifted to deep night. In a room, Carolina was beside herself with rage. How dare they? She looked around. They actually put the princess in a room like this. She thought to herself, because of the rumors that the princess was thrown out of the Cernuia ducal mansion, the imperial family has already started looking down on us. Yet Larissa still seemed not to care. At first they were so kind, as if we were long-lost family, but now they treat us like leftovers. Carolina clenched her hands so tightly that they trembled. Even the maids ignore the princess. They've been ignoring me too. She turned to look beside her. "Your Highness, aren't you angry at all?" Looking at the scene before her, Larissa thought, "I know I must give up on the Duke." But she seemed utterly unable to accept it. "It's too cruel. My feelings have only grown deeper instead. Will I ever see him again?" Over on the other side, Elodie said, "Ifrit, I have a special task for you." With a smile, she suggested, "Teach the spirits in the greenhouse how to talk." It immediately refused. "No, why should I do something so troublesome?" Hearing that, she sighed and announced, "I'll give you more strawberries." Ifrit changed its tune at once. "All right." Elodie turned back and continued, "Cabell, I called you here because there's something I want to show you." He asked curiously, "What is it?" Smiling, she held up a gem in front of him. "Look at this." Holding the stone, he asked in surprise, "Is this a jewel?" Elodie smiled and explained, "This is something I've been researching in depth lately, and I wanted to show it to you first." She proposed, "Let's give it to the Grand Temple of Tezer." He said in confusion, "Madam." She continued, "The temple gave us a communication device as an apology, remember?" Cabell nodded. "I remember. Don't remind me." Elodie smiled and went on, "This is a magic stone for communication." She looked at the stone in her hand and continued analyzing it. "There's one more thing. I should find a jeweler. If these are crafted into exquisite pieces of art, they could sell for a much higher price," she thought to herself. Communication devices made by the temple were regarded as astonishing magical artifacts, so people generally believed that only high priests or royalty used them. The temple used that very tool to control the flow of all letters. and information across the entire continent. A question arose in Elodie's mind. They certainly monopolized that network, but what would happen if communication magic devices fashioned into jewelry suddenly appeared? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that it would deal a heavy blow to the temple's prestige. She knew very well that the temple had grown far too arrogant because of its monopoly over those devices. Elodie became more and more excited as she thought about it. They actually dared to intercept the letters and goods I sent out. She made up her mind. I'll make them understand exactly what happens when they provoke me. Cabell praised her. What a brilliant idea. He gently reached out and touched her ear. Then he said in all seriousness, if they were made into earrings, they'd be beautiful. While Elodie was still staring blankly, Cabell continued, should I wear earrings too? He gently took Elodie's hand, but a ring would probably be better. At the same time, he kissed her hand. After all, we're husband and wife. The moment made her freeze. She quickly pulled her hand back. Do whatever you want. A pleased smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Several days passed, and Ifrit had a very hard time teaching those little spirits. Elodie said dejectedly, I clearly studied it carefully and even grew strawberries that ripen every 5 minutes, but they eat them all in 1 minute. How can they eat so much? Ifrit also looked despairing. They really do have astonishing appetites. He continued, those children need to grow a little more before they can talk, but at the rate they're eating, they'll probably grow up quickly. She nodded in agreement. That's true. Their appearance will change too. At that, Ifrit grew smug. Only the great Ifrit, the king of fire spirits, can do such a thing. Children whose growth has stalled can only live like that forever. Elodie suddenly turned her head and asked, then what does your true form look like? He answered, want me to show you? She nodded. Of course. Ifrit cautioned her, don't be frightened when you see my enormous wings. Anna hurried over. Madam, she reported, there's a visitor. Elodie was a little surprised. A visitor? Inside the room, Theodore spoke up. It has been a long time, hasn't it? He asked curiously. How have you been lately? Elodie replied, yes, it has. What brings you here? She thought to herself, of all times, he had to show up when Cabell was out on patrol. Theodore explained, I came to inform you that our temple will support the territory's security efforts. We plan to open a clinic immediately. He said helplessly, and ever since we parted last time, I've been very worried about you. Thinking back to that time, Elodie was surprised. Was he talking about then? Before she could react, Theodore proposed, if your grace, the Duchess, is considering a divorce, I would be more than willing to help you. She was startled and looked up at him. What do you mean by that? The scene shifted back to earlier. Priest Amos let out a mocking laugh. Don't tell me you've actually fallen for the Duchess, he said in surprise. Compared to that childish, cold, and violent Duke, she really is very different. Theodore looked at Amos and nodded. You would be a far better husband, he thought to himself. Indeed, the Duke of Cernuia was a cold-blooded and ruthless man. He silently recalled, I saw it with my own eyes on the battlefield, so I know exactly what he is really like. That only made Theodore more certain. At the time, the Duke had even revealed his anger right in front of the Duchess without the slightest attempt to hide it. Back then, Elodie had hurriedly tried to stop him. It's a misunderstanding, Cabell. Theodore let out a sigh, realizing that the man must have used violence against her while forcing his feelings on her. The Duke of Cernuia was completely unworthy of the Duchess. He doesn't deserve her. As for himself, he was full of confidence. If it were me, I would treat her with gentleness and care. I could protect her better than anyone else in this world. Theodore knew that although he had little experience with women, he was confident he could make her happier than she was by the Duke's side. He said aloud, I will help you divorce him. I will do it no matter what. He placed a hand over his chest as he spoke. To protect you.